Okay. This one goes off very shortly, or the other one goes off very shortly, and shit. Well, let's bring this down to size, and I will fix the like the link, and so. Okay. Okay, as in Robert Boyd Bunger's classic My Heart Cries Home. In order to have fellowship as one friend with another, we must ask if this evangelical pietistic Jesus is to be pictured like Mel Brooks's comedy character, the 2,000-year-old man, whom Harvey Korman used to interview about the remote past. As Jesus grown older and wiser in all these years, is he immune from senility? Did he ever forget a face? And how on earth, having anything like a true human consciousness, can he possibly keep up with all the supposed devotional conversations he's supposed to be having with every evangelical? Is it exactly like the belief that Santa's visiting every child's home throughout the earth every single evening? But the best explanation of the whole idea comes in no dull prose of mine, but rather in a brilliant Saturday Night Live skit with the risen Jesus, Phil Hartman, appears in the suburban kitchen of a fundamentalist housewife, Sally Fields, to ask her to ease up on the constant prayers for mundane trivialities. He concludes it was a bad idea, wipes her memory, and returns to heaven as she breaks down to sobbing hysterics. As a Christian, wasn't she supposed to believe in a personal Lord who cared about every moment of her every day? Sure she was. And that is why no pietist ever notices the absurdity, any more than any kid dares to question how Santa completes his rounds. The belief in the resurrection of personal Savior was the same yesterday, today, and forever is Christians a particular, very widespread type of piety. It is most equivalent to Bhakti mysticism in Hinduism and Buddhism, where one chooses a personal savior from an available menu, Krishna, Abhida, Kali, Ram, Shiva, and focuses on worship on him or her in order to receive saving grace. Jesus, as we read him in the Gospels, when churches interpret him, and equally in Sunday school books and movies, must still be available or there is no personal relationship with Christ. In the same way, even for traditional Christians who are not practicing in the same way, but do believe in miracles and supernatural, Christians like C.S. Lewis, for example, Jesus must have risen from the dead in a supernatural, historical form, something not metaphorical, because otherwise it would seem arbitrary to look forward to clear-cut immortality of our own. One might simply believe it is a plausible or attractive idea as Plato did, or Kant, but the Christian is interested in some kind of sort of reassurance, some kind of proof, and as apologists love to make the claim, a claim that will be exploded many times in the course of this book, that the resurrection of Jesus is the best attested event in history. The reality here is the claim is always made amid a plethora of probabilistic arguments, and the very existence of which demonstrates that the resurrection is anything but an open and shut case. The apologists themselves do not realize the difficulty of their case. They would waste no more time with skeptical objections to the resurrection than they do refuting, say, the beliefs that Jesus was a space alien, which is emptier. The tomb or Loch Ness. But the second great and fundamental irony is implied in the very attempt to marshal demonstrations and probabilistic evidential arguments for the resurrection of Jesus as a miracle. A claim that can be proven by employing a set of criteria cannot, in principle, transcend those criteria, can it? But if you can offer scientific proof for the Star of Bethlehem, as popular apologists do every Christmas season, claiming it corresponds to some ancient supernova or planetary alignment, you have thereby evacuated the phenomenon of all its miraculous character. A planetary alignment cannot stand specifically over one single house in Bethlehem. If the apologists are right, the Bible is wrong. And if we try to apply the save the appearances tactics for proving the resurrection rationally, we begin to experience a sense of deja vu. We are led squarely and directly to Scheintold, the only apparent death, the second earthly life of Jesus. That is what you get after you prove that Jesus was crucified, that he was buried, and that he was nonetheless seen days later by his disciples. But what if, like Leslie Weatherhead, what others, you think there was sufficient reason to accept that the living are visited by their recently deceased loved ones in ectoplasmic form? Have you managed to introduce a miraculous element? No, you haven't. The idea is the science of parapsychology posits hitherto unknown laws of nature, which might explain the phenomena of the crucifixion, burial, and appearances, and yet another way that need not revert to supernaturalism. That is the difference between prophecy and clairvoyance, alchemy and chemistry. Or let us go back to the idea that Jesus is a space alien. Why do eccentrics like this idea? Precisely because it, too, seems to promise to save the appearances of the gospel stories by substituting acceptable scientific causal links in place of supernaturalism. Jesus was not virgin-born, but rather artificially inseminated into Mary by the superior technology of space aliens. His miracles were the application of astounding alien medical technology, like Dr. McCoy's healing spree in the barbaric 20th century hospital in Star Trek IV. His death and burial, real enough, but then he was scientifically regenerated like Klaatu was by the robot Gore in the day the Earth stood still. True, we don't yet understand how they did it, but we can rest assured it was all factual and all scientific in nature. This is where you are headed if you imagine a claim like the supernatural resurrection of Jesus from the dead by his heavenly Father could be proven by scientific or historical arguments. Whatever you prove this way could never transcend the framework of the criteria you try to employ. Again, just like the Star of Bethlehem, the apologists are right on that one. The story has no more to do with the miraculous than now turning blood does, as Emmanuel Velikovsky explains it. Proximity to ours made it look red. Interesting if true, but theologically unremarkable. Is there a problem here? Is there even anything that requires any special explanation? When we approach the New Testament resurrection materials, the contributors to this symposium do not think so. We are not surprised to encounter stories in which a divine figure is shown to be glorified as deified after martyrdom, appearing to his followers for last words of instruction, encouragement, and then ascends into the realm of the gods. Such elements are common to the mythic hero archetype and are thus embodied in tales all over the world and throughout history. One may discover them along with other noteworthy data paralleling the career of Jesus in the Gospels and the legends of Oedipus, Apollonius of Tyana, Asclepius, Hercules, Romulus, Empedocles, and others. Specifically, the notion of a death and resurrection that accompanies, celebrates, facilitates, and coincides with the change of seasons and renewal of nature is so common in the very neighborhood of the Gospels that tested as far back as the Baal religion of the Old Testament. Oh, and welcome, Art. I was just reading the introduction to The Empty Tomb by Robert M. Price. Well, it's a nice little blistering polemic. I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah. Apparently, specifically, the notion of a death and resurrection that accompanies, celebrates, facilitates, or coincides with the change of seasons and renewal of nature is so common in the very neighborhood of the Gospels, attested as far back as the Baal religion of the Old Testament, that it's just no surprise to find the common myth themes all over the New Testament. What we read of Jesus, we have already read concerning Adonis, Tammuz, Osiris, Attis, and others. There is just nothing unique here. Though, of course, each particular version has accumulated specific points of distinctiveness, as we would expect. Apologists have, for a generation or two, succeeded in distracting attention from the force, even existence of these parallels, by a series of specious, special pleading arguments that can no longer be taken seriously by students of comparative religion and myth. I know for a fact there are no such things as God's souls, afterlives, heavens or hells, and that obviously neither Moses nor Jesus Christ ever existed. Go ahead. No, in fact, I'm running a Hangout now dedicated to the fact Jesus Christ never existed. Go ahead.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, MK and Cliff, yeah. I guess I was talking to Art, but was also doing a bit of reading from the introduction to The Empty Tomb by Robert M. Price. And I might do a bit more reading from excerpts of it if there are gaps and whatever kind of thing goes on. I think the whole Good Friday affair, I don't know if people are eating fish on Friday or what, is hey, I'm a vegan. I can't have that. So go ahead. Oh, well, of course it's not possible. I mean, okay, well, I mean, if it doesn't have a mind, it's not really God because it's effectively some kind of like natural force. If it doesn't have if it has a body, then well, it might as well just be some kind of alien with psychic powers or some kind of Dungeons and Dragons mythological creature that is able to cast spells. So at the end, you're kind of floating around with a disembodied mind. Okay, that's got problems. First off, there's kind of the evidential neural correlate kind of affair with it's relatively common in the argument of physical minds, and there's also what Jack brought up, content externalism. Okay, and that is in effect the twin earth argument that somebody's thinking of quote unquote water, clear liquid quenches thirst. Well, on Earth it's H2O. Twin Earth it's who knows what the elements X, Y, and Z are, but apparently X, Y, Z. What is the actual reference of that? What is the meaning of any of that? For the content in the mind to have a meaning, that is, be able to assign or match up the things being referred to with the references to them in the mind. Well, that is a product of those external surroundings and such, which demands embodiment, right? And the whole idea of a physical mind just falls down. And thank you, Jack, for giving the content externalism based, I guess, addendum or a priori or what? Logical argumentation for the argument of physical minds. Go ahead. Well, I say, well, hang on. It's necessarily a disembodied mind. I was actually nailing it down, right? If it's not got a mind, it might as well just be like a natural force. If it's got a body, then it might as well be like an alien or a mythological creature, alien with psychic powers, mythological creature cast spells. Either one, it's not what we call gods. I mean, so, or yeah. So, go ahead. Well, spirits are preposterous, and substance dualism rather clearly false. Go ahead. Yeah, the argument's not. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Well, not just that it is, that it necessarily is. Or at least not to be. Yeah. Go ahead. Well, yeah, that demonstrates the idea of God is incoherent. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. 1 + 1 = 2, or sine of x equals cosine x or something. It's or sorry, identically equal on like an interval or something. Those just aren't gonna hold up. So yeah, I mean, the whole affair just doesn't go anywhere with this. Just, I mean, but what a demonstration of logical incoherency does is that a referent can't be assigned to these things because I mean there's a conflict of multiple. multiple or or lacking any kind of possible referent to carry out any kind of such assignment, and therefore incoherent statements don't have meanings, right? Yeah. Well, the logical impossibility follows from content externalism, which is, of course, that the mental contents derived from the surroundings of the embodiment and all that. Go ahead. Oh, it need not be knowledge per se. I mean, it's mental content altogether. So it's like having an intention to carry out an act, or or wishing or desiring, or there are a lot more propositional attitudes and acting as if something is the case. Go ahead. Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. Go ahead. Content externalism. So yeah. Well, I mean, I looked it up, but it wasn't that hard to find. I'll link the Stanford article or whatever. And Guesso in the Congo's rigged yet another election, by the way. Yeah, it looks like was it Putnam 75 had Putnam's 1975 argument on for semantic externalism was extended to content externalism in 77 by McGinn, if I recall. So, and let's see if I can actually find any of the arguments here. Classic arguments. Okay, Twin Earth is Putnam 75, and McGinn, yeah, 77. And let me see, social externalism, 79, it's in 86. And what is it? Dry Earth came from Boghossian, 97. Boghossian, I think, is the same atheist activist, by the way. So, and I can't have reference to Dry Earth. So, let's see, Dry Earth, Boghossian. Is it 2007? 97. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Spirits being disembodied minds is also incoherent. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that sounded. Um, yeah, well, I think first off, well, the nature of my objections should be understood as factual kinds of objections, and as opposed to well, the things like I don't know, quote unquote, moral or emotional or whatever it is like that. I think it might also be worthwhile to note the kinds of counter arguments against the position I'm advancing are exemplified in the link I just gave, which is Bogosian, who's actually an atheist activist. Uh, what is it? A manual for making atheists? Is that right? Is it one of the things he wrote? Anyway, the fun part there is basically that yeah, he counter argues against this argument that all minds must be embodied. And I don't really have a ready response to that. I mean, it's just like really the literature and one paper answering another and so on, right? Go ahead. Oh, I'm switching browsers. Hang on. Uh, yeah, it's called the atheistic argument from physical minds. Yeah, go ahead. It's actually the spirit one, like would apply to souls. Like people don't have souls and all that. That would be the mortalistic argument from physical minds. Go ahead. Um, well, in a somewhat technical sense, I mean, the idea of a brain in a vat still holds up, but I mean, not having some kind of like physical brain or some such there is the trick, right? I mean, to the extent one has like a physical brain sitting in a vat, that physical brain itself would be considered an embodiment, right? Go ahead. Well, at the very least, you have to have some matter of like location and you know, it, a thing that gives it a location, context, and so on to have experiences and a point of view and all that. Go ahead. Yeah, pretty much. If you're not, somewhere in something and someone and so on, being a mind is lacking some critical pieces. Uh, you don't have a way to place yourself into anything to have any kind of mental content. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. I think well, there's a question of what is physical or whatever it is, right? And if you've got like the idea of, let's say, something you call or calling like a spirit, apparition, poltergeist, or who knows what. I mean, this thing is well, maybe not something you can touch, but it can, at least not in the sort of normal way, but it can like pick up things and move them and say things and see things from a point of view or whatever. I mean, you're in effect still having some kind of physicality to it, even though it's not strictly, I don't know, some kind of fermionic or whatever it is material affair. You just basically just different kind of material as opposed to absence of material altogether. So um, you get that kind of question too. Um, okay. That's unusual, but oh. Are electromagnetic fields of material, according to you? What is it you deem a material? Um, field, electromagnetic, yeah, light waves too, yeah. Electromagnetic fields, light waves, yeah. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Okay, then what distinguishes it from, well, basically, alien with psychic powers? Hmm. Mm. Are you say? Oh. Are you using transcendental to refer to things that are not contingent on, well, basically anything? Um, so what do you mean to go beyond the material, though? You mean are things like forces that are not strictly speaking made of matter and such? Are those transcendental as you deem it, or um, go ahead? Well, why is a fact that can't be explained something to avoid? Teleonomic, I think. Hmm. Uh, Teleonomic. Uh, uh, um, well, the the I think the trouble you're noticing here is, only really in the, I guess, let's more crudely conceived natural selection, right? Now, the trouble is, though, natural selections, well, number one, I guess they could better like getting replaced with things that are by no means teleological, and faces some rather serious critiques by Fodor and others on the grounds of it actually being, well, not genuinely predictive. Uh, mm. In what respect is that? Uh, what respect is that either a dichotomy or informative? Go ahead. Um, well, I was already asking in what sense your top-down versus bottom-up is either a dichotomy or informative. Go ahead. Uh, in what sense is it either a dichotomy or informative? Go ahead. Um, how do I phrase it? Well, um, well, logical. Oh, those aren't. Logical, like organization of presentation and such has nothing to do with causality. Uh, I mean, it's like sorry. Well, those aren't causal relations for one, and that doesn't actually represent it. It doesn't represent direction. Go ahead. You observe what everywhere? What's that? I would claim you observe it nowhere. I would counterclaim you see it nowhere. I would counterclaim that you cannot produce. There are no examples of it anywhere. It's in fact not even logically coherent. The kind of relationships you're describing as top down or bottom up are in fact causal ones. They might be logical ones or ones relating to the organization of a presentation, but have nothing to do with actual causality. What do you take causality to be? What do you? Well, back up. What are you calling causality? What are you calling causality? Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what I call causality then. Causality is a relationship between two physical events in time. Physical events being rearrangements of mass energy within space, and the relationship between those two events is connected by a mechanism that consists of like fundamental forces, strung up in a long chain or net or web or whatever, right? So that's that kind of causality is pretty obviously not going to refer to the kind of causally inert abstract entities, objects, whatever it is you're invoking in terms of this quote unquote top down. In fact, the characterization of abstract objects as causally inert and such is highly problematic in your if you're proposing any kind of Platonism. Go ahead. Well. Yeah. Yeah. Abstract objects are causally inert. So your entire idea of top-down causation is incoherent. It's incoherent. It's incoherent. Abstract objects are causally inert. Abstract objects are causally inert. Abstract objects are causally inert. I am going to finish my sentence and repeat myself until you stop interrupting me. So abstract objects are causally inert. Therefore, to make the claim that an abstract object sits within a causal relation is incoherent. Go ahead. No, the fact is, no, the fact is, no. Laws of physics explaining what again? You say evaluation. Evaluation. Is that right? Oh, well, that's not that difficult. No, it's actually completely. It has causes assigned by actual scientific study. The attribution of a cause. The attribution of a cause is what an explanation is, and that causal chain of inferences and such is, well, in effect, what can be discerned about the programming of what's in effect a complicated, naturally occurring robot like us and animals and any kind of plausible extraterrestrial alien too. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Actually, it is, because robots have understood mechanisms regarding how, well, say, the causal chain of affairs goes through their system. Like, whatever kind of light goes into the camera that's mounted on their head, the eyes, gets the programming, which of course leads to the memory cells having their various electronic states and all that, and interactions of those being causally, well, doing the mechanical affairs and the causal relationship, not a mere abstraction regarding some kind of arrangement, is easily traceable, all the way from that to the issuing a signal to the servo motors or whatever it is, it's going to move the limbs or whatever, right? This is really actually pretty easy, and they're all in fact physical laws. In fact, in order to even have something of a cause, well, causes are these relationships between arrangements of mass energy in space and time, and that gives you that the principles by which these changes in arrangement happen, inferred by whatever kinds of correlation of observation and so on, are, well, those physical laws and the manner of causation altogether. So you cannot even get anything that's the attribution of a cause is non-physical. Go ahead.
Who are you talking to, Nadia?
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you're going to beat me up about materialism or something, right?
Nadia, who the hell are you talking to?
Oh, I was bugging Baltazar. He doesn't come into my hangouts anymore, but he showed up somebody else's.
Oh, are you in someone else's hangout?
Oh, hang on. Okay, you were saying?
Are you in someone else's hangout?
Yeah, I'm always in a couple at once. So.
Who's hanging out?
Yeah, it was okay. My fucking hangout's gonna be dead all day anyway, so it's EMK. So. And I can kiss my panelists goodbye at this point. But anyway, I was earlier reading.
Who else is in the hangout?
Yeah, just like Baltazar, Cliff, Art, and Godless.
Fucking Baltazar is trash.
Yeah, I was doing my usual kind of, materialist sort of argument against his bizarre kind of, what do you call it, teleology, or I guess it's, teleology is the top-down causation thing. Yeah. At least say the usual kind of natural law theology and all that.
I don't understand that shit.
What's that?
I don't understand that shit.
Yeah, what God's purpose was for me to be a man, right?
Is that what Baltazar says?
No, but the sort of world infused with the God's purpose and everything, either being according to it, or it should be the case that everything goes according to it. Basically, it just leads right to that. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't understand the view. If God is omnipotent, right? It would seem that he can't fail to actualize any state of affairs.
Well, I don't entirely get that either. I don't know if they're saying that it's not trying very hard, or I guess there's independent agency or something they're trying to sign, but still.
So, what is it about femininity that you value?
Be honest, it's actually more of a kind of bodily distress or whatever. I'm not too concerned with the, like, social affairs or abstract ideas and so on. Go ahead.
I don't understand. Is it so it's just a vagina that you want?
I wouldn't say that I want it. I mean, it's just kind of more that the things that are at variance with it about my body are very unpleasant for me.
I don't understand it. I don't understand why you wouldn't say that you want it. Do you not want it?
Well, I think it helps to be clear that it's, I mean, more of a aversive kind of drive toward it as opposed to, some kind of like getting enjoyment out of it. Because, well, I don't get like enjoyment out of it. So.
But you would get relief, and presumably that's what you want.
Yeah, that would make the horror and whatever else go away. Go ahead.
I wouldn't understand why you wouldn't just say, I want a vagina.
Well, it's an effect to counter a very common accusation deriving from what is it, Blanchard and Bailey, which is autogynephilia. It's basically like an extreme form of transvestic fetishism that's exercised through basically reconstructive plastic surgery or something instead of merely clothes, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, honestly. But what I
there's an
wonder,
accusation that's made against. Go ahead.
but what I wonder is that if there were a different way to fix your dysphoria, would you take any way that fixes your dysphoria, or do you have a preference as to ways to fix your dysphoria? Like if someone could go into your brain and make you comfortable being a man, would you do that?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter to you, like you don't have a preference either way?
I think the preference would be based on the invasiveness and the cost, and also whether it actually freaking works. I mean, browbeating me saying "go be a man" doesn't actually make it stop. So
I didn't say that.
yeah, well,
I'm just
I mean,
asking
it's actually
if you
kind of
have
a line. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just asking if you have a preference. Like right now, let's say I'm unhappy in my life, right? But if I became like a serial killer, I would be happy. But also, if I got a different job, I would be happy. Given the two options right now, I would prefer that the one option, like going and getting a different job, would be the solution that makes me happy as opposed to the other solution, right? I would prefer it to be the case, like, or another example is like if I wanted to lose weight, I would prefer it to be the case that, eating donuts caused me to lose weight as opposed to eating like broccoli or something, right? So I'm just saying that
Or
I'm just
maybe
asking
you'd rather lose weight by going on a diet than cutting off your leg.
what's that?
Or maybe you'd rather lose weight by going on a diet than cutting off your leg.
No, I'm saying like given the two options, if either way I could lose weight, I would go with there's an option that I prefer to go with, even like assuming that both options work, there's still an option that I prefer to go with. But what you're saying is that there's no option that you prefer to go with.
That's not quite what I said, or what I would say if I guess properly questioned, sort of like differences that matter are things like invasiveness, risk, and cost, and all that. So
Assume
as
that
opposed to
assume that all of those variables that you listed are the same. Either way, they're all the same. Everything is just as invasive, right? But on the one hand, you come out with the outcome that you're comfortable being a man, and the other hand, you come out with the outcome with you're turned into a woman and you're comfortable with that. All the other variables are the same.
I think if those variables match up, then it's a coin toss.
Oh, okay. So you don't have a preference then?
All I do is based on cost, risk, feasibility, and all that.
No, I'm saying like between the two options, you don't have a principled preference, right?
I think things like cost, feasibility, and risk are
No. Those aren't principled. Those are relational. Those are coextensive. They're not principled. You don't disvalue being.
Else,
I gotta get the phone. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, I don't like describing it as unprincipled, but basically, yeah. Oh, and welcome, Jack.
What did you say, Nadia?
Okay, if that's what you're calling principled, then yeah. But I don't like the term principle being used to describe that. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is the principle is your concept of gender identity, right? So that's the only principle that we're dealing with. We're not dealing with the cost or anything like that. The only thing that we have to deal with is the concept of your gender identity. So you don't have a principled problem with being a man or something, right? You don't have a principled problem with being a woman. The only thing that you want to do is relieve your discomfort, right? So you don't care how it comes, and that's what I'm saying is you don't have a principled objection to being a man, right? You don't find the concept of being comfortable with being a man distasteful, right? Like I find the concept of being comfortable being a serial killer distasteful, right?
I would too, yeah. For the serial killer example, the man doesn't have the same kind of valence. I don't think I have that kind of valence. It's actually something else going on. I think it's looking into some of the what I call it theory. It's like the gender, like socio-cultural, interpersonal relation kind of role affair. Actually, isn't what I'm on about at all. I mean, I'm on about like basically actual sex attributes of my body. So, in terms of like the physical sex attributes of the body, that's what it's more about than any kind of whatever kind of cultural, social role. I mean, I didn't want to change my name. I was like, if they really push me to the edge, I'll do that. Or if I can't find a surgeon who will do otherwise, what's that?
You said you didn't want to change your name?
No.
So why did you?
Well, I apparently had to qualify for surgeries.
That's
the big one anyway.
That's so fucking stupid.
well, one of the ways they measure the, I guess, time, quote unquote, in transition is basically by the date of legal records that document your change of name. Right?
Do you have to
So,
capitulate to gender norms in order to qualify for the surgery? That seems
used to be you
fucking
had
ridiculous.
to.
What?
It used to be you had to. It used to be you had to. I don't know exactly when the shift was, but it doesn't appear so anymore. Yeah, I'm not very interested in the gender norms. I don't think I'm like necessarily consciously, shooting for one thing or the other in terms of that, but yeah, it's the sex attributes of the body are more of the issue than whatever kind of social role or anything like that.
I'd much rather be comfortable being a man than be comfortable being a woman.
Mm. Is it the what is it, the kind of they call it a male privilege or whatever it is, the a principal objection? Just want to say
Yeah,
male privilege.
I think masculine gender norms are cooler than feminine gender norms,
Oh, yeah, sure.
and I like big muscles and shit.
Okay. I probably mostly I like to reverse damage from thyroid failure. It looks like I should have before the end of the year. Some of the more naive projection methods seem to be, I guess, mid-July.
Jack, do you think that you could preserve gender normativity and have equality in society between the two genders? Like economic equality?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Hard to
Why not?
imagine how that would work.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the maintenance of sex
So you
attributes to
think
the body
that,
in such
so you
a
think
manner
that,
as sorry.
hold on. So you think that gender norms are an instantiation of gender inequality?
Me or Jack or both?
Jack.
Well, I think they're a way of creating.
I'd say it's part of a feedback process. So it both it goes about giving rise to equality as well as being a product of. Sorry, I'd say it's part of a feedback loop sort of process. So it both causes various of those inequalities to happen, as well as being as created, initiated by them. So there are other inputs to the system as well, obviously. Like there's whatever kind of biological standing. There's obviously because we're biological creatures. There's whatever kind of historical accident and so on. Go ahead.
So you even think stuff like wearing a dress creates economic inequality?
Um,
Or wearing
I would
makeup?
say it'd be pretty. I think it'd be getting pretty long in the tooth to draw a direct line from that. I'd say feeding into a large pool of forces or whatever. It's probably more of the way it would contribute. And of course, it's the outcome of such too.
And Jack, what do you think? Jack, are you there?
Yeah, who knows? I can't broadcast from the other hangout anyway. Yeah, I'm not remotely interested in wearing dresses. Makeup's well, that's a lot of what I was trying to do with it is cover up like the masculinization of my face and hands. So it was stupid. I should have just shelled out for facial feminization surgery and because fuck everybody saw what's going on anyway.
So are you attracted to men?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. Are you attracted to women?
Yeah. Well, if there's any kind of like unbidden or kind of I guess unprompted or whatever kind of spontaneous attraction kind of thought, that's basically always toward men. Get the moves right and whatever happens,
Well, that's a tautology.
I can roll with a girl. What's that? Well, nah. There is a distinction where even irrespective of like a special circumstance, one would not be able to really go along with that. So, it is a bit more awkward. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So you're saying them bitches is nasty is what you're telling me?
No.
Those stank ass hoes ain't nothing you interested in.
I get along. I make friends. But yeah.
But them bitches ain't nothing you want to scissor with.
At various points gotten awkward. Oh shit.
But that's what you're saying. You're saying there ain't no bitches you want to scissor with
Just
at
lost
present.
my unmuted tabs. Okay. Try saying that again.
I said, but what you're saying is that them bitches ain't nothing you want to scissor with.
I don't really spontaneously go for it. It's like pretty much like
Fucking A, Nadia.
What's that?
Fucking A, Nadia.
I mean, basically, if like a girl initiates something, I can go on with it, and depending on like how much is expected physically, or if inappropriate things are not expected from me physically. I guess there's some common pattern where like the quote unquote male genitalia are expected to act in a penetrative way or something. Basically, just keep the hands off the things that haven't been fixed yet, and we can figure out whatever. Some apparently do not go along with that, and I just kind of like,
Yeah, but would you eat that pussy though?
it doesn't bother me.
So you're all about putting your face in that muff?
I'm definitely kind of more into guys, like by a lot. Yeah, they pretty much have to hit on me, and because I'll probably like almost never initiate anything.
So you love the D then?
So I got what?
So you love the D then?
I do love the D. Yep. And there was one thing that kind of worked surprisingly well. It's, we took turns on each other with strap-on. That was kind of cool.
Would you fuck a guy with a strap on?
Oh yeah, I have.
But I thought you didn't like penetrating.
With a strap-on? What would I be doing if? What would I be doing with a strap-on if I were penetrating that?
That's fucking weird.
What's that?
I said that's fucking weird. That's weird that as long as it's with a strap on, it's okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it's not like a contraction of the body. It's like tactile sensation of contact and the bottom part. So, yeah.
Would you call him a bitch while you fuck him?
No, I don't really.
So you don't like dirty talk?
It doesn't offend me, but I don't really have much of a tendency to do it myself. And yeah, uh, I don't like dresses or skirts in general. Pretty much. I don't actually like really shorts either. I prefer to keep my legs covered.
Oh fuck, hold on, Darwin's dumbass is in MK, so I gotta go.
I don't think there's room. Yeah, Philip and Jack are in there, and I guess Dutch
I have to,
David. Go ahead.
I have to at least listen.
Well, okay. Yeah, I can't be arsed to like what is it? And give a shit what bathroom I use. It's like okay, hey, fix the physical parts so things don't bother me anymore. I don't give a shit. I'll use a guy's restroom. Overemphasis on vertical mentation. That's okay. Adversarial frame. Roll locking. Okay. What are roll locking and vertical mentation? Oh, did you get your tooth work done? Or...
What?
Okay, basically an analog of typecasting. Okay. What's vertical mentation then? Yeah. I think I'm actually like ending up aligned with Andrea working on this stuff. It's like she's like, well, there should be like no social significance to like whatever sex or gender or whatever, but hey, if people have like some kind of trouble with discomfort with their genitals or whatever, I mean, let them get it fixed, and or other sex attributes and such. And they shouldn't have any, tremendous social significance, but because they do actually make a part of their own kind of well-being, mental health, happiness, and so on. Yeah, fix people in here. Okay, like I'm not wild about your all sexes race kind of stuff. I'll take what I can get. Okay. I should probably start reading from Robert M. Price again. Bear with me while I try and burn off some of these, I don't know, loose threads. I don't know how I got so many loose threads in my purse. Oh, and you just popped in again. Oh, gee. Okay.
Yeah, happy Good Friday to you.
Oh, yep, happy Good Friday. And the good news is that Jesus Christ never existed.
Well, today's the one day that he's gone from the Catholic Church. Church is empty, it's stripped, the altar's all stripped, and there's no Eucharistic celebration today. I mean, people might kind of do a quasi, but there's no Mass today. So this is the one day that he's gone from the church.
Well, what is it? I think the resurrection claim in particular is probably the most addressed by the empty tomb. So.
Well, I've seen dirt from the empty tomb.
Oh, you've read that before?
I've heard about it. I haven't read that actual treatise that you're talking about, but I've definitely, been held hostage to the biblical account a couple of hundred times.
Oh, wait, no, it's the title of a book by Robert M. Price.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, debunks the claims of the resurrection of Christ. So there you go. It's specifically devoted to the resurrection, but yeah. Anyway.
I don't understand Christians, like even St. Paul, that says, were it not for the resurrection, then they would have no God, they would have nothing to do with Christ.
Oh, is it like
To me, that's a little bit.
1 Corinthians 15:34 or something like that?
Yeah, I think you're right. You said Corinthians 15. I'll look. I'll find out here. Because I don't know where Christ actually referred to his own resurrection, in all of his talks. The closest thing that I think that he said to it was when he upset the tables with the moneylenders when he said, tear this house down, referring to the temple, and I will rebuild it in 3 days. But the destruction of the temple wasn't for hundreds more years. So, but people perceive that to have meant
40 years. 40.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because what is it, 33, and it was what 80/70, so it's 37 runs. And welcome Spoken, by the way. And,
Hey,
whoops,
thank you.
welcome Palm. Welcome Palm, by the way, too.
Hey, Spoken.
Yep.
Hi, Paul.
178.8 or 81 point, what is it, kilos?
Howdy, folks.
Yep, 81.1 kilos.
Nice going. That's really, really great.
Well, I was down at 176.8 or something like that, so I'm still like 2 pounds above where I was at before.
Well, your neck,
yeah,
shoulders, and your neck and your upper torso is more aquiline now and feminine. It's noticeable. So you have that gentle, more of a feminine slope. I'd have to let me get on my camera. I'll try to describe it with my hands.
Well, I can show
Very
you.
ugliness like you've never seen, but your neck is more slender, and then your shoulders kind of have a little bit of that feminine. I call it aquiline, but sort of a sway to it. There's just a nice line. You have feminine shoulders, and that's got to be difficult for a guy to, I mean, for somebody that has a male anatomy. I don't know how you can even do that. Have that, but they're very feminine, and then your skin is also very feminine. Do you know that? You have very nice feminine skin, which it's very remarkably feminine. So there's really something to that.
What did I walk into? Should I?
No, no masturbating right now. I know that my voice is real sensitive.
Well,
but I want you to keep your witty in your hands.
This is a hangout dedicated to the fact that Jesus Christ never existed. In celebration of Easter, and of course, for the Good Friday affair, we're going to be reviewing Robert M. Price's Empty Tomb, which debunks the claims regarding the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
I've already told her that I have dirt from the empty tomb, so that's all the evidence of it.
I beg your pardon. Jesus Christ.
I also think something that's non-existent is the evidence that we came from flatworms 550 million years ago, and no one has yet to present me any kind of evidence for that. But we can celebrate with the things that don't exist. That makes sense.
Well, actually, let's look at that, because flatworms, or otherwise flatworm-like creatures, are
like ancient flatworms.
Yeah.
So, 550 million years ago, with over 550 million years or whatever, they turned into us. But there's no evidence for that. We just kind of believe that, right?
In what sense do you think they turned into us?
Well, and through the theory of common descent, those are our direct ancestors. If you look at the timeline of human evolution, 550 million years ago, our ancestors they were flatworms, and ancient flatworms. I mean, they're obviously probably not the flatworms we have today, but
the theory is.
But there's no evidence for that.
When you guys get to the fish part of it, I have a question. When you guys get to that, I'll wait.
Well, we're going to go through the same cycle again.
Hey, Newt.
Hey, Ochi. So as I said in the text, I've decided, Nadia will be happier, that I'm going to be nicer today. Okay, than I usually am. So the issue revolved around, when he says there's no evidence, he means scientific evidence. And then we had an account of science in terms of this, quote, scientific method. And he quoted a definition, which I said involved the parts, some of which are the parts of a broader scientific method, but didn't mention the relationships between the parts if the scientific method is conceived of as a system, an ongoing process. And so what he was doing was he was simply saying, well, this this theory about this common descent isn't within the scientific method because it doesn't involve, and then he seemed to arbitrarily pick parts of the method and assign things to them. Right?
To be
and
fair,
that was
I did say the whole
that
method.
was the issue. Well, yeah,
It's
that's
a
the same
hypo-
thing, though. It's the same
it's a
thing.
hypothesis.
Well,
It's a
so
hypothesis.
this was my argument, okay? If you don't mind, I will try to be. I don't want to cut you off, so actually, I would want to be nice as well. So I will say if Nootropic, if you want to say anything else.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I feel like we're gonna go around in a circle, but we'll see what happens.
Alrighty, because I kind of modified the questions. So first, this is just to anyone in the room. I just want to ask if they agree with this definition of scientific method. It's a noun, a method of procedure that has characterized natural science since the 17th century, consisting in systematic observation, measurement, and experiment, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypotheses.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, no, oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. That's just a basic definition for the scientific method. That's just my first question.
Mike, can I respond to that?
Yes.
You'll
Well, I
notice-
do want to say because I understand that I'm not. It's not necessarily describing the relationships and how they would be applied to different areas of like what we call
No,
science, like, you know.
I was going to say something else
Okay.
in addition to that. You see, it says the system of, right? That bit means that it refers to more than what comes next, because it's asking you to look at the entire historical sequence. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm saying, yeah, everything that is contained in this, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Everything.
So therefore, you can't use it as a definition of the scientific method by only picking the parts that it mentions later.
Oh, well, I understand that. Well, you have to use the whole thing.
Right, but it doesn't mention the whole thing necessarily because it's referring to. Read the first part again.
Yes, a method of procedure consisting. A method of procedure. Well, that has characterized natural science. So it's a method of procedures, which these procedures obviously change when you go to different subjects.
Right, but it says that it's characterized natural sciences since, so it doesn't specify the entire procedure. So even though it mentions the other parts of the procedure, allegedly, I mean, there are issues with even this, but we'll go with this sort of idea of the scientific method. That definition doesn't entail that it mentions everything about the scientific method.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm just saying if something's gonna be, like, say, subjected to the scientific method, it's at least gonna hit all of these, at least key parts, right?
Right. But let me offer an analogy. It's rather like saying, I know a guy called John Smith, and you say, who's John Smith? And I say, John Smith is the man in that shop over there. Let's say that Walmart, and I give you an address, specific address, who happens to have blue eyes, blonde hair, and is wearing a clown's outfit. Now, that doesn't tell you everything about John Smith, right? There could be multiple people with blue eyes, blonde hair, and a clown outfit that are not John Smith. So
Okay,
it's the
yes, I
same
understand
thing.
that, but like that's kind of the whole point of the scientific method. This is applied to hypotheses.
But that response right now shows you just didn't understand what I just said, or you.
No, yes, I
respond-
understand. It's not.
Well, don't cut me off, please. You're doing cut off again. That's what got me annoyed last time, but I'm not going to get annoyed if you do it this time. The point is that what you just responded with didn't show that you were responding to me, to what I just said.
Well, no, my response is my response. I guess you're just not accepting my response.
No, I accept that that's the response you gave, but it doesn't seem to be relevant to what I just said.
Well, I'm saying I agree with what you're saying, but I am also adding that this is only applied to hypotheses. That's kind of the whole point of the scientific method. We use the scientific method to excel hypotheses to a theory. That's like, the highest point you can get. You agree with that?
Yeah, but the point is that not all the parts of the scientific method are applied to hypotheses.
Well, then how is it going to be excel to a theory?
Well, for example, observation is not, quote, applied to a hypothesis.
It doesn't have to be. I understand that. Because hypotheses can be modified. They can be applied later.
No, but you just said applied to hypotheses. No.
No,
So,
all
so
of
you
this
just
is
said it doesn't have to be. Now that seems to be inconsistent now.
well, no, your hypotheses can be nonsense. It doesn't matter what your hypothesis is. I mean, I mean, imagine. I would imagine you can't go far if it's, your hypothesis is just nonsense. But I mean, the whole point of the hypotheses in the scientific method is that you continue to modify your hypotheses.
Right, but that still doesn't explain why what you said is seemingly inconsistent. And by the way, for everybody, I'm sort of just winging it. We'll go with this idea that there is a general scientific method that can be broadly categorized, and that science involves evidence and blah blah blah, and all of those assumptions to a particular kind of philosophy of science. I know that there's other views. Okay, anyway.
May I ask Spoken what he thinks the difference between a hypothesis and a theory is?
A theory has been rigorously tested and is essentially proven, even though we can't say it's proven because science can't necessarily prove something with 100% certainty. But it's essentially like, you know, a hypothesis that has been rigorously tested, and the scientific method has been applied rigorously. And generally, I mean, with our modern science and everything, the way we do things, we use the peer review process so that other people can test these hypotheses that have been modified rigorously, and it's modified and tested, and it's been, you know, you can just do it in a lab because other people are able to replicate it. That's how you can tell, you know, it's a really good theory. So yeah, that's essentially, I think that's answering your question.
Go ahead, Nootropic.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
What did you say?
Go ahead, Nootropic.
Why are you putting me on the hot seat, mastermind? Dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 Nootropic. Now you need to respond.
Difference between hypothesis and theory.
Oh, you want me to answer that?
Well, I mean, you could either respond to what Spoken said about it, or which is what I was thinking you were going to do, or comment on it yourself.
Well, I will comment on it if there's an attempt to differentiate. He's more or less right. A theory is a hypothesis that has survived extensive testing, internal and external testing. So the internal will be rational testing, and external will be empirical testing.
And I would just add a third category, and maybe we could add the third category, which is to say, what's a law then?
Oh, yeah, I don't really make that distinction. I mean, sure, that law could be a generalization, and yeah, those are not fast and loose terms. I mean, you can make the distinction.
No,
but you know what's relevant here is this. So, under this idea of philosophy of science, and I know this is controversial, right? What happened last time is Spoken said, well, you can't have evidence for common ancestry, because to have evidence for common ancestry, you would have to take a flatworm or some organism, let's say, and then do some tests on it for millions of years and see it evolve, or see its ancestors evolve, or descendants, sorry, evolve. And then you would have evidence, and only then would you have scientific evidence for a common ancestry. But since we don't have that for you know, the map of common ancestry, it's not science. That's what he said.
Well, that was an example. Welcome. I'm sorry. Well, I use that as like one version of a test that could be run. If there are tests that have been ran, and they're, like, you know, different, because there are many different ways to run experiments. And then I would, because I never said that you can't have the evidence. I specifically asked, what is the evidence that shows that a direct relation between us and the ancient flatworm 550 million years ago? And has this as an evidence been put through the scientific method, like, you know, over and over again? You know what I mean?
But that's not what I remember. I remember you saying that because there isn't that specific kind of evidence, then there is no evidence. Then there is no scientific evidence. That's what I remember. Now you're saying, well, let me finish. Now you're saying, well, you know, that could be one way of having evidence that isn't there, but it's not the only way of having scientific evidence. But that's not what you said last time.
Well, that's why I said I asked last time, just like I'm asking now, what is the evidence? Like, what is the evidence?
Well, I said that, I can't fill in all the, it'd be pretty complicated, internal, external testing, so consisting and operating on, what we know from the fossil record, what we know about DNA and so on. I don't have the full map to fill all that in. Right?
But it is multiple lines of evidence, though, right?
Yeah, I don't have the map. I'm not some guy who's even, looked at evolution in grand detail. Unlike George Taylor over here, who's an expert, right, Jack? Are you there, Jack?
Well, I would just say, like, so if we don't have the entire map, and we don't have it all figured out, you know what I mean? We may be wrong about some things when we discover something later. How can we then? I don't have to accept this hypothesis as fact, then, personally.
Well, no, because, under this, we're operating under a sort of limited philosophy of science. I don't think Jack holds to this. But, no, because, that's the whole point of science. This is not infallible knowledge, and it's open to correction. So just because it's possible that you could find something that disconfirms it doesn't mean that it's not a scientific theory.
Now, as Matt described so eloquently, Matt Bell, theory.
Well, no. Here's the thing. You mean you're right? Something, but I'm saying something can come along later and kind of. Oh, I'm sorry.
Or that that theory is still not correct within the limits found, right? And
right. I'm just saying. So because it's not airtight, I don't have to accept it as fact.
Within limits, I think you do. Yes.
Well, here's the
Why?
thing. In your,
I have to take a leap of faith then.
Okay. Well, spoken in your, in your way of knowing things. Do you not accept this way of thinking, and you accept facts, but not that they are absolutely true, but they are true as far as you know them? So
absolutely. Like I would say
hang on,
that, like
let me give
I
you an
have.
example. Hang on.
No, but I was going to give you an example because I was saying.
Well, I didn't finish.
Well, the answer is yes.
Let me
but go ahead.
Well, let me finish first, right? So, for example, a detective piecing together evidence, he comes to a conclusion, right? And it's not 100%.
I'm sorry,
I believe.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, like a detective, he comes to a conclusion from pieces of evidence. It's not 100%. It's not infallible, but it's still a fact in the sense that he believes it's true and he has some justification for it. It's not absolute, it's not infallible, but it's some, right? And you do this all the time, right? So, for example, you look for pieces of evidence for things and you come to conclusions. You do this all the time, unconsciously, even in everyday life.
Absolutely, but I don't have to accept someone else's hunches.
Well, nobody's asking you to accept the hunches.
Well, exactly, but that's what I'm saying. So the theory of evolution and the fact that we, in the common descent, that we came from a flatworm, that's a hunch.
Well, it would be at the if it was just at the hypothesis stage, but how do you know it's just only at the hypothesis stage and all of this evidence I haven't finished yet. You keep interrupting me. Like, how many times? Right? Yeah, this is why I get annoyed. So how do you know?
You never really give me a chance to fully flesh out what I'm saying, but go ahead.
Well, I let you finish, and then I let you talk, and then there's a sufficient pause, which I assume means that you finished. So I don't know why you're saying you never let me finish. I don't get it. Right. So again, how do you know that the body of evolution, the work of evolution, is just stuck at the mere hypothesis stage?
Well, that's why I'm asking for evidence, because as far as I know, there is no evidence for it. But if I am presented with evidence, then I'm willing to change my mind. I'm open-minded to it, but I still haven't seen the evidence.
Okay, but that's different to your position earlier, which is not that you don't have any evidence as far as you know. You made a broader claim. You said there is no evidence.
I never said there is no evidence.
I'm pretty sure I heard you say that.
No, you assumed that I said that, but I only asked what is the evidence. That's all I've ever asked.
Well, last time you said that there is no evidence. It's
I
not
did not say
scientific.
that last time. The only thing I ever said last time was, and I went back and watched it this morning. The only thing I said was, "What is the evidence?" I was asking a question.
Okay, well, I don't have a full detailed map of the evidence. You'll have to go and consult an evolution textbook. Okay, I don't have it. I don't know enough about evolution. I'm ignorant of evolution.
Well, that's why I'm posing the question to everyone.
Maybe George Taylor can help you. He knows lots about evolution.
Because my next
mean
question
bi-
would be, has
bi-
this evidence been put through the scientific method?
Yeah. You mean biological evolution?
You're kind of staticky. What was that?
You mean biological evolution?
No, I'm talking. Well, I mean, I guess essentially the 550 million years ago, the species that were flatworm, ancient flatworms, evolved into over 550 million years or whatever, into what we are today. And I want to know what evidence we have of that.
So, presumably, given that you're asking that yourself, you're actually agnostic about whether there is or isn't evidence, right?
Yes.
So you actually think that there could be evidence, right?
Absolutely.
It's not that you don't think there is evidence. You think that there could actually be evidence for evolution.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, I do.
And hence that there could be evidence that we have common ancestors and so on and so forth, and hence that Adam and Eve didn't really exist.
Yes, I do. I am agnostic to that. I'm open-minded to the evidence.
So you're genuinely agnostic.
I want to follow the evidence where it leads.
Okay. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am a Christian.
Are you a creationist Christian?
Yeah, I believe God created the earth, but I don't know how He did it. Or I believe God created the whole universe, excuse me, but I don't know how He did it. I just believe that He existed outside of the universe. I don't know how to explain that. And yeah, that's just what I believe. But I wouldn't make the knowledge claim that I know that it happened or that's true.
Well, let me know when we get back to the fish. When we get back to the you guys discussed at length 2 types of fish, and I was hoping to, I was trying to get on to ask a question about the difference between this mono blah 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 versus bi blah 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 fish in the process of evolution. Maybe Charles. Can anybody remember that? Steve was talking about it. And you guys seemed...
Not really. I don't think you're giving enough of a description.
Well, what I was wondering about the fish is that some fish have, they have a binocular vision, eyes on either side of their head. Some of them are born that way, and then like flatfish will then flatten out, and then its eyes seem to be more centralized. So they've got what I would actually call like human binocular vision, not focused on 2 fields of visions, but on a central field of vision. And I was wondering if that was the is it right to use the word adaptation or evolutionary trait that differed, made that type of fish differ from the other, or if I had the archetypes totally wrong.
Right, as I did see something about why flatfish do what they do. Oh yeah, that's it. No, can't remember. I know that the eye came round.
Okay, I missed that part. I was trying to fill in the blanks. Thanks, you guys. And I've been looking on Google, and I'm not finding anything. Actually, my searches aren't yielding anything.
There's a Richard Attenborough documentary on it.
A what?
Richard Attenborough.
Rich
Good.
Rich Kattenberg?
Attenborough.
Oh, got it. Thank you, sir.
Or Burrow.
Yeah. Is Spoken still here?
I am. I'm sorry. I'm sending a quick work email. One moment.
Okay. So I'm not trying to trap you. I'm not doing a George Taylor here. I'm just curious to know what your view. I mean, if you're a creationist, right? So do you believe in a literal Adam and Eve?
I do, yes.
Okay. Well, isn't that inconsistent with what evolution says?
I agree. It is inconsistent.
Okay. Well, I mean, I suppose if it's inconsistent, then you can't be agnostic about evolution. You have to say that this part of evolution you wouldn't agree with.
Well, like I try to be like. I mean, while I am a believer, I accept that I believe on faith, but that shouldn't stop me trying to find absolute truth. Because if I find some truth that destroys my faith, I'd rather have the truth than a false faith. You know what I mean?
I get that, but if you actually believe that there's a literal Adam and Eve, that is inconsistent with at least human evolution.
I'm not necessarily sure I agree with that, but I mean that's fine. I am cool with that. I understand that it is doesn't hold up with what we have in terms of science. You know what I mean? I understand that.
Well, I'm not sure how you can say I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm not going to push it. I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just wondering why you would say you're agnostic, because it doesn't seem consistent, that's all.
Well, I mean, when I only say I'm agnostic because I'm open-minded to hearing the evidence and being convinced. I'm not closed-minded on it.
Good.
Okay.
Because why would a person care whether if God made Adam out of mud, dirt, biblically? Why would you care what God made us? How we arrived at what we are today? Why would there be any hubris or perceived human fucking pride that why would somebody even dare to pass judgment on God if that could be the way that he did things using perfectly natural evolution? How's any different from making Adam out of mud? Please.
That's actually really well said.
Well, I want to add one more thing. I know you've got two people to answer. You don't have to answer this. It's just I'm just thinking out loud. So what I'm saying is then you wouldn't describe yourself, or you shouldn't describe yourself as agnostic. You should rather describe yourself as a person who's open to correction.
Well,
right?
yeah, essentially, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
agnostic
okay.
to the idea, but I guess I'm open to being convinced. That's a better way to put it. You're right.
Open to correction. Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the earlier issue that yesterday we had, where you said this is the scientific method, and I gave you the example of me doing the scientific method in the room, and I said, is that the scientific method? And you said that's a very poor example of the scientific method, and I said I disagreed. I said it's not that it's poor; it's actually that that is not using the scientific method.
Well, it just means that the conclusion is false.
Well, that's where we disagree.
Or the conclusion doesn't logically follow. Excuse me, I have to correct myself.
Well, according to that scheme of the scientific method, there is no logically follow in it. It's not a deductive argument. It's not an inductive argument. At best, let me finish. Hear me finish. At best, it's an abductive argument after the process is done. That it can be formulated as an abductive argument, if you know what one of those is.
Well, I mean, the whole point is the scientific method is simply just the process. That's all it is. I'm just defining what the process is. That doesn't actually talk anything about the relevancy of, say, the hypothesis or the actual test. Or I'm just talking about the actual method of how, the process.
Could you explain what an abductive argument is for me?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with the word abductive. Abductive? Okay, no, I'm not sure.
No, nootropic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, an abductive argument, there's a little bit of controversy over this, but it's all virtually synonymous with argument to the best explanation. That is that you have a bunch of things and you have a set of possible explanations, and you use a set of criteria to select the best explanation according to those criteria.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. Well, yeah. But I think our whole problem was what I was talking about was simply just giving the definition for the process itself. How people actually use the process, they can use it or abuse it just like any other tool. But the whole point was I was defining what the tool was itself.
Right. Well, I don't think you were defining the tool itself, because as I said, that the definition that you gave involves a referent that suggest that there's something extra other than the list of the parts that you mentioned, because it says that was in use since the 17th century, blah blah blah, which is analogous to, you know, what I said about Jim Jones or whatever, John Smith at Walmart, that you know he has blue eyes and blonde hair and he's a clown outfit. Those three features at least, but it doesn't tell you any other features, right? So it doesn't mean that everybody who has blue eyes, blonde hair, and a clown outfit is in fact John Smith, or even a John Smith type, we could say. That would be a better analogy, right? And what I was trying to illustrate was, well, I haven't finished yet. What I was trying to illustrate was that those parts, they don't just, those parts such as systematic observation, it's not just systematic observation of anything or experiment of anything. They have a relationship to each other. That's what I was trying to show you. That's
Right,
why
they
you
have a
can't
method
just
of
do anything.
procedures, right?
Yes, but it's a specific method. It's not just any old
that's-
method of procedure.
But that's depending on the subject.
Well, no, there's some subject independence as to what that procedure is. It's
Well,
it's not
exactly.
actually a procedure. It's more like a web, a process
It's
that's
no,
ongoing.
it's a method of procedure. That's perfect. Because the procedures may change and the methods may change, but at the end of the day, it is a method of procedures.
No, my point is you can't just do that procedure in any old order.
I know. That's why they say
Yeah.
it's a method. It doesn't give a strict definition of what the method is. It's just saying that it is a method of procedures. Because
So
all
then
the scientific method is more than one procedure usually. It's a
But then-
method of procedures.
If it doesn't give that specification, which might be given by reference by the first part that it's used in science, blah blah blah,
Oh dear Lord.
then it doesn't give the full process, does it?
It does, because it's telling you it's a method of procedures consisting in systematic observation, measurement, and experiment, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypotheses.
Now you see that you said, dear Lord. Now this is where the problem is, right? This is where I think you didn't understand. It seems to me, my
Okay.
example of John Smith, right? If I said that there is, let's give another example. If I said that there is a uniman, right? There's a kind of man called a uniman. There's lots of unimen possible, right? It's not as specific. And I'll say a uniman is any kind of man that exists in these kinds of buildings, and it wears a clown outfit and has blue eyes and blonde hair. Now, clown outfit, blue eyes, and blonde hair specify three things about the uniman, but they don't specify everything. The rest of the specification is given by reference to the fact that they exist in this kind of building.
So you would use the scientific method to
Do-
modify
you
your
get-
hypothesis, right?
No, forget. That's the analogy. You get the analogy.
I get the analogy. That's why I'm asking my follow-up question. Because what you're talking about, you're just presenting a hypothesis. That's fine.
No,
Incomplete
I'm not
hypothesis.
presenting the
That's
hypothesis.
fine. What you do with the incomplete hypothesis is you use the scientific method to flesh it out.
I'm not presenting a hypothesis.
You just said this is a hypothesis.
No, I didn't. You weren't listening.
Well, I have. This has been recorded, so.
Yeah, you play it back. It's meant to be an analogy to explain why your definition of the scientific method that you gave doesn't specify all the parts of the scientific method, but does point to them by reference to the first part.
That's the whole point. It references all the points of the scientific method. That is what
No,
this
I
is.
just
the
said it
definition.
doesn't reference all the points of the scientific
What's
method.
missing?
The relationships between the parts.
But that's the method of procedures.
That doesn't specify the method of procedure.
It doesn't have to. It changes from subject to subject. This is a
That-
definition of the process. The process can then be applied to different subjects in different ways. That's why it's a method of procedures.
I don't think you understand. I think you're capable of understanding, but I think you don't want to understand. That's the best I'm suspecting. That's not an ad hominem. That's just my suspicion. So
Yeah,
I don't know
whatever.
how to proceed beyond that, really. Look,
Well, do you disagree with what I'm saying?
yeah, I think you're just confused, frankly.
No, well, are you disagreeing with what I'm saying though?
Well, no, but what you're saying is
Yes. Okay.
irrelevant to
So,
what I'm
well, tell
saying.
me if you disagree with. Tell me if you
Well,
just
you cut
disagree
me
with this.
off
All right.
again. Why do you keep cutting me
Walk with
off?
me here. Walk with me. Walk with me. A method of I'm telling you this. The scientific method. Okay.
Yeah.
This definition I gave you. It doesn't say anything about the process. It doesn't say anything about the hypotheses that is being used, right? Because what I'm giving you a definition of is just the process itself that is called the scientific method. Like you're with me here, right?
Yes, but it
Okay.
doesn't give the full specification
Well,
of the general method. Here we go with your interruption.
no, I'm sorry.
Here
No,
we
go
go.
ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm more interested. Why are you so impulsive to interrupt me? You can
Well,
play the
come on,
There was
recording
a
back.
brief pause.
Wait. I'm interested because you've done
I'm
this.
not,
No,
Newt.
don't
You're
change the
fucking
subject, man.
lollygagging
Why do
around
you do
like a
that?
Lilliputian sometimes. Fucking
Hang
A,
on,
Newt. You
no,
clear the room.
This
with
is
this
really
fucking
interesting. Why do you do that?
So a method of procedures like
No,
the
why do you
process.
do that? Why do you do that, Spoken?
I'm not going to let you change the subject because I feel that's a form of running, and I find that as a form of weakness. I'm not going to let you do that.
I didn't know that I was running from something, and I didn't know you could read my mind that you think it's a weakness.
Well, okay, so let's continue the conversation. Let's try to continue this.
Why do you think it's running and a weakness?
So,
See,
would you say?
why do you say these things?
Well, because you're changing the topic. Would you say that what we label as science, like hey, we say, hey, this like chemistry, what they've done in the lab there, that's science. Should we call everything that we label science? Should it be subjected to the scientific method? The process of the scientific method.
Well, you can call this running, but I've lost my patience with you. I don't think you understood. I've virtually answered the intent of your line of questioning. So anyone else can have a talk to this guy. I think that the best way to proceed would actually be if I drew some diagrams and stuff, and if I was there with you face to face.
Could I just try maybe saying something like,
Sure, go ahead.
would you accept Spoken that the scientific method was first developed under Islam?
I have no idea. And I don't know if I don't know if the version they use in Islam or the origins of the definition of scientific method or anything like that. But I don't know. I don't know much about the origins of that definition or how it's been modified over the years.
I would say that Islam or Muslims did not invent the scientific method, if that's the contention.
Right. Well, I mean, when you say invent, I mean, that's a loose word. I'm kind of saying that they wrote down and codified. They codified.
Oh well, yeah, they had some like how could we call it, like the prequel to the scientific method, but it has been heavily how do you call it, modified by Bacon, I think it's called. I was actually just talking a few days back on Pal Talk to Muslims about this exact thing, and what the Vig article says, which has legitimate citations many times, 3 citations per quote, to legitimate sources, basically says it's Greeks first, right, who developed sort of first notions. Then on the basis of that, Muslims hire Christian translators to translate into Arabic. Then they developed a sort of proto-scientific method. Then later on it was further developed by Christians in the medieval ages, and later on in the sort of Renaissance by Francis Bacon into the scientific theory that we scientific method that we now know. But even that is not exactly right, because it's been modified and added, and right it is
right over the years and stuff.
If you were to describe, I mean, what I know is the proto-hypothetico-deductive method, right? This little flowchart that people are brainwashed with at school. Make a do some of it, make a hypothesis, and it goes round and round in a flowchart. That's very naive because the actual process involves actually a web. It's not a flowchart, and but nevertheless, some scholars conclude that Ibn Haytham came up with the proto-scientific, a proto version of the hypothetico-deductive method.
Mm.
But the full-blown, let's say the process that might happen if you took, say, chemistry now, it's more like a web anyway. And if you look at, a website like, what is it, Berkeley, they have a good article on there that it is in fact a web. And it's not like a little flowchart that goes around and around. That doesn't really, it's not as accurate as the web in terms of what actually happens.
Right, okay. So what's the contention here in the first place? Was the topic, well, let's say not too far, was saying that Christianity should be credited with something?
No. I was just pointing out in a kind of tangent way, that Islam has given us some interesting ideas and has refined in many ways the Western model before we got it.
I would
dispute that.
Yeah. Well, the total abolition of all religions, including especially Islam and Christianity, are very high priority betterment. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say Islam has given. I'd say some Muslims have contributed.
Yes.
That's a very important distinction.
No, I didn't say.
I didn't say you said that.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Simon said that.
That's what I said.
I know you didn't say, Nadia. I know you didn't.
Total abolition of Islam and Christianity.
Right.
We're
I didn't say
Simon.
you said that. I was talking about what Simon said, Nadia. So because we don't say that, if a Christian or a secular humanist contributes to science, we don't immediately attribute it to Christianity or secular humanism.
Right.
So we shouldn't do the same with Islam.
I would definitely give some credit to the people themselves, absolutely, but I don't see a logical connection between Islam, especially, where, for fuck's sake, for the most part of its existence, Islam has been correlated more with the backwardness and just the vapid emptiness, right, of scientific inquiry.
No. There was a period.
Yeah,
Not really. No, not really.
Was
not
it
Islam.
until like 17th century or something thereabouts that there was a pretty hard...
Okay. You're thinking of the Muslim Golden Age, right? And that is hard to attribute to Islam. You can attribute to the individual.
No, Islam actually set it back.
Well, there's contradictory statements in Islam, and there's contradictory teachings to science. There've been imams in the Golden Age who were saying that mathematics is essentially evil.
Well, it is.
The number 0 is evil because it supposes something from nothing.
Math is evil? Oh, snap.
Simos agrees with me. Yes, maths is very evil, isn't it? Come on, you agree that it's just fucking evil.
I agree. You got that one right.
Math is evil.
But nonetheless,
We're
I
joking.
think there was basically the artistic restrictions within Islam developed a more mathematical style of art, which allowed mathematics to flourish.
It depends about which Islam you're talking about. You see, that's another issue, right?
Wait, so if 2 plus 2 equals 4, is that evil?
We're talking about what Muslim clerics at a certain age considered maths to be, right? And so, I mean, Simon, it depends. This is really a nuanced topic, right? Because you cannot think of Islam as this monolithic thing, right? There are different interpretations, different schools. You can point me to the Golden Age and say, look, here's under Islam, science flourished. Well, if you look at it, you see that it's just particular rulers who are really pro-science and really liked it. And there is the astrology that they also liked, and they dabbled in some sort of astrological findings and use that in their sort of religion or life aspect. On the other hand, you can look at some other clerics who would say that science is evil and there's no need to investigate really more. We have all we need in our salvation, etc., etc. So it's hard to really determine. So I would argue against anybody who would say that you can attribute the quote-unquote Muslim golden age or Islamic golden age to Islam itself. It's really hard.
Yeah,
If you look deeper, you
okay.
see other. If you see other,
Okay.
sorry, you see other factors, a lot of other factors to Islam.
Sure. I'm not saying it's as simple as that. I'm just saying that that's the general overview. And I
Sure.
think that for the reason, firstly for the reason I gave, and secondly for the spread, just like within Christianity, of literature and literacy. Right?
Yeah, but
Well,
it's a byproduct, right, with the literacy thing,
it's a
with Christianity.
byproduct.
That
I agree.
so it's hard
but
to attribute this like.
well, I don't think it's hard to, because there are particular examples, like Baghdad in the 8th, 9th century, like North Africa and Spain later on in 16th century.
Right, but then
where-
again, you can find parchments that are rewritten by clerics, Muslim and Christians, parchments of old Greek knowledge, old Greek science, because they didn't consider this to be valuable, right? So on the other hand, you have examples where they totally shit on stuff.
they really did consider it to be valuable, more valuable than the Christians did.
Some did.
Right, and
Others didn't.
we received most of the complete work, or we received extra works, say, of Aristotle, right, through Spain and through
From Muslims.
from Muslims, right?
Yes.
So,
But that's
I mean,
hard to attribute to Islam again. I mean, what is there in Islam that sort of makes it more likely that you will pass along knowledge of pagan
Well,
cults? That's
like I
even
said,
back
there's-
against Islam.
Well, no, like I said, it's art. It's the art.
Well,
The
yeah,
defining rules of the art give you a specific tint towards how you do art, and it becomes much less interpretation and much more mathematical.
Maybe art. Sure, I'm not sure about the art part actually. Maybe.
Look,
Uh,
there's no doubt that there were Muslims in the past who contributed to what we would call the fields of human knowledge now. But the issues when somebody says under Islam, what does that mean? It suggests that somehow that Islam was the cause or was a contributing cause, and that could be disputed. And then it somehow suggests that that there was some aspect of Islam that contributed to the cause that was explicitly so. That it was actually directing them rather than it was just an accidental cause and some gigantic psychosocial web of causes. And again, that's questionable.
right, and there's also the issue of would this be still achieved? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I don't think I was going that far with it, but I was certainly saying that the culture under Islam, which Islam affects, in several noticeable incidences, led to a particular bent.
Yeah, but
I
what
want
is
to
the
comment
Islam
on that.
culture?
I want to comment on that.
Towards
Many of these contributors, they had patrons of the basically the rich kings and rulers, and that wasn't about Islam. That was about the ruler wanted to appear to have a gigantic penis. That's a metaphor. I think you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
And so he he commissioned this. He wanted to encourage arts and culture because it makes him look good. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was something that was caused by some directive in Islam.
Right, then it's also the thing of what is an Islamic culture, right? Because you look at the world back then, even today, it's really broad, right? There's so many Islamic, or at least what we could call an Islamic culture. There's the Moroccan, Egyptian, Israel, Iraqi, I don't know, Saudi, So, and there are different aspects. Some of them are pro-science, some of them are not exactly. Some of them are somewhat secular, some are not at all secular, right? So it's hard to pin down and attribute, something to, oh, this is the Islam and some kind of Islamic culture.
I think just kind of. I agree with what you say that it's difficult, etc., etc. But I think in this instance, or the instance that I'm pointing out, I don't think that's as far away as you guys are making it out to be. I think there is a direct link in this instance between not representing the human natural form in art and that being restricted to the type of art that you can do.
Okay,
That
yeah,
art
sure. I agree
is-
with that. I can agree with that. Yeah, I can
So,
agree with that.
So that naturally leads you to study things like repetitive shapes and whatever, geometry.
But is this from Islam? Like, I didn't recall anything of that
Yeah.
teaching in Quran or Hadith.
Yeah. I mean, there's a prohibition against making images of organisms.
Or organisms, like
Yeah, trees. Well,
organisms?
basically, yeah. Well, not in our sense of bacteria, because they didn't know about those, right? We're talking about trees and living things, basically, living things that they could see. So animals.
How
and
does
plants.
this lead to what?
Well, it
Oh,
doesn't directly lead to that, what Shamo says, but it kind of narrows down
Jeez.
what you can do. Oh, sorry, shit, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, fuck. I'm going to flagellate myself for that. I'm so
Look, bro.
sorry, Sam. Oh, my
Look,
God.
bro.
Oh,
You know,
I'm telling
fuck
you,
the Islam
I'm so
discussion.
sorry.
We have to think about why
that's
did
the
you call
worst
this Davis?
thing. Oh, my God.
Yeah, hey,
Okay,
dude,
well, you
calm
know what I'm
down,
saying.
dude. All right, calm
Please
down,
forgive
dude.
me, please.
All right, bro.
Will you forgive me?
All right, bro.
All right, you forgive me. Okay, great. So
Of course I did.
yeah. So it does narrow down what sort of art you can do. So then it forces art down a more abstract route. Now that
But
doesn't hang on. That doesn't by itself, end up that you're going to study geometrical art, but it makes it more likely.
Yeah, but I think that's one of the byproducts, right? This is just a there's no reason to even think that this was the intention.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely not the intention, right?
So this is more of an accident. I mean,
Intention, but it's the byproduct, right? It's a consequence of living in an Islamic culture where
Right,
there
but-
are restrictions on
Well,
what
if
you
it's-
can't do.
sorry, but if it doesn't have any intent, right? It's kind of like an accident. It's kind of like, I don't know, crediting Hitler for making an accident, saying, "Look, Hitler helped."
It's the same thing we do with Protestantism and spreading literacy, right? Christianity spread literacy, all right, not because it wanted everybody to be able to read and write, but because it was a convenient way to control people, right?
Right, but I would be really careful to attribute this to Christianity or give it any credit at all, right? This wasn't in.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because
I
without
would
it, we would
use the
still
term
have it.
credit. I would say that it was a cause and it wasn't necessarily directed. It wasn't
Right, but
directed, right?
Right, what we're just talking about is causes that don't have to have intent for this. For
Yeah, it
this
wasn't
property of for
Yeah.
this property of literacy which we value. If it's just
Right.
about counting the causes, then we should also count natural causes and the barbarians, Attila the Hun, because they caused the society to be the way it is.
Yeah.
Hitler, sorry to bring Hitler again. But I mean the Aztecs. I'm going to compare Simon to Hitler right now because
Could you do it with Stalin, please? Just because I've got the
Simon is like Stalin because he credits Christianity. You see, something.
Yeah, I don't mind crediting Christianity in that way. Right? That's because I don't see it as being something that wouldn't have happened otherwise. I just see it as.
But it could. Of course. Oh wait, sorry, I'm missing it. Did you say that?
Yeah,
it couldn't happen otherwise?
Yeah, I don't see it as that it would not have happened otherwise.
Right.
I see it that was a rapid way for it to spread.
Yeah, but that would probably happen no matter what religion is on top, right? Because a good way to spread ideas is to write them down, and you need to educate people for reading. So if Islam would win, if I don't know some blah 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 religion has won, so for me,
not necessarily.
Not all of them, of course, but a certain plot.
Not necessarily,
right?
because there could have been if there was an oral religion, there wouldn't have been necessarily any need to develop literacy to spread it.
Isn't Christianity also? Is it the Bible just means the gospel, right? Or good news, right?
Well, it ended up as a book.
Near to it. Let's just pick that apart because that's a really good example. where in under Catholicism, of course, the Mass was in Latin and not the language, right? So, of course, people didn't understand the Bible because they didn't understand Latin and certainly couldn't write it. So that's why I
Not
mentioned
true.
Protestantism to do
Not
with
quite true,
spreading.
Simons. As long
That's
as
why
they were able to print missalettes, you would have the
Yeah.
Latin on page 1, and then the next page would have the English. So you would read it
Not-
and do the you would do the of course the prayers everything would be in the Latin, but you would at least have the translation of it that accompanied it.
Sorry, Oji.
Certainly,
Yeah, sorry,
printing became prevalent.
Sorry, Oji. I'm talking about a time before English existed.
Oh yeah, okay, understood.
Yeah,
Like I have to say, this is an interesting discussion, but I don't find it really like an issue. I'm not prepared to throw.
I do.
You know,
I do. I'm ready to throw the bomb on Nadia right now. I'm going to say how many atheist universities, how many atheist orphanages, how many atheist hospitals, how many atheist soup kitchens, and corporal works of mystery is history replete with?
Damn, you see, God must exist, Nadia. I'm kidding. But
I didn't advance that argument, but
I know. I'm
at
just
all long ways from that. But
Well, so yeah, I mean, this just comes down to what we're talking about, what we mean by credit then, right? Because I don't mean to say that Christianity is any more true because it spread literacy.
Oh, I was going like for even lower standard of credit. That is to somehow be thankful in any way to Christianity for that, because I wouldn't.
Well,
Jack
you
was
can,
talking
and
about a
that's-
movie that's coming out, a Scorsese
Hang
movie.
on a minute, okay, let me just finish this topic a second. Yeah, so yeah, I think we can because, like I'm saying, with the art, all right, it's the restrictions on the art that led to a more geometrical view of how things should look.
Right,
That
but,
naturally sends the mind. That naturally sends the mind down the mathematical route.
but that assumes that somebody intended to do that, right? And we
No,
cannot
no,
really
no.
assume
He's
that.
not saying anything about intent.
Necessarily, they just said we don't want the natural form, right?
I'm sorry, I
Because
misspoke. What I meant to say is that this is not intentional, right? Thus,
Yeah.
it's hard for me to credit it, no more than, let's say, me crediting the series of hurricanes and earthquakes that are also a cause of shaping our society the way it is. Okay, throughout history, these hurricanes, these disasters, is one of the things that led to a society, our civilization, to be what it is.
I've got you. So I think then the difference then is that what I'm saying is that because these particular events, like spreading of literacy, are so important to civilization, that they demand a special credit in that respect.
Well, I would okay, so I would rather credit this to somebody who actually thought of this and said, "Hey, look, guys, here's a good idea. We need to come with good ideas. To do that, we need to come with good ideas. We need to spread them around. To do that, we need to have language, right? So we need to teach people this language, right? I would credit a person for doing that because that is a really useful notion. But to credit somebody who's like, okay, guys, I have the truth. Anybody else who disagrees with me has to burn.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make this religion. We're gonna make this
No,
book, and we're gonna force
no.
people to learn it. And thus we have
Yeah.
to, let them, learn to read and write. And besides, like I said, we would have this scenario with any religion that would be sort of written, passed along by written language. So it's not
So-
inherent to Christianity at all.
Art. So what about this one then, Art? And what about the printing press? Do you credit the printing press for spreading literacy?
I credit humans, not objects, usually. If that's what you
Right.
meant.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of mean the invention of the printing press and then
Actually, the religion retarded literacy for many years. So actually, if they did invent the printing press, then actually it actually equals out, because they did hold society back for such a long time for fear that people would get people away from the church.
And besides, one of the first printing technologies was invented by Chinese, who were not, at least, this was 200 years ago after Jesus, when he supposedly was, born. Although I'm not sure if this was due to religious things, but I think Chinese do not tend to be as religious, even back then as religious, except maybe
Oh,
considering the emperor.
I probably disagree with you actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
They
anyway,
are.
Scorsese is about to do a movie called Silence, and I've been waiting for a while before we totally abandon this track. And it's going to talk about the early Jesuits and how they, particularly their missionary appeal to Japan. And what this movie will probably depict is kind of runs a little antithetical to what Art is saying. What you have to understand about the Jesuits is they went to Japan, they went to China, they learned the language of the people. They learned to eat the food of the people. They didn't go there to teach them language. Now, certainly they did gospel, and from that they probably brought out Latin or Portuguese or whatever tracts that they used. But they essentially, before they began proselytizing, endeavored to learn and adapt as much as possible to their culture first. So there is, in Catholic history, a rich history of honoring the cultures and customs of other nations.
So sorry, I'm not sure what is this.
This movie that is coming out is called Silence, and it's going to be about St. Ignatius of Loyola and the other early Jesuit founders, who some of their first missions were in nations, and particularly this will deal with Japan. But when they went to proselytize, they didn't go in and inculcate and infuse everybody with Western culture. They went in and learned their culture first to preserve their culture. So I want credit, at least given where credit's due. And it certainly wasn't the Catholic way. And that's why the Catholic Jesuits were loved by the Western American tribes. I hate to say it and dare say it, that the Protestant missionaries like the Whitmans and others were burned and tortured by the Indians because they didn't go in preaching fire and brimstone. They went in, adapted to their culture, ate their food with them, learned their language, and then endeavored to teach them gospel. That is the Catholic way.
Yeah,
since
pragmatism.
16th century.
Pragmatism before spirituality. That's the Catholic way.
Yes, make sure that and then also make sure that their medicinal needs are met, that they're not starving. Nobody can listen to gospel if they're standing in the rain or if they're fighting hunger. So they would try to take care of all those kind of things, first and foremost. Now, there were other conquistadors and stuff that people equate with the church that went and just slaughtered people and forced them to, like in South America, but not the missionaries so much themselves, by and large.
Right, but they didn't teach them epistemology, right?
Well, they did. They did encourage them to learn that, to change their beliefs. That's what it was all about. But it became kind of it was a seduction, but it was an effective one.
Yeah, it's a seduction. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
It can be. I'm certainly held at fault when you look at some of the outcomes.
So you think that wasn't an example of massive level of deception on the part of the Catholics?
Yeah, it could be considered deception, but it wasn't as much as going out and culture and tearing apart other cultures first and foremost. There was at least some delicacy in dealing with the cultures as they were, with some idea towards preservation and honoring the cultures that other people had.
Well, delicacy in terms of non-violence, but I would say that going out and smashing is actually more honest.
It could be, yeah. When you look at all the outcomes, hindsight's 20/20. I think you could very well be right, but it's a mischaracterization to go out and act like the Catholic missionaries went out with just a wrecking ball and armed to the teeth and expected to change the hearts and minds of men. They
isn't that what they mostly do throughout history?
It's more, I think, in European nations where there are already political wars that had gone on for centuries in play. But when they did learn, and it was an adaptive thing, it wasn't until the 16th century that they began doing this.
Well, take like America, right? Colonization of America, Africa.
Okay.
In Russia, for example, I have no knowledge at all of any pre-Christian Russian culture, any rituals that have survived, any pagan gods that have survived. Christianity just pushed that all away.
Did you say Russian, or I thought I
Yeah.
heard you American?
Russia.
Oh,
No,
okay, so
both.
Russia.
I was talking about both, like how, what's the conquistadors? They just raped the country and the people, just
South
quite
America,
literally.
Mexico.
Yeah, Africa, the same thing. So for every good example, you find, I would say,
I don't
much
know about
more
Africa. I don't know that you could point, other than their horrible teaching
slavery.
on birth control and
Well,
not
slavery.
using
I mean, in
condoms and
history.
shit.
I mean, in
Catholics had
history.
nothing to do with fucking slavery. That was
Really?
fucking verboten. That was actually just about as close to a ex cathedra pronouncement. Condemnation of slavery occurred in the 15th century. It was already held
I mean,
in
before.
disrepute for 500 years before that. But it was once the people started engaging in the slave trade in the Canary Islands. The Pope at the time came out against it with the most fucking,
Okay, I'm
horrible
not.
curse you could ever imagine towards people engaging in slave trade.
So I'm not exactly okay, sure, fine. I'm not sure what we're exactly been talking about. I thought we were talking about essentially the Catholic Church being a force for good. I could say, in history, and I would say no, not really. Pushed out a lot of cultures, a lot of times through force and brutality, or sponsoring brutality, or people who'd be happy to, convert people with brutality under some excuse, to sponsor those people, or some other times they just push out any other pre-existing cultures and traditions as pagan in favor of of their own Catholic delusion.
Now, you mentioned Russia. I thought you first said America, but then you said Russia.
I said
But
both.
wasn't that faith promulgated by that? Weren't these relatives to the Catholics in Spain and fucking Europe, the Tsars and
Yeah.
Tsarinas? And it was
Later
a
on, yes.
top-down push. Yeah, so I don't know that Catholics went in and held Russia by sword or
Oh, no.
enforced conversion.
Okay, I guess I'm expanding this to Christianity in general.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. And I think that the printing press, obviously, de facto, the fact that you could mass produce documents, I think that would have had a huge impact on civilization in general.
Right, but you would have that
would,
in a society that has like a really, like, if Christianity didn't exist and you had, like, I don't know, a very sexually open society who loved to see pictures of naked women, you would have a huge strength, a huge push to invent technology to produce this picture. So it's such an uninformative claim, I would say, to say, oh, look, this and that. I mean, we would see this development anyway, really.
Oh, somebody with a free hand gets in.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Well, hey, wait, no, broadcast.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was legit, so I first broadcasted, and then I was like, oh, wait, I don't know this person.
Yeah, I remember him. He's on from the Netherlands.
Okay.
4chan? Is he a 4chaner?
Yeah, I was going to briefly mention, what is it? There's a history of, condemnations of LGBT people. Goes back to, before Jesus, in fact, such.
All right.
Even a capital offense to be of a status like my own at the very least, ancient Israel, if not more. So,
right.
I dare say,
more examples like that.
example.
Just treatment of atheists, treatment of other religious people, treatment of pagans.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. And the same criticism falls on Catholics and other branches of Christianity alike, in my opinion.
It's funny how Christians...
Very recently declared me, or the very idea of doing what I am is more harmful to humanity than nuclear weaponry. So.
Yeah, but then then 3 weeks later he had a transgender from Australia come and stay with him at the Vatican for 2 or 3 weeks.
And he didn't explode.
No,
he didn't go nuclear.
And I dare say that the Holy Father came away a more learned man as a result of that. So
let's hope so.
Follow through on that, Nadia.
It's such BS that some guy has so much power over other people.
Yeah, I wish he knew how to use it.
Right.
I wish a bunch of fucking radical Marxists would take it over. what it means to get the word out.
Liberation theology. Yeah.
Damn right, sister.
Okay, Palm, could you? Oh, we're expecting somebody to come back.
Option for the poor, it used to be called. And that's what the school of thought this Pope comes from, by and large, which is really cool. He's from that Jesuit old franchise from the 60s.
Oh, he's a Jesuit.
Oh, liberation theology?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, our conspiracy theorists are going nuts about that, I bet.
I thought
really
they
odd
had,
because-
what is it, what is it, poster or plaque or something in Fort Bragg that bragged, like the fort name, about having, eradicated liberation theology. In fact, by the Death Squad efforts,
right.
Led by the cooperation of U.S. Special Forces.
That was the U.S.
Across Latin America, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of clerics, nuns, priests alike were slaughtered. A lot of martyrs.
The what is it, TFP, those kinds of affairs were actually favored and promoted. That's what is it? One Protestant, number two, actually extremely conservative. And Che actually, I think, knows a little bit about this, but seems to have dropped out.
Oh, you're talking about the School of the Americas and stuff too, a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that of course plays into it. Fort Bragg, as I recall, is I think is where that is headquartered, or historically it was headquartered.
Financed by Dole and Chiquita Bananas and. Hear what Jay says.
That's a different.
I threw that out. That was stupid.
Yeah, a little bit different.
You know, I watched some of President Obama's visit with Cuba. I was really fucking butthurt about that because we're sitting there criticizing, condemning him about political prisoners. And, you know, if I was him, I'd have said, what about your fucking cops shooting down black kids on the street? Get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck are you to moralize with me about political prisoners? It was just, to me, the questioning and stuff was really fucking, it makes us look stupid.
I wonder if
Like they don't
Obama
know
would
about
appreciate
our
my
faults.
joke.
I don't know if you watched any of it, Art, but the whole Cuban fucking thing, I watched about 5 minutes, and I was embarrassed. Because this is definitely some legacy building on Obama's part, but it's good shit, you know.
See, he lifts the sanctions from Cuba, right? But he still maintains sanctions against Russia. Like, what?
He hasn't lifted the embargo. I thought he had. Yeah. I thought he did a year ago. No, there's still a bunch of that is still in place. Art?
Wait,
yeah, the
Cuba?
Republicans won't do it. The Republicans won't cooperate.
On Cuba? On Cuba or Russia?
Congress. Yeah.
Cuba is what I was talking about.
Or
I don't know if they were
Warhawks or whatever.
Oh, Che took off.
Yeah, I'd like to see how Cuba would venture, you know, how it would be without the sanctions, you know.
You know, when Ludic's here, he says that Canadians go there all the time and party it up, and I had this feeling, I thought it was just a complete, like a apocalyptic kind of a wasteland. All you see are these late 50s and early 60s, you know, American cars. And but it must be, if Canadians go there to vacation, it must be somewhat developed, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, Argentina was actually getting on Obama about the dirty war affairs. Kirchner, Argentina.
What affairs?
Argentina.
Right, you mentioned some war.
I don't know much about it.
Dirty war, yeah.
What's that?
All the death squad stuff in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, what happened there? Who was sending death squads to who?
U.S.
U.S.
overthrowing
was
them,
sending.
installing dictators, sending
Banana
death squads around
Republics.
to kill communists and all that.
Oh
It's
wait, the
fucked
U.S.
up.
was sending death squads in the 70s to when is it? Wait, when
At 80s,
Argentina?
yeah.
Oh wow.
Argentina and Chile and Honduras
Right.
and everywhere.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know about that. Me and Gus was actually arguing a long time ago about the whole conflict between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. I was saying, man, yeah, but you know what, you Ruskies, dirty Ruskies are sending these forces and controlling these governments. And I'm like,
Fuck.
yeah, but you know what, U.S. is kind of to blame for the same thing. And here's a good example that you bring up, Nanya. I mean, fucking death squads. Wow.
Clock Kill Black.
Yeah, there were no such, nothing of the kind was done by the Soviet Union.
Wait, you said there's nothing of that done by the Soviet Union?
In terms of levels of aggression.
Oh, right. Okay, that'd be interesting.
U.S. Our levels of aggression, Soviet aggression pales before our aggression, but we have other words for it. We call it stabilization, quote unquote stabilization.
I wish Gus was yours, because he has a contrary view on that, and I'm not knowledgeable enough on this. I sort of don't really care to find out.
I think Gus watches a little. He's probably knowledgeable because he at least watches RT. I've heard him mention that. He may not watch it often, but at least I've heard him mention that. I'd like to hear him more about that. But I started watching RT, and I really opened my eyes up. Do you ever watch that, Nadia? Or have you ever? The Russian television? It's propaganda, but they're like right up front about it. They say, yeah, we're right out of the Kremlin. We're propaganda. We're as good as it gets, but we don't lie to you about it. We tell you how it is. Wish CNN would do the same. Gotcha. Because CNN, they can show again and again where CNN is singing off the fucking CIA and Pentagon song sheet. Again and again, you'll see it. Oh, I got company. Stepping away for a moment.
Well, he was throwing anything into Pinochet or the regime of the colonels or anything like that. Stockton? There's a speech by Stockton where he says, the casualty counts from all this, Cold War, death squad dictatorship stuff is actually substantially higher than the Holocaust. Granted, it took, well, I guess 30 years since Stockton's speech, whatever. Or at the time of Stockton's speech, it's been like only 30 years or so. It's been a while, 60 now. Maybe a little bit over. So. Am I still coming through? Okay, I'll take it as a no.
Oh, wait.
Okay. I think it was Stockton. I might be remembering the name wrong. He was a former CIA director. Testimony before Congress. Mysteriously unrelated to Iran-Contra. The death toll from the Cold War death squad dictatorship affairs were higher than the Holocaust. Am I still connected?
Yeah, I'm away from the keyboard. I hear you, Nadia. I'm away AFK for a couple minutes. But I hear you. What are you eating, by the way?
Yeah.
Cereal? Breakfast cereal?
Cereal. Yeah. Wheaties.
Wheaties.
Homogeneous and I guess fortified and all that. So. Anyway, I can always read from Robert and Price when the going gets tough or too much of the Hangout AFK.
Okay. I hear you. I'm going to look at it a little bit. I'm going to be AFK for about 3 more minutes, but I'm going to look up Robert Price.
I post a link to his text all the time. Oh, that's multiple texts, really. Yeah. Yeah, packages are supposed to be en route, and none of them are here. I see 2 for one of the roommates, but not even 1 for me. This is USPS. So I never heard of doorbell. Open the mailbox. See. Arrived at a destination facility, but doesn't actually, well, get anywhere near me. So, yeah, I'll read from Robert Price again. Yeah, if you were in the shit in New York, does not have cigarette butts. Okay. So, okay. So, one must wonder if it actually does not denigrate the achievements of a figure if his greatness is taken to hinge upon the denial of the fact he is dead. What is this? So, if is not his legacy great enough? I think I detect here a microcosmic version of the common argument. If you call it that, there must be life after death, eternal life, because otherwise life here and now would be meaningless. The answer is simple. You cannot find meaning inherent in life right now as you live it in this visible world. The addition of an infinite amount of more of the same isn't about to somehow make it any more meaningful. Add a whole string of zeros to a zero and watch what happens. Even so, if the significance of Jesus is not clear from what we can know of his earthly life, adding on a resurrected infinite life to the right hand of God is not going to lend him from importance he did not already have. Remember the hilarious sequence in C.S. Lewis's The Great Divorce, in which a Church of England bishop with a chic modernist ideas comes up from hell for a day trip to heaven, not even realizing he has been in hell. What is this? He tells his old colleague, a bright spirit among the redeemed, about the paper he plans to present to the Theological Society back home. The subject, what the mature thought of Jesus might have been like if he had not been tragically killed so young. Ghostly Bishop seems to have grasped the logic of resurrection faith more acutely than Lewis meant for his readers to see. The truth of Jesus limited his teaching to say the Sermon on the Mount. Should we be disappointed? No, Sermon on the Mount's not all that great. But a resurrected eternity of Jesus at the right hand of God in heaven adds value to that teaching that it does not already have. Ask Dr. King, Count Tolstoy, Mahatma Gandhi. And here we must recall Ritschl's caveat. If we think there is an ongoing existence of Jesus in the experience or imagination, more likely the pietist believer, and the latter becomes the real thing for the believer, overshadowing and outweighing the gospel of Jesus, supplanting any historical Jesus. Jesus seems to have said a lot more to Julian of Norwich, Thomas Kempis, Robert Boyd Munger, and even Elizabeth Clare Prophet than he did to anyone in ancient Galilee. So, it wasn't Jesus, but still. The name Jesus becomes as meaningless as Coca-Cola as soon as they change the formula. Are you still having a Coke when it is vanilla caffeine-free Diet Coke? Or, ironically, is the answer to our earlier question as to whether after 2,000 years, conscious human awareness, Jesus' mind would have changed, continues to transform, and so on. Apparently so. The pious imagination continues to attribute its fancies and judgments to Jesus that imagines to be speaking it. That risen Jesus was still available. There was a historical Jesus. He's long lost in the shuffle. Personal savior of Christianity is a product of the pietist movement of the 17th century. It didn't exist before then, but there was a tradition of ongoing prophecy in the name of the risen one. That began already in the first century, as witnessed in the book of Revelation, the Oaths of Solomon. And as Bultmann showed long ago, it was this mode of the post-mortem continuance in displaying Jesus that quickly obscured any genuine memory of what the historical Jesus might have actually said. The early charismatics drew no distinction between the quotes of Galilean sage and the oracles of the risen Savior, any more than does the authoress of the Course in Miracles. As a result, we can no longer tell what the real Jesus, if any, really said. When Ritschl warned of the danger of the living Christ experience supplanting the historical Jesus, it was too much, too late. The horse had long since gotten out of the barn, was far away. All of which is to say that even from his theological viewpoint, the Christian doctrine of the resurrection is not above criticism. Whatsoever thinks to dismiss the essays in this volume as polemical creed of Christ, haters or Bible denigrators, only making it easy for himself, giving himself a false excuse, not to give searching scrutiny to important issues of interest, equally to traditional believers, skeptics, and critical theologians. But no, come, let us reason together. Okay.
I'm calling bullshit. Because what exists still are things that he reputedly said that were written 2,000 years ago that are timeless. When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. Now enter into the home of my Father. Whatsoever you do to the least of my brothers, that you do unto me. Now that's a God I can dig. That's a concept that is perennial, inexhaustible, and uplifting. Anything more than that, I choose to look the other way. But what he really, some of his words have endured. In my mind, in the minds of a lot of people. Some people take his words to extreme, and some people do spin fantasies, some almost childlike, about this Christ figure, but his words still stand. Teach me to pray, Lord. Our Father, who art in heaven, your name's holy. You know, it's just a simple, incredibly, you ever parse the Pater Noster? And
You
look
preach
at what
about
an incredible plea that is.
Yeah.
Fuck,
In fact,
that's
there was a
timeless.
dance song, was it, Vater Unser, basically the German, that used to go around the Portland clubs by a band called A Nomine. Actually, a lot of these, what is it, goth industrial bands, whatever it is, had Christian themes or whatever.
What was the band? Did you say in Portland?
No, the band was from Portland, but
What was their? What were they called?
did get A Nomine.
A what?
A Nomine, like Latin.
Oh. A Nomine.
Yeah.
Unnamed.
So,
That's cool that you hung around Portland, girl. Some good rock came out of Portland.
oh, the longest I lived anywhere.
I'm gonna look them up.
Yeah. And well, people come over, either come over anyway or are never going to come over. So out of that, and then start up my second one anyway. Okay. Yeah, because I think these, I guess you might call them moral or whatever issues are maybe a little bit more subtle. And I personally, well, get burned by the subtleties. The least of us, well, who is us? Oh, this is kind of Rawls' what is it, Ideal Observer kind of affair that goes on with, I guess, what is it? It has an idea like the policy, whatever it is, should be set at the kind of like worst case within the policy would not be something you would deem unjust or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you are actually going through it yourself, that is. The,
Right. How would I feel?
In that respect? Oh, sorry.
I was just echoing what I felt you were saying, but I felt like a simple system
Yeah.
of justice is reflecting.
Well, it's not simple, is it?
Well, how come? What's
The,
more simple can it
reciprocity.
get?
You don't want to be more simple because it's actually demonstrably inadequate, right? Different people have different dispositions. We're not all the
Forgive
same.
us. I thought we were parsing the Our Father. Forgive us our sins as, meaning like, or in facsimile of, we forgive those who trespass against us. So it's again calling us to put ourselves in the other, potentially the victim, or the enactor's, agent's shoes. That's simple justice. To have the empathy, to put yourself in another person's shoes. Does justice get any simpler than that? To ask yourself to consider what circumstance might have led to a person's perceived slight or fault, rather than teach it with instant retaliation. Stop and consider at least what I might have done in their shoes.
Well, what are things that are good for you are not necessarily good for everybody else. So.
True that.
And that's where the flaw in this, or one of the flaws in this kind of analysis ends up coming from, and all that.
True.
There's very trouble. And you're different if you're not unlike the rest. You get burned by it pretty quick. So.
Right, because you could simply say, "Oh, I could never put myself in their shoes." I could never want a sex change operation. Therefore, you can't have one. Not if I have to pay for it. Oh no, I understand that. That's a distortion of it because that's somebody not endeavoring to put themselves in your shoes or in others' shoes, and that's what I read when I hear, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. So
hang on.
there's plenty of incentive in it for me. I get away with all the bullshit that I've played out on humanity or others, as long as I give everybody else a hall pass. And it's not quite that simple.
Can that even be done? I mean, in what sense is it you?
Realistically, no, you're right. Of course.
Disposition and personality are great. So yeah, it's got a lot of trouble with it. Yeah, looks like one of the mail deliveries today has actually already gone around, and my package did not arrive or not even attempted to be delivered. So.
That sucks. Do you get delivery notifications on your phone?
Well, I've configured them, but it's not here. It says it's actually still at some kind of post office in Manhattan.
So when you get like donations from PayPal, do they just go to a credit card, or do you have to wait for a check or something?
Bank transfer, like 3 to 5 days. Worst case, I could probably walk from the Whitehall terminal of the ferry to the interview on Monday. So might just take an hour or two. Oh, okay, 2 hours more like. It's actually low enough in Manhattan or whatever to be able to get there in a reasonable amount of time. Don't have to like walk across the Brooklyn Bridge or anything. I don't think you can walk across the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. But that would apply to Brooklyn anyway. You got the Bronx would be hell of a that. You go all the way probably to like the Willis Avenue Bridge. And then the likely spot the Bronx would have to go would be like Columbia Park, which is like the end of the line on the 6th line. Yeah, something might come through before the 25th of April. The real trick is the weather. If I'm like getting rained on, it's going to be a little bit harsh. Yeah, I should check say Monday. Yep, it's gonna rain on Sunday. Okay. Oh. Carry an umbrella and hike there in the rain.
What that gets you, it's not the
What's that?
it's the rain that gets you. It's not really the cold itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sort of works like a conductor. It takes all the heat out of your body. The water.
Yeah, I'm not too worried.
If you're ever in the wild, don't sleep on the bare ground.
Well, there really isn't much at stake. The odds of getting a job are like nil anyway.
I heard you lose about 80% of your heat through the ground, and not really actually through the air. It's a pretty interesting fact.
To the ground. That's odd.
It takes away much more heat than actually the air, any cold air would.
Try to get cleaned up or whatever. Wash my clothes, but cold enough. So anyway. Yeah. The trick is, I mean, what is a personality? What is a person that's not a collection of dispositions and all that? So by the time you start thinking, okay, well, putting yourself in the other person's shoes is trading out your dispositions or whatever, I think you're ending up a pretty serious question of whether it's actually you in their shoes if your dispositions are replaced, right? Yeah, I don't think you should. Here's the rubber first, or is this section of author play. So, okay. Kevin.
Hey Nadia.
Here.
Hey Nadia.
ahead.
Word. I just
Yeah.
sent some Easter egg money your way, and I just used the donate thing, which I've used now a few times. That's on YouTube for your channel. Hopefully it lands.
Oh, that is sweet of you. Especially because she doesn't believe in Easter.
Yeah, she can get some Easter egg dye and some eggs and have a little Easter egg hunt, or spend it on whatever you need. But eggs are healthy. I'm sure that's part of your diet.
Howdy, hillbilly. What's going on?
Here's a story about a man named Jim.
And welcome, Jim.
He stripped Ellie Mae and he threw her in the bed. Out with the zipper. I won't sing the old song. We are an Easter people, and our song is Alleluia. Yeehaw. How's that, Christian? I've been snubbed. Well, the resurrection is, to me, that's not even a deal breaker, because the word still stands. What he wrote was prolific and amazing, and more sincere and clear to me. Now, I understand the nuances that Nadia mentioned, of course, in practical terms. There are some practical things why not much of this prayerful thought that Christ implored us has surfaced, but you've got to admit that when we look at Christianity in totality, and we have done a pretty good job of analyzing some of the good and the bad, that overall it was a lot of good things occurred in the name of getting the word out. We're spreading the good news, and I point to hospitals, orphanages, soup kitchens, universities, schools, grade schools, and the pursuit of literary pursuits and endeavors. And I don't see that as just the means solely of spreading the gospel, but that was the intent of many of those missionaries, was to provide that. But it's not in totality. I wouldn't throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. Art brought up some interesting and amusing what ifs that I suppose could have had a similar effect to spreading that Christianity has, but I think that overall, by and large, that there's more to be salvaged than there is to be condemned. The resurrection, to me, that's a wonderful ideal, and if somebody feels and knows in their heart that to be true, and they have some inside information that I don't have, and that what's his name, Robert, what's his name we were just reading from, doesn't have, then glory to them or whatever. But I wouldn't go so far as St. Paul did and say that without the resurrection, nothing matters. That's a little bit extreme.
Okay, I constantly hear from Christians that how wonderful the resurrection story is and whatever, and the crucifixion. Like, to me, there are other stories that are way better.
Same here.
Like
What's
what?
that?
Like what?
Well, there was this guy who sort of, in order to prevent the war, he killed his whole family. Sort of, he killed all his family, his clan, all of them, in order to prevent the larger population from going into war and being taken advantage of eventually by other nations. And so he sort of sacrificed himself for that.
No, he didn't sacrifice himself. He sacrificed his family.
Well, yeah, did he?
Oh, he did. He killed himself also.
Yeah, but I don't see what's honorable about killing your family. They didn't have a choice in it.
No, but the problem was the larger nation was going to go to war. So the family was going to die anyway. but they were already gonna die. That was not out of the question. So all he did was spare them a lot of misery.
Well, I can see from your stance like how you could get there, being an antinatalist, but I don't get there.
Yeah, why wouldn't he? If he had faith, why didn't he wait to see if God could throw a bolt of lightning at the invading army or something?
It has nothing to do with my antinatalism, Hermine.
Okay. What is it? Because I don't see how that's how killing your family, because they were going to die anyway.
Yeah. Possibly tortured even. And being taken prisoners of war even.
How is that a better story than Christ?
Well, I don't know. Like to me, the Christ story, it's not as good as that one, I guess.
Okay.
Because I don't know. To me, like Christ did it for a couple of strangers, and this guy killed his whole family.
Hey guys, what are we talking about?
Stories that are better than the Christ resurrection.
We're talking about your mama.
Oh, that's normal. That Simon?
Neutropic got there before me. I was running to the mic when you said what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Running to the mic. Your mama.
My mic was dead at this precise moment that Newt spoke. My mic turned off. Damn it! But Newt came through.
Good job, Newt.
Well, I'm with Hermine on that. I don't see anything necessarily.
Actually, I can top that. I can say we're talking about Ocean's mum. Go ahead, OG.
No, I was just thought that Hermine's
It's Hermine.
outlook, Hermine, sorry, her outlook on that deed of a guy, if he killed his whole family and decided that he would live to see what the outcome was, seems a little chicken shit to me. Kind of like playing God.
He loved his family. He loved his family more than anything. But he spared them a lot of misery, and then he killed himself too.
Oh, he did.
That's the story.
Finest.
Imagine you doing that. Imagine you killing your family. Just imagine how
I could
hard.
never do that.
Guess what? That is the height of cowardice.
It's not cowardice, Hillbilly.
It is cowardice because you don't know for a fact that's going to happen.
Let's imagine your loved one was stuck on your bus.
You can't even know what's going to happen in the next hour, let alone what somebody's going to do next day.
To kill your family.
I know what's going to happen.
Suffering.
Hey, Billy, I know what's going to happen in the next hour. I'm going to kick you.
You don't know that for a fact.
Oh, I know that.
Oh no, you don't. You don't know it for a fact until it happens. Until the event occurs, you do not know it for a fact.
In this scenario, it was gonna happen. I know.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Stop presuming, Hillbilly. Stop presuming.
Wait. Can somebody tell me what story are you talking about?
It's going to happen. I'm going to tell you.
Shut the hell up, Hillbilly. Stop presuming.
What is going to happen?
I am not in the mood today.
Bring Art up to speed at least a little bit. Hermine, bring Art up to speed about the story at hand.
God damn it.
Somebody bring Art up to speed on that.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, somebody killed a lot of people. It was really good of them because the people would have suffered a lot more otherwise, and they did it because they loved them.
Oh, what is this based on a true story, or what's the movie called? What's the called?
Probably.
Here's the scenario. So a lot of people were gonna die, and his own people were gonna cause a lot of suffering for the larger nation, right? And so if he let them live, and if his people caused a lot of suffering for the larger nations, other nations were gonna come and cause a lot of mayhem. You know, this is like a real scenario, right? So what he did is he prevented the larger nation from going into ruin and other nations coming in and taking advantage of, and also sparing his own family a lot of suffering because they were in the vast minority. They were gonna die anyway because they wanted blood, their own family.
You have no evidence of that, Palm. because you don't know that that event's going to happen until it occurs.
I know.
I know.
I know.
Family might have had something to say.
Hey, how about this? I know.
You don't know that somebody may have actually had a family member with somebody.
Hey, Hillbilly.
And that puts
Hey,
that
how
off.
about this?
You
I
don't
know.
know for a fact until
I
it
know. Hey, I can keep doing this all day, Hillbilly. How about that?
But the fact is, you do not know.
Shut the hell up! I know.
Factual event.
I know, Hillbilly. I know. I can keep doing this all day.
But we can modify the story. We can say that he knew this is going to happen, right? And Hillbilly cannot say.
It was likely. It was very likely it was going to happen.
You know what?
Hillbilly.
Predictions
Hillbilly.
of the past
God
are
damn
no
it.
prediction
Talking.
of the future.
Still talking. God, listen. You cannot say that this is not the case because you'd be begging a question against the validity of that story, right? Just as we cannot beg the question against you by saying, well, Jesus could not know that he had to be sacrificed. Jesus did not know that he would die, right? So Palm just needs to incorporate, or he wants to incorporate the knowledge of that character.
He did know though. See, that sets it all off right there.
That's up.
He not only know what's going to happen, he knew the pain he was going to suffer, and he also knew that pain he was going to suffer was for a good cause, us.
According to the story,
Tom
yes.
is trying to say that he knows what somebody's going to do, and that person's going to kill their family because that's bullcrap.
This guy killed his family. He loved all of them. Like, imagine you killing your family. Just imagine doing that. See how cowardice you are.
And Palm's story includes that this character knows, right, that his family is going to suffer.
You cannot know that.
Doesn't matter.
The only
Dude,
thing you
we're
can
talking
know
about a
is that your
story.
neighbors were executed. The only thing you can know is that there is an army on the way. You do not know what their fate, your family's fate, your fate is going to be until that time happens.
This is bordering on autism, Hillbilly. This is bordering on autism, really.
I kind of incline towards hillbillies.
This is where I have to go. Like that.
Knowledge is a justified true belief, right?
Actually,
Ignoring.
Hillbilly's making my family suffer right now.
No, knowledge would be justified true belief, right? Generally speaking, we sort of consider that. Under that notion, an inductive argument, such as you can make on the basis of, hey, my neighbors are being killed by this, by these people, and their army is coming this way. Chances are, I'm going to be killed too, and my family as well. That is a justified true belief.
Right there, you said it yourself. Chances are. You don't know. The event is yet to happen. The odds might be with that event, but God may be setting it up so something else can happen.
There is no God in my
You go and kill your family, and then all of a sudden these people go a different direction. What are you? You're a freak.
Christian.
Their family wanted blood. In this scenario, their family wanted blood. They wanted war. They wanted war to such a degree that they were willing to do anything.
Palm, can't you get it?
Dude, you don't get it. We're talking about stories. You understand? We're talking about stories, scenarios.
And your story is fallacious.
How can a story be fallacious, you dumb fuck?
For a fact,
Christian Hillbilly, have you ever drunk alcohol?
You cannot.
Christian Hillbilly, have you ever drunk alcohol?
What's going to happen in the future? You can try and kind of look into it and see what's going on, but you don't know what's going to happen. So to see somebody come in and just killing your family out before they get there, that is murder. Because you don't know what's going to happen.
Have you ever drunk alcohol?
It is murder.
Have you ever drunk alcohol? Because if you are, you're an alcoholic, right? That's your reasoning.
Sometimes murder is okay, Hillbilly. Like if your loved one is trapped under a bus, and the bus has crushed them essentially from the middle of their body. Like the best you can do is put them out of their misery, because they are going to be in agony.
Right. Although I would say that's not murder.
Murder is never justified. Never.
In that case, it is. But you've never been in such situations. I have.
You just changed it to mercy killing, right? Because murder by definition would be just.
That is what it was. That is mercy killing. Because their family was in the vast minority. They were gonna die anyway. It was gonna happen in this scenario.
I agree.
It was very, very high probability that was gonna happen.
I agree.
It doesn't matter if you have a very high estimate of what's going to happen. The point is, it is
Hillbilly.
Your family could live. Then why would you kill your family if there's a chance they could live?
Hillbilly, you know for a fact that you're not going to be driven over by a car when you pass the street tomorrow, let's say? You know that for a fact? Do you know that?
What are you talking about?
Do you know that you're not going to be round down by a car in the future sometime? Do you know?
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm asking you if you have knowledge of you not being run down, hit by a car when you pass the street tomorrow, let's say.
Well, let's put it this way. Do you understand that there are odds that I could be hit?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to say. Because if we've got odds that I could be hit, these kids could be saved, and that person doesn't have to kill his family, then guess what? The point is moot.
No, it's
because,
not,
again, that man has no right to kill his family if there's a chance they can survive.
Is there a chance that a mass murderer is never going to kill anybody in the future?
It has nothing to do with this.
No, it has to. My goodness. You're saying, look, just because there's a chance that this thing cannot happen, therefore nobody's justified to act on this, right? Even though they have inductive justification, they have an inductive argument to support them, right? You're saying even then they're not justified because there's a chance that the opposite can happen, right? That's if you apply this to, if you consistently apply this, you get into trouble. Like, with my example there of, do you know you're not going to be, hit by a car, right?
You couldn't do anything if you applied it. You wouldn't be able to do anything.
You see, here's the problem, Art. You know that there are certain rules and regulations when you live in a city. You know that you're going to walk on one side when it's green and stop when it's red. You know all the parameters there. Because those parameters and those rules are set up to keep you safe.
Yeah, but they're not absolute. They can be broken. And you do realize that these rules are violated on a daily basis.
You know what? I can tell you right now that that's not true.
No. People go beyond the speed limit all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Right? People do illegal turns.
Does that mean they're going to run into me every day?
No. I'm not saying they will necessarily.
No.
I'm saying there's a possibility,
You're trying
right?
to take something that's statistically possible and make it
no, that's what you're saying.
It couldn't happen.
That's what you're saying. That's essentially what you're saying. No, my only point is, look, we live in a world of probabilities. We make decisions on the basis of likelihoods, of chances, right? I do not know for absolute fact that I'm not going to be, hit by a car when I cross the road, but I know it because of a justified belief, right? And the justification of belief would be that this is a rare occasion. It rarely happens when I check the road. Right, when I check both sides, right, it's very rare that after a person checks both sides of the road and sees that no car is going, that he still afterwards get hit by a car. That's incredibly rare, right?
I tell you something that's even more incredibly rare. Is somebody getting hit by a car when they never go near a road. Now, see, if you even have an inkling that you might be hit by a car, well, don't go by the roads because then there's no chance of that happening. So,
yeah, but the point is you have
if there is a chance that the kids can avoid being killed, and if there's any chance at all that these people might diverge from their plan of action, then don't kill the kids. That's murder. You don't.
You have to. If you live in a real world, and if you claim to be reasonable, right? You have to concede to the point that we live our lives by chance. And chance is just maybe not chance, by calculations of probabilities, right? We do it subconsciously. We have intuition for that. But we can expand this into an argument, right? Which is what Palm essentially is doing in his story, right? So you have to concede that, yeah, we make decisions based on calculations of probability. And in fact, we consider that knowledge, justified through belief, right? And so in Palm's story, what that father was doing would be justified. It would be knowledge. Yes.
It would not be. You know what? You're talking apples and oranges here, Art. Let's go ahead and be honest, okay? If you knew that you walking across the street put you in harm's way, and you did it every day for 30 years and never got run over, statistically speaking, that's pretty darn good. But guess what? You did that when there was times where the laws were in place, that signals were in place, and you did what you were told, and you stayed safe. Now, that's really no comparison to this. You got a man and loves his family, sees that the country over is having some kind of big thing like Iran and Iraq or whatever, and they go kill his kids to keep them safe.
You're not even aware, Billy. You're judging it. You're not even aware of what the story is actually about. It's you guys don't even know if it's a father or a mother or whatever.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
If the biological parent kills the children because they think something's going to happen, that sounds like what happened when a woman drowned her babies because she thought something was
Hillbilly,
going to
what if
happen.
someone was judging your Christ story and they never read the Christ story and they never heard about it and they would just say, hey, it doesn't matter. Like, what if we did that? Yeah, I can do that too.
Well, no, actually,
I heard
I can show you where it does matter. That's what I'm trying to do, Palm. I'm not using the Christ story and trying to show you how that matters, because that's truth. That's factual. You're talking up some kind of crap here, making it sound like it's logical, and it is not.
Hey, Hillbilly, shove your Christ story up your ass. Hey, how about that? I can do that too.
Oh, and by the way, happy Good Friday!
Shove a 9-inch dildo up his ass. How about that? Yeah, I can do that too. Hey, minimize my story.
Calm down. It'll be all good.
Hey, don't do it to me if you don't want me to do that to you.
What?
Don't do it to me if you don't want me to do that to you.
I'm not worried about it, Palm.
Don't minimize my story. Hey, if you don't want me to talk about your story, don't minimize mine.
It doesn't work because it's illogical. Nobody is going to kill their children because they think they might die. Nobody's going to do that. That is a
story.
It's a game killer. That's what it is. It's a game killer. Since you're playing games right now, you should understand that somebody is going to go out and kill their family because they think something bad's going to happen. That's ridiculous.
In this story, the person was given an ultimatum, and they had friends inside of that government.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It does not matter.
Oh my.
You don't murder your family, period.
Oh my God. You know, in the real world, things don't work like this, Hillbilly. Things aren't black and white. We don't live in a cartoon.
I never said
sometimes you have to make hard choices, Hillbilly.
That this is wrong. Taking an innocent life is always wrong.
You're very naive.
Those kids did not do anything to earn the death penalty. And
No,
what
you gave them a lot of suffering.
Can I give an example? Can I give an example for Hillbilly? So, Hillbilly, imagine, I'm pretty sure this might actually happen in history. Like, imagine you're Jewish, right, and you have kids, and you're being about to be shoved in an oven, right? Even I don't think they actually shoved you alive there, but let's say for this example they did, right? You know your kid is going to be dying a horrible death right now, but you realize that you have a pill of poison that will kill your child and yourself instantly. Will you give this pill to your kid and yourself?
Why are you even going down this road?
To test your consistency of your logic.
Well, guess what? No, I wouldn't give my child that stuff.
So you would rather him suffer painful death
I would be
rather than
there
have him
holding on to my child to the very end and letting them know that everything's going to be okay.
You're naive.
Because when we die, we're going to end up. It's all good.
You live in a cartoon, Hillbilly.
With the hope and with the chance that the cavalry might come through that door and set us free. What happens? Let me ask you a question. What happens in your scenario, Art, if you give your kid this pill, and then you get put in the big room where they're going to gas you to death, and you wait, and you wait.
No, I'm not talking about
30
that.
minutes is going by. Then all of a sudden the door opens up and the cavalry has arrived and saves your butt. Now you killed your child for no reason at all.
I'm talking about something different. Well, first of all, even that example, how many times does that happen, right? That happened only once in the history of every of those camps. Right? Throughout 99% of the times people were put in these chambers, they died, right? And I'm talking about a more extreme example, when you and your kid is just to be about to be shoved in an oven by an evil, nation, the Nazis, where the whole nation is just basically overrun by these people, and you have little chance of escaping, let alone surviving there alone, right? And you're in this building where you're just condemned. They will shove you right now in a few moments. And you realize, I have this pill of poison. I can give this to my kid and myself, and we will just quickly die. Would you not give your kid and yourself the pill, knowing that this will ease their suffering, instead of allowing them to be burned alive?
Nope, I sure wouldn't.
Wow, well.
Actually, Hitler, for example, he poisoned his old children because the Soviets were coming and it was imminent. They were gonna do a lot of horrible shit to them.
Oh, they probably would have raped him.
That's a good support.
What matters is not taking an innocent life, giving God every chance to intervene in what is going on in your life.
Hello, Christian Hillbilly. Hello, what up, man?
I mean, Like, do you know what the Soviets? Do you know what the Soviets did when they went to Berlin? They were raping and pillaging women, children, everything. Like,
Yeah, we had a lot of
some-
grudges to settle.
These were some stressed out, people were tired. They wanted to go home. They wanted to see their family. And they didn't give a fuck anymore.
Was mutiny part of the divine plan of God, hillbilly? What?
Listen, you're not helping here.
My boy, what is part of the divine plan?
Brother, would you please just a moment? Thank you. Go ahead, Mom.
No, it's just it's just in my opinion. I agree with if the world was perfect, I would agree with Hillbilly. But the world isn't perfect. We live in reality, and we have to make hard choices.
Right.
That's-
if we were all
that's the
riding on
problem.
if we were all riding on unicorns and there were
Yeah.
superheroes
And in
around on
arts-
every corner.
In Art's example, seeing your child be put into a furnace is infinitely worse than poisoning them and going into a sleep by the poison. Like, I mean, them like screaming in the fucking furnace. That's infinitely worse. And to me, just like you have to be like ignoring that in some way. You have to be ignoring that in your mind. Like, it's just, to me, it just seems naive to think like this, Hillbilly.
Yeah, even if God exists, right? Even if this world has a God in it, it's just so freaking rare. You have more chances of winning a lottery than God intervening at that point. But
Yeah,
really,
I
how
wouldn't-
many?
There was 3 people put in this exact same scenario. They
Really?
could have
50
said
people
something.
out of 7
they could have
million.
said something. They could have said something and walked away home free. But they said, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait for God. And if God doesn't act, well, guess what? We're just going to burn up. Yeah, that was Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Those 3 people did what you're just talking about, that they were getting ready to be thrown into the fire. The fire was so hot, it killed the people that threw them in. And guess what?
When was this? When
They
was this?
didn't get killed.
When was this?
But they got 3rd-degree burns.
Brother,
But they
could
didn't get.
Hillbilly, what was this? What's the scenario?
The same scenario you're talking about.
Wait, you mean the Holocaust? Nazis throwing people into fire?
I'm talking about people being thrown into a fire.
No, I was talking about specifically Nazis, right? You have a, just
No matter who
the
they
whole-
are, it still would be
No,
bad to be
that's
thrown in a
matter.
fire, wouldn't it, Art?
No, no, the point is that you're surrounded by people who want you torturously dead, right? They want to torture for a bit and kill you then, right? You're
Sounds like
surrounded by these
Crusades.
people. Well, the point is that you're better off. You have little chance of surviving this, right? Even if you escape, even if you beat up the guards, you're not wrong far, right? Actually, that might be a better choice, maybe. If you don't have any poison, it's better off to try fight off the guards and get shot by a bullet. Hopefully, you'll die quicker than just be burned alive, right? So these situations happen a million times. There were millions of Jews killed, and where was God then, right? And pretty much every Jew was like hoping, oh, God's going to intervene right now.
God was right there. God never left them.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. And he
God
didn't
never
help them?
left me, but I'm an
Anytime
atheist.
that God chooses to allow an evil person to take a life, he's got a reason for it.
God was whispering in Hans's ear, like, aim for the left, Hans.
I love it. I'm Jewish and God never left me, but I'm an atheist. I love it. I completely
Hillbilly,
love it.
could you repeat what you said, Hillbilly? Word for word, please.
Do what?
Could you repeat what you said, word for word?
I don't know. I've been talking for a bit. I guess.
You said God is with
I
people.
think Douche is down here. What's his name?
Oh, no, he
Douche
said
is-
he said every time God allows.
That's his name, Douche.
No. You said God allows. Okay, when God allows an evil person to kill somebody, He has a reason for that, right?
God allows evil sometimes. If it, you know what? God does not create evil. He does not force these evil people to do evil things. But what He does is He lets go. And
Right.
lets
He has a
let
reason for
them
that.
do
He
what they
doesn't
will
let
do. But
go.
guess what? Every time something like that happens,
So self-contradictory.
God's got a purpose for it. Just
Right.
like in Egypt. when
right. So God has a purpose for.
Pharaoh did that. So, and all those plagues that showed that that's exactly what happened when you disagree with God, your creator.
I challenge you to tell that to the Holocaust survivors.
I don't have any problem with that.
Oh,
Your parents being thrown into the oven. Well, you see, God had a good reason for that, so be cool, okay?
yeah.
I never said get over it. I never said there would be pain associated with it. I never said any of that crap, Art.
Okay,
What
sure.
I did say is you can put your trust in Jesus because for some reason, somehow, there was this thing that this person had to die at that point.
Right. You see, this is
Art, you could feel over dead right now. We would not know the reason.
well, you would. It's probably obesity and alcohol poisoning, in my case. But moving on.
Alcohol.
Hey, let's go on one of them mutual internet diets together. You keep me, what's the word? You be my sponsor, I'll be your sponsor. We'll keep each other. I can't even think of the word. Yeah, because
I know what you
diet
mean.
too.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I did. I tried that. Doesn't work with a partner for me. I'm too. Anyway. No, the bigger point. I find this really disturbing, Hillbilly. And I'm gonna give you my sort of usual question about this. So, that this is historical. This actually happened, right? It's the Jews. You're hiding Jews in the attic, right? You're in Nazi Germany, France, occupied France. And the Gestapo shows at your house and says, "Are you hiding any Jews, sir?" What do you say?
Why?
Alright, God loves everything besides, humanity and, autonomy of humans.
Hillbilly, what's your answer? Are you going to lie to say the Jews, or are you going to tell the truth?
I said you lie.
Oh, you lie, so you're going to break the commandment, so you're going to do a sin.
So you're going to be an autonomous person.
That would not be a bad thing. It would still be a sin.
Why would you not commit a sin? Wait, why would you not commit a sin?
Guess what? Guess what? You think murder is not even a more greater sin?
No, but you're making a sin, right? So before
are you saying, sir?
Hold on. I don't know your theology on this, but that doesn't matter. Listen, you gave a reason for why you would not poison your son that is just about to be thrown in the oven. You said because it's a sin. It's the wrong thing to do. But here you're happy to sin.
There's no correlation.
How so?
There is. Yes.
Well, here's the deal. Because I can sit there and tell a lie. There are no Jews in my house. To that effect. I'm saving their lives.
Yes, and you'd be saving your son from suffering.
I'm saving their lives.
Yes, and you'd be saving your son from suffering.
God will forgive me if I ask for forgiveness.
You don't know that.
I'm not going to be one of those people that doesn't trust God.
Are you God? Are you God, Christian Hillbilly? Are you God?
Wait. Hillbilly, you don't know that. You see, the Nazis could have been just joking. After he said, no, there are no Jews here, they could have said, oh, it's just joking, it's just joking. So now you have a possibility of committing a sin, right, lying, when there is in fact no danger to the Jews in the attic. Right? To adapt your sort of reasoning of possibilities. Oh, it's possible, right? So you should not act even though the contrary evidence shows otherwise, right?
Yeah, it could have been a huge Charlie Chaplin movie set, just set up like, countrywide, It's all a play,
So you're comparing the Jews in the attic, which are saving lives, to Palm's story, which are ending them?
Saving misery is saving humanity, by the way.
I was more talking about previous example when you're about to be thrown in the oven with your son, and you realize that you have pills of poison.
The reality
you have the option.
One of them is saving lives, the other one is ending it. So what's the comparison?
In both cases, you have sort of an option. Okay. Both cases, you have two scenarios. One scenario leads to a death. Right? In one of the example with the son, even the second option leads to death, but the second option doesn't cause as much harm before death, right? And Hillbilly said, well, I'm going to choose the second option, right? I'm going to choose the first option. I'm just going to allow my son to be thrown in the oven and burned alive.
The reality is there an opportunity for intervention? That's the distinction that Hillbilly's making it. He may not be in a way that you like it, but at the end of the day, even with the death penalty, those type of things, sure, they could kill themselves before they go to the death chamber, or they can wait it out and see if they get the governor to give them clemency or something, or a stay of execution. That's
right, but these possibilities
about here. The Jews in the attic does not make sense to this. It doesn't align. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, No, you can have you still
not apples to apples. Sorry.
Well, isn't there a possibility that the 101st Airborne is just dropped and they're gonna kill the Nazis even before they find the Jews, even when Hillbilly says the truth, right? Is this possibility?
He compares the suffering of people. Both cases they're suffering, so it's a fair comparison by all means.
No, it's not, because
Yes, it
if
is.
in the attic, you don't tell the SS troops that they're there.
Right, there's still a possibility that actually it's just a joke and he just sinned for no reason, right? He just committed a sin without saving the people, right?
That's a hell of a nasty joke, Art.
Tell that to the Nazis.
I'm not worried about it, Art. Again, I'm not going to kill a child. I'm
Tell that
also
to
not going to
the
allow people
four
to
killers
die
in Poland.
when I know I've got something I can do to help save them.
Okay, let's amp it up just a little bit. You invite the Nazis invite themselves into the house. You're having coffee. It's just one Nazi officer, actually, right? This actually was a movie about this, right? And you sort of talk, and he sort of notices a sound coming from the attic. You realize that he just heard the Jews. He's gonna go investigate and find them out. Now, if you let him go, he's gonna go tell the Gestapo. He's gonna take the Jews and kill them, right? Now, what you do with this person? Do you kill him, or do you let him go and condemn the Jews to die?
If you kill them, they're going to come in.
Oh no. Well, no. There's no Nazis outside. It's gonna take a while for, let's say he has a radio, right? If he reaches for the radio in the car or the motorcycle, he's gonna call reinforcements and the Jews are dead, you are dead, right? If you kill him now, you have a chance to escape with the Jews, right? And similar scenarios happen. At least there's a movie about this, I think I recall. So what you do now, Hillbilly?
Well, I don't worry about it because I ain't going to be in that situation.
Doesn't matter. I'm testing your consistency, right? Testing your logic here. And one of the ways to do that is to bring plausible scenarios. This is historic. This actually happened, let alone it being just outright possible, physically possible.
You
So
tie him up and you put him in the attic with the Jews. That's what you do.
He reaches for the gun, right? He reaches for his gun. You have no chance
No,
of
Art, no, I'm sorry. Solve that one. You can't.
No, I didn't. No. It's like, I know I'm modifying this on the fly, right? So I know I'm modifying this, right, as we go along because, I'm coming up with this. I'm modifying the classical example.
And it's ridiculous.
No, it's not. What's ridiculous about this? This happened, right? And if it didn't actually happen, this could have very well happened.
It's just a hypothetical scenario that he's building up. It's not.
And we keep answering it, and it still does not end in death. You keep ending yours in death. That's the. You can keep going down these points, but the whole point is, it's not remarkable to kill other people.
Well, no. What I'm bringing essentially are called trolleyisms, not to be confused with trolls, trollism.
I know what a trolleyism is.
Right. This is essentially that. So, let's just go to the classical trolley example, right? Hillbilly, you're on a bridge, right? Underneath you are rails, right? And you see a rail cart going, right, pretty fast. And you see a fork, that switches from one rail to another. You see on one fork, there is a guy standing, and he doesn't see the cart. He's too far away from you to yell at him. On the other fork, there's 5 guys, and the same thing. They cannot hear you, just doing the job. So are you going to switch the fork that it kills the first guy, right? Or are you going to switch the fork to these second rails, which kills the 5 guys and saves the 1 guy?
What if I say I don't know?
Okay.
That's a good answer sometimes.
No, they're never going to answer.
This
In
is all
reality, they're not really.
You don't know what you're going to do until you're in that situation.
No. There are examples
I've seen
where
it
you
over
have...
and over and over again. I've seen people train, black belts and all that stuff, and then they get on to security and they fall apart because they've never had to face something. So you don't know what you're going to do.
Right, but now by your non-action, you just killed the guy.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know what I'm good do in that situation.
And there are tons of these examples I could go along, but this is well known in ethics that, yes, there are real-life examples, possible scenarios, where we have to choose between ending one life or ending 5 lives, right? It's either or.
Yeah, not the same as Tom's example.
No, I'm testing. We're sort of beyond that a little bit. We can get back to Tom's example, sure, but I don't think Hillbilly gets it. He's
Although she's saying that's wrong though.
Well, Hillbilly, you were saying that, look, there's a possibility that the cavalry is going to come and save the kids, right? Even though there is justification for this man to believe that his, family is going to be slaughtered, right? And I'm saying that's a rational position.
Look,
because
I have an idea of justification
that
we're going to starve to death. Let me go ahead and kill it. Me and my wife kill each other? No. There's all kinds of things that could possibly happen, and you pray and you wait for God to act.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, if you can. If you can get your butt out there, you go ahead and do it. But if it's unavailable for you to get out of some place, then you just do what you can do.
But can you really blame somebody for, on good reason or on good evidence, choosing the lesser evil?
The less, yeah. All right, look, you can ask him straight away. Instead of building out the whole scenario, comparative scenario, you can just straight up ask what the premises of it. Like, would you choose to lessen the quantity of misery for a fellow human being, or would you choose to just say, oh, fuck it doesn't matter, he can fucking, rot and fucking, have more misery? When you can lessen it.
I already kind of know Hillbilly's answer. He's going to probably say, yes, human well-being does matter. Usually human well-being coincides with giving glory to God, but ultimately we should give glory to God. Right, Hillbilly?
In all things, we should give glory to God.
But would you not say that at least increasing human well-being is a secondary consideration for you?
My well-being?
No, human well-being. Humanity's well-being.
No. That's
Really?
not a secondary consideration.
Really? Okay, so your only consideration is giving glory to God?
No, that's not what I said. I give glory to God first. Again, you've got to understand the parameters of the way a Christian man thinks. God first.
Statistically.
And so anything you can do, will do, and may do goes to glorify God. Even sometimes your mistakes. The second one is my relationship to my wife. Everything with my wife comes second only to God. And then there's my kids, and then there's my family. Those who I model everything I need to do around. The human race as a whole, God will take care of that. I don't have to worry about it.
Okay. So you seem to deny there is an incentive to better our conditions. And you basically, why use our secular, medical fucking, advancements and everything that secularism has built, You can just live off grid, with that mentality. I mean, that's always an option if you're that disappointed and that,
Hey, G-douche. Hey, douche.
G-douche.
Hey, G-douche.
Now you're ad homing.
You know what?
That's great.
Sir, I could care less about what you think.
I'm not G Whistler, but fine.
Here's what I'm wondering, actually. I wonder how these people would actually behave if the other invading army came in, raped their wives, raped their children, one by one killed them, while the men are all round up in the prisons. Like, I wonder how these people would behave. Like, I wonder if it would go through their head, oh, why didn't I do something about this? Like, why, why didn't I do anything other than this? I wonder how these people would react, because like in any scenario of given art, they have each time avoided answering. Like, I mean, you notice this is an uncomfortable truth for them. And I hope nobody has to face this truth, but these things happen in the world, and they happen daily.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I think it depends on how deeply indoctrinated one is. I mean, you know, if you're not that indoctrinated with such a doctrine, I mean, you can get out of it and, you know, be psychologically well adapted and, you know, make the right reaction. But some psychopaths are out there, you know.
Well, I would not say psychopath, but he'll actually give one of the more acceptable answers, at least for me. And, you know, according to humanism, this is more acceptable. Sure, but I think he's being inconsistent, and horribly so, because he's happy to commit a sin when he considers that to be okay, right? So that is kind of my issue, because, you know, what if he decides, you know, killing somebody, you know, in some occasion to be, you know, a perfectly valid thing to do because he's saving lives, right? Like in the, you know, Nazi Jews and addict scenario. Usually fundamentalists give the other answer, which is that, no, I would tell the truth. I would not sin, you know. The fact that the Nazis are going to kill the Jews is on them, not me. God's not going to blame me.
Exactly.
That's what disturbs me more, actually.
That's lack of altruism is also, it's just
I
sad.
don't think it's lack of altruism. I think they just have a different view. It's if you just say it's all in God's hands, then that's actually their version of altruism, I guess, because they leave everything in the hands of God. I guess in that way, I do suppose understand. They do have a different view, I guess.
Right, but both options, you know, if you deny, you know, if you say the lie and you commit a sin, which is hillbillied, is likely to lead to inconsistencies and that's harm. Not lying and just giving blindly to God's commands is obviously harmful, at least according to my sort of view of morality. So I would find both answers problematic, really. You know, because in one they just
there's this verse that says all the suffering of the world is nothing compared to the glory that is to be revealed. I mean, you know, it's like, so it does, like anything that happens here is not comparable to what you're gonna get in the next life. So all the suffering, all the shit you go through, it's gonna be nothing compared to that. So in that way, I suppose I can see like how they can sort of justify, you know, not sparing people, I guess, from a lot of suffering.
Mm. But surprisingly, this is one of the more interesting discussions that I had with Hillbilly.
Do what?
Yeah.
I'm just about to, you know, flatter you, I guess. You know, I was saying that this is one of the more better discussions that I had with you.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I think it's just we come from different worldviews. That's all, I think.
Right. But back to Palm's example. I mean, if the discussion was about comparing what's the better story, right, or who gives a better sacrifice, or who makes the tougher decision, is it Jesus or is it, you know, that hypothetical story that Palm said?
We already know the answer. We already know the answer. The Christians think Jesus, and I think mine. So I mean.
Right. So, maybe you could just tell me, right? So, what exactly you're saying, Palm?
Well, in my example, the person did not hate their family. They in fact loved their family dearly, and and he had ties to the larger nation because he was part of it. He was part of the elite forces, and so they sort of told him that they gave him an ultimatum. They said either you handle this or we'll handle this, and either way it is going to happen. In the interest of our national security, we have to take action before your people make the nation unstable and leave an opening for other nations to attack us, and in that way lead to many more deaths. You know. They said your family is gonna die anyway. In this scenario, the family was gonna die no matter what.
Oh, and so he decides to kill his family in his own way. That's
He
least
did,
harmful.
yes. He killed them in a more merciful way to spare them a lot of misery. They were so far at a point that getting away from that situation was impossible. The hostility between them was so much that it was not possible to solve it any other way.
Mm-hmm. And you're saying this is better than the Christ story?
To me, it is, yeah, because this person he killed people who actually matter to him. Like, I mean, who the hell is Hillbilly to Jesus? Like, I mean, to me, like, Hillbilly is just some stranger to Jesus. Like, to me, a relationship is built through years of being together with that person, you know, laughing, crying with that person, you know, and talking to that person face to face. Like, to me, that's what a relationship is to me.
And you realize that Jesus is God's son, and he sent his own son to die on the cross to save mankind. So
But
what
he's not-
kind of relationship would that be?
Well, the thing is, he's not dead, right?
That's
If I could real
presupposing
quick,
the Bible.
I got to tell you right now that I have that relationship with God. I know where I'm going when I shuffle off this mortal coil. And can I be that close to everybody that I witness to? No, I can't. I can be as friendly as I can. I can be as open as I can. And sometimes I can be as weird as I can. But everything I do for the glory of God.
Plus, the thing is, there's also nuances here. Look, in both stories, in the first story with the Jesus, after Jesus was sacrificed, it seems like God was not even really angry at humans. He was just fuck it, you're all forgiven right afterwards. It's like, oh, you killed my son, okay, great, now you're all forgiven. But in the other story with Mom, I mean, shit, the underbearing, just what that person would have went through with his life. I mean, if he didn't choose to kill himself, I mean, but
He
that's
did.
just terrible.
He killed himself afterwards, but many years after that, actually.
That's
Was he a Muslim?
No, he wasn't, but he still had things to do. That's the reason he didn't kill himself. So he lived for years in misery before he could kill himself.
Right. So you're saying there's a lot of things to this, right? So especially that part, if he lived in misery, because he suffers, right, properly.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm not
a lot.
sure. Right. I'm not sure how can a God suffer.
Exactly.
Like,
God didn't suffer. God was like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's it. Humanity's
My thing is, okay, I know I'm committing mind reading here, but I don't think that they can really love and care about their Jesus the same way that they can care about their daughters, their sons, their wives, the people that are really in their life. I don't think they can.
Well, and I respect that, but there's two things where I'll say where I disagree. One is I have a daughter, I'm a parent, so I know the love for a child. And two is, and I think you can talk to every Christian, when they have been at their lowest, there's only one thing that is always, and one person who has always been there for them. So
Amen.
It's not that hard to love and care for someone who is always there for you.
But well, to me, it's alien, right? That's my view, of course, as an atheist. But to me, it's alien to love somebody more than my family. But I understand you have some.
I would love to ask how many of the people have space traveled. So I mean, the Earth is always with us, So I mean, I have the Earth with me. I have myself with me as well.
No.
So I
would say
really.
some. I would
The
say the
thing
sun.
is, to me, you'll only know the answer when the rubber hits the road. When you have to make
Exactly, and the rubbers hit
dramatic
the
choice.
road. And the rubbers hit the road.
If you had to make a choice between the life of your loved one and your God, like how like only then you would know. That's what I'm saying.
And that was the righteous sacrifice, really. In your story, he sacrificed his own family for the betterment of his nation. It was kind of like in the name of his nationalism and his love for the nation.
Not nationalism. He saved a lot of suffering. The scenario would have happened anyway.
So yeah, nationalist interests.
The hard part is that he had to do it himself. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
He was forced to do it himself. There was no other way to do it. He was given an ultimatum.
That is
He
pretty
did
tough.
everything in his power to change the course, and everything failed.
Yeah, that is a really tough decision to make in a tough situation. I'm finding it hard to compare it to the sort of Christ position, because Christ is God, right? He knows the future, right? He knows that God has a plan for him. He knows that, yes, he will suffer horribly, torturously for 3 days, right? But then he's going to be resurrected and he's going to be in heaven, right? And since he's God, he cannot have like PTSD or anything. He's going to be okay.
That's
He's going to be.
something that every Christian knows.
Yeah, but then it's not comparable, right? He didn't suffer as much as,
No, what I'm saying
this
is every
example.
Christian knows, unfortunately, when you have to make that tough decision, and you make the one that is what God would want you to make, that you also get to spend eternity with the ones that you love in heaven.
Let me go ahead and explain something to you, Art. Do you know where we get the word excruciating?
Probably from the torture of Jesus.
Absolutely. The word actually means, excruciating actually means out of the cross. They didn't even have a word to describe the suffering and the pain that Jesus Christ went through. Now that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just the tip of the iceberg. When Christ allowed himself to be put to death and he was put in that grave, he was sin. He was our sin. And the Father could not look at him. So in the first time of all creation, God the Father and God the Son were separated. So he paid the price for every single human being for sin, past, present, future. So tell me that didn't, for a righteous God that knew no sin and all the sin be piled on him, our sin, that we rightfully deserve the penalty. Guess what? That's why he is worthy. That is why.
Well, you bring this interesting thing of this but this is in your theology, right? That somehow there's this actual phenomena of sins being a burden to your God or something, and Jesus by sort of being this ultimate son. Isn't that what you're talking about, kind of?
No, I'm talking about we all commit sin.
Yeah,
every single one of us. And you know what? If you go out and you steal a cookie from your mom, that's nothing. She don't mind that. But if you go out and murder your mom and then murder your grandparents and murder everybody else that's around you, that's kind of bad, isn't it? So you get a much worse penalty. You get a much worse penalty from the law for the killings than you do for the cookie. Do you understand
but what's
that?
the suffering for a person?
Once we break God's law, which is the highest law of the land, which is the perfect law of the land, and not just one, we break all of them.
But how does this translate to Christ's suffering? Wait, how does this translate to Christ's suffering?
I'm telling you how it translates. He is an eternal being. So because of that, he was able to pay an eternity's worth of suffering.
Wait, how did he pay?
Not just for one person. Not just for one person. For every single person that ever has been, will be.
You're not explaining how does he pay? Like, what's this mechanism? What's this phenomenon that you're talking about? Like when somebody does a sin, right? When somebody kills somebody unjustly, does Jesus get hurt physically or mentally somehow? Is that what you're saying?
I've already told you that Jesus has already paid the price.
But how he paid? That's the question.
With his life.
No.
He went through all the punishment and everything that happens today on Good Friday. He went through that excruciating torment on the cross. He died and was put in the grave, Sheol. And guess what? At that point, for 3 days, he was in that pit.
Right, he was in hell for 3 days.
He paid an eternity's worth of suffering.
Wait, what's this eternity worth of suffering?
In the cross.
Wait, please, you're not expanding on an important issue, right? You're portraying this some kind of mechanism between this sin, there's some kind of ethereal realm of something, of like sin, and when this this God, Jesus, dies and is crucified for these sins, he somehow suffers more because he's taking on the sin, right? What's this mechanism? What's this thing that you're talking about, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Art.
Well,
you're talking about. I think you're trying to talk about something that is supernatural, that's in God's hands, that is a one-time event, and you're trying to equate it to something else.
No, I'm trying to understand it, right? So if you're
I'm explaining it the best I can tell you.
Wait, if you're saying this is supernatural, that's fine. But the thing is, you cannot bring this up as a counterexample to somebody who doesn't believe in this. Right? You have to show him evidence, because now you're bringing something, outside of our well-accepted facts, right? You're doing external critique, right? Yeah. It's like me bringing up some kind of special notion of pain under a humanism, right? And saying, look, this person who spilled coffee under humanism, he suffered the most amount of pain and suffering possible because of this phenomena X in humanism. right? But you would not concede that, oh, okay, that I guess then, this guy who spilled coffee suffered more than Jesus, right? You would not concede to that. You would demand evidence for, okay, how did he suffer more than Jesus by just spilling the coffee? I don't care if you say that it's in your worldview. I want you to show me that this is a real phenomenon.
I have already, Art, to the best of my ability.
And how is it possible for humans to even interpret what the supernatural claim of pain is, and how would you know that? That's a Jack move. I know Jack did that move before.
Is sin still in the world, Hillbilly?
Yes, that's quite obvious.
So what did Jesus actually die for then?
He died for us. He died for anybody who would repent of their sin. Is there still sin here? All you gotta do is look around. Heck, all you gotta do is look in the mirror, and you can see that sin is still prevalent. That's because Satan is
How
still
can you
around.
see sin? Can you see sin when you look in the mirror? How the fuck do you see that?
What's Satan got to do with any of this? I thought Jesus died to get rid of sin. Now
No,
you're talking about Satan.
He died. He died so that we may reconnect with him again. But that requires something of us. So I don't know where you got that notion about that, but it's not accurate. So
we still have to appeal to God to be saved.
You have to go through God. There's no way around it. Jesus said He is the light, the truth, and the life.
Right. So what was the point of Jesus dying? So what was the point of the crucifixion?
Well, he died for that we can live.
Yeah, so that you realize before that there was an opportunity for God to be done with it.
I don't understand.
I think the theology is that before Jesus, everybody deserved to die, deserved to be annihilated or go to hell straight out. Now when Jesus done this stuff, well, it depends on which theology you're talking about. So I've heard this.
Deserve that.
Also, I would like to receive a direct quotation from the Bible about this biblical law that you were speaking of before, because I'm not familiar with it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
Well, he talked about the biblical law saying murder is more wrong than stealing a cookie or some shit. I would like to see that. I would like to see that law. I would like to see a direct quotation from a Bible about this. Directly about this.
I don't understand what's so hard is that murder, like there is no gradients on, or you don't rack and stack sin. Sin is sin. So I don't understand.
Well, Hillbilly asked me, Art, don't you think murder is a greater transgression than stealing a cookie? I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. I guess I disagree with Hillbilly on that one.
Yeah, I would like to see a quotation which quantifies that.
If you are taking and you're breaking the law, is taking that cookie not breaking the law? Yes, it is.
It is breaking the law.
It's killing somebody, murdering them in the most heinous way possible. Is that breaking the law? Yep. Both of those are wrong. Guess what? The one where you kill somebody is going to be a higher layer and level of punishment for those who steal.
Where is it saying that in the Bible? I would like a direct quotation again. You dodge that responsibility, which just proves that that there's something shady going on.
Well, doesn't the Bible somewhere say that if you kill somebody, it's like equal whole humanity, and there's somewhere that basically says that the smallest sin is like the biggest sin, something like that. I don't.
Yeah.
And anyway, Hillbilly, maybe if you could pull up a verse for that'd be fine, because I didn't hear any gradients of sin.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm multitasking.
Yeah.
So you ought to look it up.
Wow. Well, that's a nice Christian hillbilly dodge right there.
Yeah, not really preacher-like, is it?
Yeah.
What is it, John 3:16?
Yeah, I wonder how a society would operate under this sort of biblical law. You go around to a person, you say, "Oh, what's the law of the what are the laws here?" And they just go like, "Oh yeah, just look it up."
Yeah, Hillbilly, you see, atheism is true. Just look it up. I'm kind of multitasking right now. Yeah, just look it up.
I don't need to look something up that I blatantly know is a lie.
Oh snap! He got me.
Whoa! Whoa! Wrecked.
Hillbilly, do you think personal experiences are a justification for the person to believe in something?
It can be.
Can be.
You don't always rule it out.
But if somebody said, it's my personal experience that Jesus Christ is in my life, would you not say that's good evidence that Jesus Christ is in his life? At least for him. Not for you, but for him.
I could say with confidence that maybe he believes that, and then again, maybe he doesn't, and he just wants other people to believe that.
But no, I mean, okay, well, like let's say, let's say Jesus actually, came down and spoke to me personally. It's like, Art, you've been quite a dick, you've been, dissing me this whole time, but I'm real, accept me, and I'm like, oh wow, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that experience be enough proof for me?
No.
No? Jesus actually speaking to me and me believing in him and accepting him as my Lord and Savior? Would not
Luke chapter
Meanwhile
16.
undergoing a drug
Luke
test.
chapter 16.
Oh,
For
yeah.
it doesn't matter that they have the laws and the prophets. Even if a man was raised from the dead, they would not believe.
No, I'm saying I would believe after this experience.
I'm saying you wouldn't.
Art,
But let's say I would. Just a second. Let's say I would, Hillbilly. Right? Would that not be evidence for myself? That experience with Jesus, would that not be good reason for me to believe?
You've got to come up with the reason why you believe, Art.
Well, because I saw him, I experienced him. Would that be a good reason?
Nope.
What would it be?
Personal experience of the divine is not a legit reason to believe in God.
Yeah, that's the first one I hear about that. It's like,
No, actually, there is good reason to believe somebody's testimony. And again, especially if they have changed lives. If you see somebody that was drunkard, smoked dope, had all kinds of women, fornication, or even engaged in homosexuality, or all of the above, and all of a sudden they get saved,
I'm busted.
they come up out of the water a changed person, because that's what literally happens. You are dead to your sins, and you are raised to a new creature, as a new creature in Christ. And let's say that person goes down the straight and narrow. He goes to church, he quits all the drugs and everything else he was doing that was against God. Now he throws his whole life into honoring God the best he can do. That is evidence of a changed life.
Says
now
who?
let's say on the
Says
flip
who?
side, a person comes up out of the water and he says, hey man, that was MF and wet up there. I'll meet y'all at the booby bar down here and we'll get high. You know what?
Oh yeah, we'll get high. Oh yeah.
Now, it's not for me to make up the decision. God makes all the decisions because he knows the heart. And there are some Christians, we call them baby Christians, for a reason, because they haven't learned to walk and eat meat. They need to be held by the hand and walked, and also being fed the Bible by the Bible milk.
Okay, fine. But listen, okay, so how to sort of tell you this? Damn. Let's say I see a bank robbery happen, right, somewhere in like a small village, and then later on somebody asks me, Art, did you see any bank? Okay, wait, bad example. Damn it. I was thinking of a dinosaur one because Aaron Ra gave an example of seeing a dinosaur, and how that would be evidence for the person to believe this, yet not just somebody else. But Hillbilly would not accept dinosaurs walking right now. Yeah, I don't know.
You're crawling, bro. You know that. You know that.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna, I guess, skip to the meat of the issue, because the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think I have a justification for myself, right? I have something to which I have exclusive access to, which is myself, right? The I, the who I am. And I know that I do not have something, that I lack knowledge of something specific. That would be the knowledge that a Christian God exists. But yet, the Bible says everybody knows that a Christian God exists. right? So because I know what I have and I know what I don't have, and I don't have the knowledge that Christian God exists, this book is false. It said a lie. Thus, it cannot be from God. It cannot be from the Christian God. The Christian God doesn't exist. Booyah. Debate over.
Also, if I would have if I were in your position, Art, I would request a rap battle with Jesus. You know, like to hear a diss from Jesus. Only then you can prove that he's the real Jesus.
Right.
He was
Art,
speaking
only
in all the
fools say in
Hebrew.
their heart there is no God. And that's why the atheist's only holiday is April Fool's Day. Now, you can say that there ain't no God, but I can prove to you that there is. And I have, over and over and over again. And see, this is what happens, Art. You don't want to hear the evidence.
That doesn't matter.
Because you don't want to hear the evidence, you put on your blinders. I ain't going to look at that. No, I ain't gonna look at that.
Hillbilly,
No, I don't want to look at that.
Hillbilly, here's the fun fact.
You have a burden of proof on you to prove those blinders are there.
Hold on. Listen, the fun fact here is that even if there is good evidence that God exists and that Hillbilly gave them to me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't contravene my point because I still lack the knowledge that God exists.
Nope, you know God exists.
No, I don't.
The fact is, you do have knowledge that God exists. You know what?
And I can be absolutely certain about this because I know what I know. I am what I am.
Creation, to the smallest things, yet unseen, they testify to the handiwork of God. Guess what?
It doesn't matter.
That means you are without excuse. You do not have an excuse.
I do. I have something.
Yeah, try to lay that before God on Judgment Day.
Just self-attested to not believe in God. Then what is his excuse for saying that? I just wonder.
Why?
Actually, Pope made a very good observation yesterday. He said, "Thank God, Jesus is dead. I got the day off."
Huh.
I have to use that word.
Horrible.
I know. Pope is awesome.
Put it on a shirt, Tom. Put it on a shirt.
I'm gonna put it on your mom. I was horrible. I'm sorry. See, just for that, I should be put in hell.
Yeah.
Well, no, really, I think this because I'm surprised that Hillbilly would not grant me that personal experience is evidence for the person himself. Because this is a common, Christian thing that, one of the first things you hear from a Christian when you ask what's the reason for your belief is, well, my personal experience with the Holy Ghost, with Jesus, right? Something that is exclusively, internal to them.
Yeah.
It's subjective to them. And yet when I present something, that is also internal to me, such as things that I know, things that I don't know, suddenly it's just no, not enough evidence. No.
What else would they ground it on? I just wonder. Christian Hillbilly, what else do you ground your belief in God on besides your personal experience and your personal biases and so on and so on?
That's a dumb question to ask in light of what his views are. He doesn't view it as a subjective view.
View what, Pom?
I said he asks you. What he asks you doesn't make sense because you don't view your views as subjective, being subject to you. You view them as somehow independent of you.
I don't listen to douchebag.
Why do you call him douchebag?
Yeah, how was I ever, dude? I think I was quite, a nice.
You were before a douchebag.
You are a troll. You are a world-class troll.
But he wasn't been like that
world-class
troll. Relatively speaking,
fighting words.
Today much. Like he was like way calmer today.
World star.
World star troll hop.
He has been trolling them. He's been constantly
yeah,
interrupting and talking over people.
A few times, yeah, but it's compared to what he was doing before, it's nothing.
I agree.
At least from what I recall. Yeah, good job, by the way, bro.
Troll,
So brilliant.
I have expertise in that, so I mean, I can't deny the obvious. But again, I think I was quite cordial this time. I was quite kind of.
Oh yeah, compared to what you did before, you were like awesome.
I think on my part, I may have been too harsh on the believers, I guess, because like I didn't think about it in a Christian context. To me, it makes more sense as to why they believe what they believe.
Yeah,
so
man,
perhaps
you're
I
pissed.
overreacted because like I was somehow viewing them as sort of wanting those things to happen. You know, that's like they let it happen. You know, like I was seeing it from my own worldview, I guess.
Well, so did they. But yeah, you're
How do you
pissed.
mean?
Well, everybody sees things from their own worldview.
No, I can appreciate their worldview in order to understand what their worldview is. Like I don't have to be like an autistic guy and just repeat a mantra constantly. I can sort of appreciate where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Until they start attacking your worldview as Christian Hillbilly did in a very aggressive manner.
That's fine. They're doing it from their worldview, I guess. Like
They do it out of love. I actually believe this. I wasn't being facetious.
yeah, of course, no, of course. In my worldview, it is out of caring.
Yeah, that's the fun thing. See, Christians try to argue with us from love, but I do it just because for the lows of it. So I'm a jackass. No, I'm kidding. I'm not doing it just for the lows.
If Jesus isn't real, why are there Easter eggs? Checkmate, atheists.
Oh wow. God damn. Mic drop.
Mic drop, yes. Yeah.
Atheism destroyed.
Well, I can admit that, like, I'm a very lovely not trolls, douche. I'm sorry, douche. So I mean, he is partially right. You know, he got the douche part. He just forgot the lovely part. So.
Well, I would concede that the location of some eggs that are hidden are hard to explain by natural means. So I don't know. Maybe there is some validity to that.
Is Batman a Christian?
Oh,
yep.
Good question. Good
Oh,
question.
he is. Excellent.
Yep.
Does he
Batman?
get?
Batman.
Wait, which Batman though?
You know why? You know how I can know?
Tell me.
You know what would
Because
be truly impressive in this time of
when
year?
Batman has to leave church early, it's called Christian Bale.
Oh. Whoa!
My God. Okay, I'm gonna block you just for that, Hillbilly. It's been a long time coming.
That's a sin right there.
You got me. That's funny.
There has to be a commandment against that somewhere.
Oh,
I don't even know who Christian Bale is, and I think that's haram in all ways possible.
I'm actually googling right now if there's a law against making bad puns in the Bible.
I wonder if there was a person turning rocks into eggs this time of year, would you concede that he might be the second coming, or she, or would you just be like, nah, it's just just a trick?
Sexist. You immediately went to he. Just sexist.
I know, man. I know. I try to do it less. I kind of self-aware of,
Internalized sexism, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was saying actually to a Christian, or like wonder, maybe to a Catholic perhaps, what's worse, murder or heresy? Which one is worse? Like, I don't know if there are any Catholics here. Oh, yeah, and OG I think was a Catholic, or still is. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty mixed signals from him because he kind of just steps all over the place.
Because murder is the destruction of the physical body, and in my mind, heresy would be the destruction of the spirit, I guess, in a way. Like, so which one is really worse?
Catch Catch the rabbit! Catch the rabbit! Catch it!
There's some
Hey, guys.
freaky monsters there in the distance.
Hey guys, you know how does Moses make his coffee?
He brews it! Yes! I do it! Good one.
Son of a
Go
bitch! God damn it!
I saw it coming a fucking mile away. He brews it.
Hillbilly or Amin might know this. What's a salesman's favorite scripture passage? The Great Commission.
Oh man.
Actually, they know that passage, so I was assuming this makes sense to somebody who knows the Bible, but I guess not.
Yeah, I am not an expert on the Bible. I should actually do a Bible study myself. Just buy my own for about a month. Because that's really how long it would take, because the Bible is a huge fucking book, you know.
So, how does Moses have his coffee?
He brewed it.
All right. I thought he had it parted in the middle.
Oh.
Half vanilla, half coffee, you know. That's how it goes. That's good, though, I think. Yeah, I think it might taste good.
Set my teacup free.
I really want a hot cup of cappuccino right now.
And he took all of the first brews in the morning and poured them away.
Well, gotta go, guys. Y'all have a very happy Good Friday. Oh, and I forgot, man.
Man.
I hope you're not leaving. I hope you're not leaving because of the jokes. We can cut it out. I mean, just okay. Never mind.
No, we can't.
Well, fun here is done. I will check on you guys later.
No, don't leave. God damn it.
Go on.
No, I just went here to actually just kind of troll him a little bit. Although I did do that in the beginning, but then I just guessed it would be annoying after a while, so I stopped it. Oh right, you know, I can self-rationalize sometimes and be fucking, you know, nice to people.
By yourself, brother.
Yes, yeah. I was like, you know, might be annoying. I stopped doing it.
Okay. That sounds absolutely wonderful, right? It's great.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Super heavy.
I am making progress. Yeah, that's how I'm making progress.
Sure, that's great. You'll be Dutch speaking soon.
Although I think my kind of the way I copied his mannerism of talking and everything was quite on point. It's quite comical, I think. But people might disagree.
Hey guys, you know what's...
I was pissing myself laughing. I awful lot in my belly.
Aw, thanks.
Guys, you know what's the best way to settle church disputes? With cannons.
Whoa!
You're on a
Boom!
today.
He's on a
What did you say?
fucking roll.
What did you say, Armin?
You're on a roll today.
Would you
It's
say
not
he's on
like...
would you say he's on a crusade?
Well, that's the problem with Jesus.
I'm a crusade of humor.
That's the problem with Jesus. He just gets too cross.
That is some dark shit right there.
How long did Cain hate his brother? As long as he was able.
Where he left?
Who? Hillbilly? Yeah.
Yeah, he was becoming a pain in the side.
He was surprisingly like calm.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking.
Relative, dude. If you looked at just the way he acts when, you know, his worldviews come under kind of scrutiny a little bit from the opposition, though. I mean, you know, he's not comfortable. Like, you can see it. That's, yeah. I would not be on camera if I was him, but that's just me. If I would act like that.
Mm.
Yeah, he was you know, reasonably calm compared to other times.
Yeah.
Plus he confused me with G Whistler for some reason. I have no idea why.
Oh, yeah.
They're very easy to mix up.
And Hal, you know Hal Pelta guy, he called G Weisler G-Man.
Oh man.
And I pointed out the horrible mistake. It's like, you know, dude, come on.
Go on now.
Oh man.
Go on. You don't
Yeah.
think you'd know. And if you're in a
He
hangout
was
for
so-
30 seconds, you think you'd know, right?
Yeah, he was so embarrassed. Like, oh my god, I never seen it so embarrassed. As I guess, like, oh my, like, oh gosh, no.
Well, when you see me with my Jesus is Lord hat, screaming and shouting, then it's fair enough. Preaching to choir ministries.
Oh god. I kind of really regret subscribing to G-Man. I really do regret that.
Yeah, I think
That's
you
where the
should.
Because I am giving him attention. I give him the attention he's so
basically,
desperately fucking
In
seeking
my,
for.
world, in my worldview, that means you're going to hell.
The atheist hell is listening to G-Man for eternity.
Yeah. And he's just so irrational and just so childish. It's like, come on. Just fucking grow a pair. Grow
Just like art about Anita Sarkeesian, right, brother?
Stop invoking some fucking drama in here, you faggot.
No, come on now. I don't know if you've heard the rumor, but apparently Newton might be Michael Ann's love child.
Who?
Wait, huh? What?
Michael Ann.
The fuck is Michael Ann?
That's Art's favourite person in the G Plus community.
Only because she has a Ferrari, dude.
She's hot, basically. She's hot.
Well, I wouldn't say that. No, we just buried the war hatch. But no, what did you say about Anita and Michael Ann? What's the love child?
Huh? I was just making a vague reference that they could be connected in some way because they're both tissue off.
Oh. Well, Michael Ann hasn't been pissing me off lately, thank God. For that.
Really?
Yeah. Well, like, should have been.
Has she stopped giving you the vitamin? Has she stopped giving you the vitamin C enemas? Huh?
Well, if she stopped doing that, then I'd be pissed.
Oh, so it's not the Michael that was on here yesterday. That dude is... Oh, he is
That's a different
out of this motherfucking world, man. I love him.
Yeah, he's an interesting fella.
Yeah.
Annoying sometimes, but yeah.
No, I would love him to have his own radio show. I would fucking listen to it, I swear. In the
It's
car
like white
driving.
noise.
Listen.
He's like a white noise machine, pretty much.
No, he does have a point, but he just make it in such a way that he shapes it so, I don't know, weirdly, and he phrases everything so weirdly. It's like, what the fuck? I don't know, man. I think like in like short discussions in real life he's not that kind of, I guess, gymnastic with words or flexible.
Oh, he has some issues. It's okay. I mean,
He makes
usually...
great art though. I've seen his art.
Oh yeah,
he's great.
He's beautiful pictures apparently.
Wow,
And
the people
everybody
you
has
meet
some-
there. Plus he's a masochist, so it's like, what the fuck, man? So how many of those are out there, man? Like, shit.
Well, he's an artist. Well, you're in a hangout with one.
I know
Not-
Nadia.
not me. Yeah, well,
I know
exactly,
Nadia.
Nadia.
I know. They're just like they're not a huge group, you know.
And I think pretty much anybody who stays in a hangout with Arcane or G-Man is a masochist.
Well, Nadia can do that. I bet you Nadia would. just for the, the kicks.
Nadia enjoys the occasional torture, you know.
She goes
What?
to freaking G-Man hangouts, so I mean, shit. She has
Oh,
some
yeah.
rough skin on her fucking.
she likes to talk to fucking Brett Keane. She used to invite him all the time. She still does. My God.
It causes
But,
lots of lulls.
Like last time, he got kind of kicked around, Brett. I sort of felt bad
Good.
for him, I guess.
Don't. Seriously, don't.
He did end up blaming me, Brett, for he said you didn't do anything about him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Palm, just don't blame yourself, man. Just don't, man. Like, especially if this allegation comes from a fucking dirtbag like him. Just dismiss it. Just scoff it off. I would, recommend that. Well, but an internal critique would be also a good idea, but just don't trump over it too much, I suppose. Yeah. Recently, I've had an interview for a job as a inventory clerk. It went pretty well. I was a little kind of insecure a little bit, but it was good. That was good. The interviewer was hot. She was a chick. She was a black
Oh, sexist, racist.
Fuck up. Fuck
What do
you. Fuck
by the way,
you.
I could not notice but to notice. You calling Palm a faggot? What up, dude? Come on, not cool. Of all
I
of
slip of the tongue. It still slips, man. I am in a very toxic. I'm in a gaming community, filled with people
oh,
like you
right.
are.
Blame
So-
gamers, right? Blame
Told you it's
Gamergate.
gamers.
Right. Yeah.
No, I mean it's mostly the 12-year-olds who fucking occupy the gaming.
Well, that's true. They deserve a few slaps
shit.
on the fucking back. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They should. I love those videos when those videos when they're playing their console and then their parents goes up to them and it's still they don't turn out the you can hear the parents scolding them. I love when that happens.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a viciously giggle. I'm like, good.
Oh, we had something similar in Hangouts a long time ago. Some young kid was in Hangouts, 15, 14 something, and his parent actually, came in his room and was like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Why are you talking to these people?" Like, Dad, it's interesting. And I'm like, "What's in here? These losers, dude. Fuck, go get a job."
Oh man. This shit sucks. That happened to me. I know. It's also.
Oh, that's right, Mama. I heard it. Yeah, Russian, speaking Russian too.
Yeah. My mom is annoying. My dad is not so annoying. Like my mom is the annoying one. She drives him to do lots of foolishness around here as well. Women. That's horrible for coming from me, especially.
Oh, and you guys know
Where have I
Riot?
fucking, where have I synced? To what levels of gruesomeness? What? Okay, go on. I'm sorry.
Oh no, never mind. Weren't you about to leave, bro? Something?
Yeah, I was about to leave to play some Mafia.
I didn't blame you.
I'm replaying the first one because there was a bug last time I played it, in the last quarter of a game, which got me pissed off and made me not want to play it. But now I'm playing it again because I have a different machine, different desktop hours.
You should try Good Old Games version. They usually modify the old games to be compatible with newer systems. Removes a lot of bugs.
Oh, the GOG, yes.
You can get runs too of that, by the way.
Yeah, I just applied the latest patch, and that's it. That's all I did. I just basically I installed the original one, then just applied the patch, and that's it. I guess. Works are great so far. If it has the same bug though, I swear. I would personally put Eidos Software or whatever their little stupid company is on my to hack list, you know.
So
To
GOG
screw
is
over the
actually
list.
they actually do a pretty good job of making sure it works on modern systems. Like their
Yeah.
stuff, like it always works, always.
Well, I had exceptions a few times with Cossacks, for example, which is a game that my dad loves. They haven't been able to make that fully functional, but usually they're good. They're like, you know,
Your mum likes
unbeatable.
it too, man.
Oh yeah, she loves it. Ride the Cossacks and shit. I'm gonna try Black and White too. My bro sort of recommended it.
What are you gonna try?
Black and White too.
Black and White?
Oh yeah, you don't know. This was like released in 2008, 7, and it's a unique game. You basically play the role of a god. You literally have a hand in a game, right? And it's a strategy, right? You have a giant map. It's an island, and you get to control a ton of stuff. You get to grab trees and rocks, and there's physics, right? It's
That's cool.
like yes, comparable to like Source and Counter-Strike Source games physics. What is it? Havoc Engine type physics. And you have like an animal, a pet, which you choose, and you train him, right? So he's going to be doing random things, and when he does something that you don't like, you sort of slap him. Kind of like Tamagotchi. Tamagotchi, you know Tamagotchi?
I know what Tamagotchi is. Yes, I used to have one of those when I was young. I was like a pocket Tamagotchi thing.
Isn't that Dungeon Keeper? Or, I don't know if that's Black and White.
Wait, say again?
Isn't that Dungeon Keeper that you're referring to, where you snap me?
No. Black and White 2. Just Google it. It's a really awesome game. You basically get to choose. Well, through your actions, you get to be a good god or a bad god, or something in between, and that decides what spells you have. I think. Mainly, you basically train the animal, build your city, which is really detailed. You build roads. You get to need to get resources. Your animal can help, or the villagers can help. It's sort of hard to describe. It's a really unique game. I haven't seen any of them. It's incredibly sandbox-like. It's not a.
I think it was made by the same guy who made Dungeon Keeper. His name is Stephen Molyneux or something like that.
Yes, no, Peter Molyneux.
Peter Molyneux, yeah.
Not
Yes.
Stephen. Oh no! Don't mention Stephen. Oh.
No, not that Molyneux. No, not that.
Not that one.
Manchurian.
I mean, even Thunderfoot went out of his way to actually have a video criticizing him. That says a lot. If Thunderfoot ends a streak of shitting over Anita to actually make a video about it.
Right.
But
But yeah, seriously, I would really recommend Black and White 2. It's a really awesome game. There hasn't been a game since like that, and I wish they made it. It's really awesome. Oh yeah, and the animal grows. It eventually becomes like this gigantic thing that fights the armies. Yeah, you can build armies too, actually. And yeah, I don't know how else to sort of sell this. Yeah, it's just awesome. But anyway.
I really hope I get this job though. It's minimum wage and up though. It goes up, and also they pay for they compensate for driving to for far locations here in the province and everything. So it's pretty good.
Oh, nice. Which
I hope you get-
Good.
I hope you get it too, brother.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
If anything, that means you're going to be bothering us less and working.
Making that dough.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you mentioned hacking. Did you guys hear Anonymous is going to kick ISIS shit for what happened in Brussels?
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
the fucking Anonymous. Whatever is left of it, I guess.
Oh, there's quite a few still.
Who are they
Anybody
going to
can join.
attack? Like, is it
Their
the problem is
accounts.
who
The
are
money.
you? No, the
money.
big problem is these are all like splinter cells. Like they're very loosely connected. Like how the
Well-
hell are you gonna find any of them?
Well, they can attack ISIS itself. Their money, mainly. Their publication accounts on like Twitter and YouTube and shit.
Oh, right. Yeah,
What
they
the fuck? Twitter should fucking shut down those accounts. They would
Well,
actually.
it's hard to find them, right? It could be
They're very
subtle,
much-
right? But
Very much like the A-Team, isn't it? Hard to find, but if you can find them.
Right. Yeah.
Please
yeah,
don't.
apparently.
Please don't go there.
Apparently, well, apparently, Anonymous closed down 1,000 accounts after the whole Paris shootings. They closed down 1,000 ISIS Twitter accounts. So
Right.
and stole a ton of money from them.
Were they on the were they on the darknet? Their website.
That too,
or
yeah.
Just on regular.
Both.
On ClearNet.
Yep. At least according to Anonymous, right?
Yeah.
That's actually a very good way to, yeah, definitely. If you can retard their way of communication and publication of stuff, that's a very effective way of dissuading them, I guess. That's not
Darknet
bad.
is a dangerous motherfucking place. You better know what the fuck you're doing there.
What is this Darknet actually? It's like, is it a special website or was it? I've never dared to
It's
enter.
basically the underbelly of like the black market, but only online. It's like illegal
do you get there?
services online. Yeah, you get there through a special type of client or a Tor or whatever, and yeah.
I see. Yeah, but I'm guessing there's been a lot of like fucked up shit like pedophilia and stuff. That's what these people have been
Pretty
about.
much selling fucking, narcotics, selling illegal shit there, yeah, basically.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. Gotta stay on the light net. Gotta stay on the good side.
Yeah, what we are on is now the ClearNet. That's what it's called.
Come to the dark side, my young apprentice.
That's a figure.
It's hilarious how I know many intelligence firms know about this sort of the existence of such a kind of such a market bubble or anything, and they don't even infiltrate it or anything.
Well, of course, that's where they
I
get the
wonder
coke, dude.
why. Yeah, I wonder fucking why.
Being an intelligence officer is a tough job. You need some coke for a while, I know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's so many connections though there, so I mean, you have to be really careful. I mean, yeah, you can cause some fucking gang war and shit to break out. Yeah, that would be tragic.
Hey, the fun and weird thing, I was dropping the bodies of these slain enemies, sort of, and they drop bones, it seemed.
They what?
They drop bones. Like, I didn't know that. It's pretty interesting.
Are you talking about
they
the
burn
game?
up. Yeah, that wasn't there before. It's a recent update.
They drop bombs.
Yeah.
Bones.
Boom.
They're bones.
Bomb.
Yeah. It wasn't part of the
mama.
game mechanic before, I guess.
Are they nuclear bombs?
I see what you did there, Samus.
Thank you
Bad
very much.
Samus.
That's badass. I don't even have the internet.
You don't have it, but you use it.
Now, this is a game where you sort of hunt down savages, and either they kill you or you kill them, and
You mean-
it's pretty brutal actually.
Pretty much like, war against terrorism.
Yeah, sounds like Stains.
It's like Rust, but only a little better.
Yeah, I wish there would be like firearms here. Are they?
There are probably mods for that. Yeah.
Alright.
It makes it less challenging. That's the problem. That's why you have no fun. You just made a spear, right? For example, right now out of those bones.
No, I don't know. I've seen like pretty realistic games that make firing a firearm pretty challenging.
No, it's just it gives you too much advantage here. The enemies
Well,
aren't there.
What if they give you like a few bullets? You know.
Oh yeah, I mean maybe there are more challenging opponents, I guess. Hold on, there is a flare gun here, but yeah, that's it.
Have you guys heard about the Far Cry Primal game?
Oh yeah.
I heard from lots of people that it's shit, so I don't want to play.
Look promising.
It's the same basic principle, right? Just they added this pet feature. They might have just fucking made a mod for it, or just a data disk to the other games. Now they have to make a new game.
Yeah, I know.
It's just this awesome new mechanic of a pet. It's amazing. And sell it like a new game, of course.
The problem, like with the game I'm playing, is it's an indie game, so they didn't have a lot of resources to flesh it out as much as they wanted to. But they are still actually doing it right now as we speak. So, but because it's like only a $15 and not like a $60 game, so you don't really get a lot. But I could see this like being much more fleshed out, like where you could like sort of keep some of the savages and sort of torture them and whatever like.
Face when an indie game is almost as good as a Ubisoft game. Is Far Cry Primal a Ubisoft release? It probably is, isn't it?
Well, if it crashes, probably is.
Old Ubisoft was not bad though.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, this is a free go.
I gotta have cages here, and as soon as the enemies come, I light a cage on fire, and 4 or 5 of them in the cage burn it to crisp. See, I would do shit like that in this game.
Hey, Green.
How you doing?
Make them think twice of attacking me.
Pretty cool, Green. How are you? Long time no see.
Yeah, I haven't seen you guys in a while, so I was glad to see you.
Hey, can you do us a favor? Can you psychoanalyze brother here?
No, I don't do that. I
Can
don't
you fix him?
No, I can't fix anybody. They fix me. I remember one time I said, "Can you fix him?" No, he's gonna fix me. So.
Green, are you a psychologist?
No, I'm a behaviorist.
So you pay.
I know that sounded very funny, but it's true. It's what I do. I don't know. It's part of psychology, but it's an aspect of it.
So at the end of the session, you write them a check for here's $50. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing the insight and wisdom into my life.
Yeah. All right. I see how it works.
Maybe the psychologist, the one that needs the therapy the most, and that's why he becomes a therapist.
You sometimes have to make up diagnoses to justify a paycheck. Like sometimes,
yeah, behaviorists don't do that. They don't make diagnoses, so we don't do that.
Like how do you see on the receipt what did we do today?
Well, we work on certain maladaptive behaviors that's seen, and we work on those. We don't try to work on your inner thoughts.
You know what does it say on the receipt? It says, "How does it make you feel?"
No, we more like saying, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
What's that? That's what we do.
Okay.
How often do you do it?
Yeah, how often you go to the bathroom for 10 minutes and do that thing that you do, Is it maladaptive? So that's just the whole point. But
how was your relationship with your mother? Can you describe that?
Oh, I would not even touch that. I will keep away from that as far as possible. That's your business. That's not mine.
Yeah, I don't actually know your mother, Bomb, so bit of a silly question.
I know your mother, Simon. But I said I.
I know Art's mum.
Everybody knows my mom. That's an uninformative assertion.
Well, a piece of good news is that I actually been doing hangouts. I've been trying to be consistent once a week, for an hour and a half on different topics. And they usually like stuff on Carl Jung.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't know too much about it, but I try to bring a hangout out to discuss it.
Hey, do you know Helena Handbasket? You know, right? I think.
I'm not sure.
Oh, you should. I'm gonna give her profile. She's a behaviorist as well, I think.
Oh, okay.
She used to do animal behaviorism, though. I think or she behaviorist something. She might be interested. Also, Dave S. He studies for a PhD in psychology, I think, psychiatry, something like that. So he might.
It has to be psychology. Psychiatry is more medical.
Well, he does some studies about memory reliability, if that tells you anything.
Yeah, that's maybe cognitive science. So.
Oh yes, he said that. Yeah, cognitive. I can give you their profiles if you want, because they would be interested as a lot.
Oh, definitely. Right now, I've just been doing stuff on. Like today, I was going to do something on schizophrenia. I was doing it, but I got kind of sidetracked, so I'm going to do it again, like at 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So I do.
And so, what's the topic? Do you like just talk about this? Like, is it educational or is it just for
It's
discussions?
more. Some of it is educational in the first part, but and then it goes on to discussion, and then from discussion, I'll cut it live. I won't have it live, and I have other people coming in, and they'll talk about other topics. But I try to keep it within the framework, and that's why I keep the hangouts very short.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, to get you some people there, here are links to 3 people's profiles that would be definitely interested in your topics.
Awesome.
Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, Dave S. I know who he is. Yeah.
Ah, there you go. But you might not know Nootropic. He's a new kid in a block.
Oh, okay. Nootropic. He's new. Okay. You got one post here. It looks like it's pretty funny. Okay.
He's an ex-Muslim though, so but he's nice. He's not gonna grill you. I don't think so.
It's all about connections and people.
Right.
Doesn't really matter. It could be. I know it right now it's like Good Friday, and I said Happy Good Friday to a lot of people.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah. So Good Friday.
So what's good about this Friday?
It's Good Friday. I think I don't know too much about it, but I believe it's the preparation for Easter. Or,
Your mama's coming over, so that's what's good about it.
Yeah, I can tell you're excited.
Oh, say what?
I can see why you're excited.
See, you tell me this all the time that you cannot psychoanalyze anybody, but I hope you can, because I know for the past week I had a huge need for you to come in here and tell us something about somebody. I just trying to recall who, and someone who's been, yeah.
Or, by the way,
yeah.
No, damn it.
Spit it out, man.
I heard you before. You spoke about that you wish to have me in a hangout because you have a problem with your father believing in some pseudoscientific woo-woo.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. If you're gonna stick around, I might ask. This is gonna be a different topic. It's gonna be woo, psychology, woo medicine and alternative treatment BS. But I'm trying to remember who I wanted Green to, I don't know, at least give an opinion of, because, god damn it, is somebody who's really, god damn it.
I'm not that much into the whole topic about the whole pseudoscientific kind of realm of alternative sort of solutions and all that bullshit.
Yeah, but you're a skeptic, right? You love to hang in this circles, and I was hoping that you have some Russian sources on this topic, because I wanted to give this to my dad.
Look, I have a Russian method about how to deal with it, a very good method.
Russian.
Yeah, Russian method. Good old Russian method.
No, not Russian. I mean in Russian language.
Yeah, I know. But I have a good another thing that might suffice that, which is a Russian method. Look, god damn it.
rushing method.
Yeah, it's basically
not
it's a little
a
pun
method.
I made.
Well,
Anyways, yeah. All right.
I see.
What I would really recommend is, well, I mean, you can go with the advice that Hermine brought to you, which is also a pretty good advice. I would not say it's bad advice, but I mean, it would prolong his, I guess, trust, this kind of a false trust in that sort of bullshit. But what I would recommend is just straight up scaring him with scare stories about the pseudoscience and quote unquote alternative medicine. You can do that. That would kind of, I guess, work. And there is sources for that, like Quackwatch. Just go search what quackwatch.org is. Well, I mean, I think they only write in English though, so that's the bad part.
Interesting approach. I might try that. Scare him with bad examples.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Arcane, what's up?
You win, Art.
Weird.
Well done.
Huh?
You win, Art. Well done.
Oh, that's right.
Well,
He has no response.
Most of my topics, it does revolve around Wu and the supernatural, and how Carl Jung explains it, because it's very, contextual in a sense. So it is interesting. Like, I was starting to hang out on schizophrenia, but I was talking about the link between schizophrenia and shamanism. So I was looking at those aspects. You see, like with behavior analysts, like I know the subject so well, and a lot of times it gets kind of dry. But with this one, I'm pretty new to it, so I'm kind of exploring it through Hangouts. It kind of motivates me. Yeah, it kind of motivates me to read a lot about Carl Jung stuff. That aspect of analytical psychology.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think people find it a little bit more interesting than like data analysis and things like that. Even though it is, for me it is, but for other people it's, yeah.
Well, hey, do you have any opinion on like conspiracy theorists? The mindset, right?
Behavioral patterns of conspiracy theorists, yes.
Well, it really depends. Like if the person is constantly having a conspiracy theory about a lot of subjects, then yeah, there's something to that. But there are, a lot of people, if you want to call them rational, that they have a specific conspiracy about something. Then yeah, there's two sides of it. There's some people just constantly there's something wrong, like and it's almost in the realm of paranoia.
Yeah.
But there's people who just say, you know what, I kind of question that event. So
the frequency does make it. I agree. Also, the the quantity to which extreme they might of a conspiracy they might kind of be, I guess, deducing from a certain situation.
Yeah. And it is how you talk about it too. If you're talking like in absolute terms, it's like I know this is definite. In any subject, then there's something wrong there. But so I really suspect something. So it's all contingent on how you use your language.
Well, indeed, yeah. A way a person talks says a lot about a person. That's true.
Yes. A lot about their behavior, definitely. Not about the person, but their behavior in general.
Yeah. in which category of, of whether a behavioral, on the scale of a behavioral sort of scale, would you put believing the Earth is flat? And insisting that it is flat, like with absolute certainty.
Anything with absolute certainty is a concern. So I don't know if I could put a scale to it, but definitely it's and mind you, it could have a function too of why people do it. It can be very attention seeking. Hence, we don't know what people really believe unless they say it. But even when they say it, it's is kind of relative in a sense. So I don't know. I tend to stay away from that subject. I think it's bizarre for me, but that's me.
So, really, we're sort of talking about Arcane here now, aren't we? About the Earth being flat and all that. So if he's chronic attention seeking, then maybe he's got like Munchausen by proxy or something like that. Arcane, is that what it is? Is he still in?
Yes, he's still in the hangout. I love it. This is like an intervention sort of shit.
Yeah, on the scale, thinking that the Earth is flat is pretty high up on anybody's scale, isn't it? Mr. Behaviourist. You ought to talk to Dionysus. He's a behaviourist. He's read every book that B.S. Skinner has ever wrote, apparently.
Who is? I'm sorry?
Dionysus.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
What I say, yeah. Although he ought to tone down his behaviour most of the time, to be honest.
Hey, Arcane, can you hear us? Can you say something?
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
I don't think we just talking some smack about you.
You got no basis for your knowledge.
We're still chimps on a ball, Arcane.
Scientific basis. Let's correct it. He has no scientific basis.
I mean, goddammit, just as Arcane unmutes our resident behaviorist, goes FK, goddammit. We might have, I wanted to shrink you, That came off a bit wrong.
Anyway. Really, Art? Oh, really?
I'm sure you already do, Art. I'm sure you already do.
So really, what's your argument? I believe in conspiracy theories, therefore what?
Oh, nothing. I'm just curious what a behaviorist thinks about you.
I'm curious to get a behaviorist opinion on why people blindly believe everything the government says, like a bunch of freaking sheep, and then follow them off of an unintellectual cliff time after time, and keep trusting a bunch of liars as if they're one day going to tell you the truth about some shit, and then point at the people that's actually telling you the truth.
Completely irreprehensible.
What's the term for that? I think it's called insanity.
Well, I mean, you're making an absolute claim with no evidence.
Hang on, G. It's called democracy, okay.
You guys are pussies.
No, I didn't mean that in any combative way. I'm just really curious. I wasn't actually speaking.
I love pussies.
But hold on, I wasn't trying to get agreed to talk specifically about you. Just conspiracy theorists in general. Right? I know you're a conspiracy theorist, or what we usually consider to be such.
So are you.
But instead of being different discussion.
I'm
a conspiracy theorist
too, aren't you? Yeah, you are.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Who brought down the towers? I'm curious. Who brought down the towers? Art North?
That's not what conspiracy is.
Who brought down the towers? Does anybody know?
Saudi terrorists.
Oh, that's a conspiracy.
Similarly skinned terrorists like Arcane. Arcane, you might have actually.
Okay, so you're a conspiracy
affiliated.
It was a conspiracy.
So you're a conspiracy theorist, right? By definition.
That's not what people usually mean when they mean conspiracy
no,
theories.
So you don't believe in a conspiracy?
Well, I do believe in a few conspiracies,
then you're
for sure.
a conspiracy theorist, then.
Nope. That's not what people usually refer to.
Yeah, that's not what no.
No, it's not. Okay, so you believe in conspiracies, but you're not a conspiracy theorist. All right, get the fuck out.
No, we know there's conspiracies. We don't believe in them.
Guys, let's let's just clarify. Like we're using common language. I mean, if that's not okay, then sure, I'm going to use the specific language, right? So, global conspiracy theorist.
Art, you would say that though, because you're part of the conspiracy.
Well, of course, but that's a different topic.
You say that though. So
We're shills. We're shills for the global conspiracy.
No, you're all conspiracy theorists. But I think what art really means is if you don't trust your government, that kind of conspiracy theorist. If you trust the government, you're okay. You're a good conspiracy theorist. But if you don't trust your government, you're a bad conspiracy theorist. That's pretty much what he's saying.
Not exactly.
No,
pretty
not
much.
really.
You can be against your government in a sense that you're against, like, let's say, the president, and not involve a even a major conspiracy. Just
No,
like
that's all you're saying is that if I believe in government conspiracies, it's bad.
No,
If I
actually-
believe in Saudi conspiracies, I'm good.
No, I actually said, I clarified. I said what I mean is global conspiracy.
Well, you believe in a globe. I don't believe in a globe, so
Doesn't matter.
it apply to me.
Again, stop nitpicking. God damn it, dude.
You're the one
You know what I
nitpicking.
mean.
Well, that
Terrestrial, worldwide terrestrial fucking conspiracy,
No, I'm
okay?
nitpicking.
Fucking
You're the
call
one
me your
nitpicking
nipples,
what kind of
Arcane. Call me your
conspiracy
fucking
theorists
nipples.
are. You're saying, oh, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but not your kind of conspiracy theorist. I mean, yeah, that's pussy talk, man. Pull your skirt down.
What's wrong with
Clarify-
pussy? What's wrong with pussies, Arcane?
Clarifying your meaning is pussy.
Pull your skirt down. That's all I'm gonna say.
Pull your skirt now. So now you're good. You're devolving into rape apology. Nice.
Oh, okay, guys, hold on. Listen, I honestly want to ask you something, Arcane, to clarify. And this is not an assertion about you. This is a question on what you think.
You already
because-
sound like a shill, so go ahead and say whatever
Okay,
bullshit
fine.
you're gonna say.
Fine. So I want to know, what is your view on the Holocaust?
What about it? I don't have any views on the Holocaust. I wasn't there.
Well, what's your
You
view on
mentioned-
Hollywood?
wait,
Arcane,
wait.
what's your view on Hollywood? I want to hear this, please. Go on. What's your view on Hollywood?
My view on what?
Hollywood.
Hollywood, you believe Hollywood like it's real.
Yeah,
That's my view.
Again, what's your view on Hollywood? That's like, just
Yeah,
a
you
quick.
believe anything like the moon landing because things
No,
like
again,
Hollywood.
What do you think? Who runs Hollywood?
I'm telling you right now, the people
runs
who
Hollywood?
run you run
Arcane,
Hollywood.
who runs Hollywood?
Masters run Hollywood. That's
Arcane, who runs the organization Hollywood? Who runs it?
herders.
Arcane.
The sheep herders that herd you run Hollywood.
And who are the Sheeper? What are their identity?
The master,
What do
the
they identify as? No, that's
slave master.
That's vague. That's a very
Okay,
vague.
okay. Listen, bro. Hold on a second. We just want to clarify. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Arcane, we just want to clarify your views because somebody was making assertions about you that even I wasn't inclined to believe about the Holocaust thing. So I want to know your honest view. I don't care how controversial it
A lot
is.
of people are speculating about my views, and you listen.
Exactly,
to
that's what I'm asking you.
I'm asked for listening to them.
That's exactly what I'm asking you directly. I don't want to speculate about your views. I just want to ask you.
What do you
So,
want to know specifically?
well, the Holocaust thing, right? So, do you think
Which Holocaust are you talking about? The Native American, the African American?
the Second World War Holocaust against the Jews, right? Do you think that
There was a
they
Holocaust
were?
against the Jews. Okay, that's what
Yeah,
you
it's a
believe.
specific. It's a specific term.
Yeah. Oh, so Arcane, you seem to be skeptical. You said, oh, you think it's a Holocaust against the Jews?
Prove it.
So you skeptic? Okay, so just to be clear, wait, everybody wait. I know you're like, so you think you're skeptical of the Jewish Holocaust in the Second World War.
I
You're
haven't seen any
skeptical of
Holocaust. Prove it to me.
Okay. So you are not convinced that Jews were killed on the industrial scale by the Nazis. You're not convinced of that position.
How many Jews you talking about?
Millions.
Millions? You can prove it?
No, I just want to get your position. We can to prove later
I'm a
on.
skeptic.
I just want to know.
Go ahead and prove it. I'm a skeptic.
No. You're a skeptic. Okay, interesting. So,
Prove
would you be
And you
inclined to
prove-
believe that? Wait. Hold on. Let's just get his position out. So, are you inclined to believe that at least, I don't know,
I don't believe
100,000
anything
Jews
my government
died?
tells me. Sorry, I don't believe anything that
Well-
big government tells me.
Well,
Anything.
listen, sure. So you would not even say that 100,000 Jews died in the Second World War
Prove it.
systematically.
100,000? I thought it was 6 million. Which is it?
No, I'm saying, would you be willing to accept that at least?
Yeah, if you prove it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're skeptical of that too. Okay, yeah, you would qualify as a Holocaust denier pretty much.
So?
Okay.
So what? Am I an evil person? Am I a bad person? Am I a retard? What is it? Pick one.
No,
Which
you're
label-
a neo-Nazi.
which
You're
label
kind of
do
like
you
a,
wanna
ne-
throw
you're a
on me
neo-Nazi
because I don't believe
apologist.
in
You're a
your
neo-Nazi
pseudo
apologist.
history?
You're an anti-Semitic
Yeah,
neo-Nazi
so
apologist.
so you want to throw a label on me, right?
Yes,
Yeah, fuck you too.
yes.
What?
I don't
That's
think
that
he is.
indeed. Yes.
I don't think he
What's
is.
your
It's not
point?
going to help.
You have a point to make, or are you just gonna throw a label on me and talk shit?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. You seem to hate Jewish.
Yeah, you don't have a point. That's
Yeah, I
what
do.
Actually, hold on. Technically, I sort of retract my statement. Technically, he's not outright denying the Holocaust, even though his position is like 99% in line with the Holocaust denier position. Except the part of actually denying it all that
Can you
somebody would
accept
say
it
it's a
this
myth.
way? You saw it on TV. Some guy told you. Why do you accept it? Where's your proof at? That's what I'm asking for. It's proof.
Okay.
Well, we have eyewitness testimonies. We have eyewitness testimony. People who lived through it.
Really? And you believe him? Why?
Well, because it's corroborated by a number of other sources and
Show me the proof.
records.
Is that your proof? Because some guy
Well,
told you.
hang on.
Show me some proof.
I don't have proof directly to give you right now, but I'm not dogpiling. So
You have faith.
Well, I believe that the Holocaust happened
Why?
because the evidence convinces me.
Where's the evidence? That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, this is gonna go.
Well,
down.
it's a number of
Oh, wait.
sources. We have eyewitness
Someone-
accounts. We have records from the time.
Oh,
There's a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, I haven't got it to hand.
that's cool. I mean, I just don't have any reason to believe that 6 million Jews were slaughtered.
Okay, so here's let me get you something. Like, I'm not into this topic
Wait,
at
wait.
all, so
Why
so
don't
this-
you ask him? Why don't you ask him how he knows if he claims to know anything in history, and how he knows it?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a-
that's what I was about to
Why are
ask
you
that.
asking another man to ask me something? What kind of coward shit is that? Why don't you ask me?
Well, it's just that it seems that historians, right, agree that it happened, and to deny that seemed to
Historians
be.
agree that Jesus existed too. Aren't you? Aren't you?
Ah, so you accept that, right? So you accept that historical evidence, but you reject this.
I don't have to accept that. It has nothing to do with.
You do have to.
Well, actually,
You just
actually,
hate
what-
Jewish people.
Here's what it is. Actually, here's what it is. Here's what it is.
Damn what your history says. Your history is a bunch of jokes and liars.
Well,
And you
well,
people
here's what
believe
it is,
because
right?
you've
So
been
you're a
brainwashed.
proto-neo-Nazi. That's what you are.
Okay,
Bro,
here's what
hold
it
on.
is.
That's what you are.
You're a skinhead. That's what you are.
Guys, hold on. Let the topic handle this.
Here's what it is. Arcane. So you know that you have unusual beliefs, right? So we're just curious to know how. Let me finish, please. Right. I know you say that, but let me finish. So since you have very unusual sets of beliefs, we're curious to know how you claim. Here he goes again with his interruption. I'm not making anything nasty from being unusual from what you're saying. If you let me finish and stop perhaps presuming, right? So because you have unusual beliefs, people are curious to know how you claim to know what you claim to know. And in particular, if you have this idea that, you raise the bar that you don't personally have had knowledge of the Holocaust and so on, they're wondering, well, how is it possible that you accept any history at all, if at all? And that's why they're asking you these sorts of things. In part, I'm not saying their motives are entirely pure like that. I know art is evil, and Brother's evil, and Simos is evil, but that in part that's their motive. What I said. Well, it was a joke, but anyway.
What are your standards for accepting a historic claim? That's basically what we're getting down to.
I don't have to accept any historical claim on the basis of your scientism. On the basis
we're
of
asking for your standard.
The issue is not
evidence.
the issue. No, the issue is not his.
It don't matter. I didn't even get first.
Okay,
I didn't even get my first sentence out, and you want to cut me off? Fuck you.
All
dude.
right, go on.
Shut
Go
up
on
and
then.
let me talk, or quit asking me questions.
Well,
What kind of
don't
shit is that?
interrupt me
You
then.
want to know my
Don't
answer?
interrupt me then.
You want to ask me a question?
Now you're
Okay,
complaining about being
guys, let's
fucking
just
settle
agree.
the
Let's
fuck
just
down.
agree. Let's just agree
Seems
not
like
to
you have
interrupt.
some kind of emotional disposition about anything I say, which is why you can't let me get it out. So what's the fucking point? You actually want an answer or no?
Arcane,
Well,
you
I'd
sound
like
quite
to-
emotional right at this moment.
So, look, we are dogpiling him, so back off. Yeah, let's let him speak.
Right.
Yeah, I don't trust. I don't have any reason to trust what any of your government or any of these historians say about anything. So.
But I think the question is
begging the
what's-
question.
Wait. What's your standard, right? So you're asking us to show evidence for historical
Yeah,
events, so it's
again,
legitimate.
so-
Hold on. You paused.
Whatever kind of answer you want to pile on me, go ahead, bro.
No, you're asking to show us evidence.
I have no
right?
reason to
So-
trust any of your sources. So I have one source of truth. That's the Bible. So if you want to challenge that, feel free.
Well, how do you know the Bible's true?
By the impossibility of the contrary.
But how does presuppositionalism allow you to know that the Bible is true?
When
that you
did I
have
say
criteria
that?
for interpreting the Bible? We just said by the impossibility of the contrary. I asked you, how do you know the Bible's true?
By the impossibility of the contrary.
Yeah.
I didn't
So,
say anything
so
about
how do you know?
presuppositionalism.
How do you? What?
I didn't say anything about presuppositionalism. I said the Bible is my source of truth. You know what
Well,
that means?
because you didn't say it doesn't mean that you don't actually accept what I mean by it.
I don't. You can put whatever word you want in place of what I said, but that's not what I said.
But it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter what words I use. What matters is what they mean.
Well, words mean things. Okay?
Yeah. So why
if
don't you
wanna
ask
use
me what I
words that I
mean?
didn't say or don't mean, then by all means, paint a straw man, bro. Like, it don't matter to me.
Oh, you're a real character. You are. Anyway, yeah. Basically, what I'll say is this about him. I'm not talking to him. I'm talking about him. He's
you're a
he's
coward.
basically got this very narrow epistemology where he's only going to accept what's in the Bible and nothing else. Now, you could actually function fine in life,
yeah,
actually, to do to go about your daily business, but it's practically useless when it comes
You
to
can be a lying straw man. You
accepting
can be a lying straw man
anything
all
in
you
the
want.
past. You can't
Actually,
really do
it's
anything
a
with this epistemology.
self-contradicting
Be a coward
worldview,
the
really.
rest of your life, bro. That's all you're doing is being a coward. Be that forever. That's
Well,
all
you're a
it is.
fucking idiot. So what?
Yeah,
You
you're.
can't back that up.
Well, can you back that I'm a coward?
Inaccurately depicting my position.
Can you back
and
that I'm a
calling me
coward
an
up?
idiot makes you a fucking idiot.
Can you back
But
up that
the
I'm a
only
coward?
people the only people that don't see that are the
You're
people
being a
who-
coward now.
Yeah,
Why
the
are you
people
being
in-
a coward and not backing up that I'm a coward?
See, look at you.
Is this necessary?
Pitiful.
Well, there's not much else, G. Can you suggest something? He's not addressing anything.
How
We're
does
asking him
this
politely.
address the
Fucking
point?
Talk bullshit again. Good grief.
What Paltalk bullshit is this? This place is more uncivilized than Paltalk. Rooms
Well,
that
that's what
because
you've
people
done.
can
How
talk
about that?
over each other. That doesn't happen in
That's
Paltalk.
what you've done. Well, that's what you've done. All you're going to do.
Not at all. I mean, I'm just being perfectly polite. He's calling me a coward. Who started it?
Oh, grow up.
I didn't start
Well,
it.
get over it then. Well, get over it then.
You've
What
got
are
a
you,
problem with me,
5-year-old?
haven't you?
What's the fucking matter
You've
with
got a
you?
problem with me, haven't you? That's your problem. You've got a problem with me.
No, I've got a
I
problem with the way
understand.
all
Okay.
of you lot behave. Oh, don't fucking
Okay,
start with me,
whatever,
Marcus. You won't get very far.
whatever. I'm not interested.
Promise you that.
Right? I said what I
Good,
said.
shut the
You're not
fuck up then.
interested. You have a problem with it. Wow, look at that. Anyway.
Oh, get over yourself.
Well, Arcane, don't you think it's kind of weird to ask us for evidence and then you don't specify what the standard is, and you say that your sources are unreliable? Is that gonna
prove it?
Yeah, sounds like willful ignorance to me.
I said
like prove it on the basis of what?
Trying to paint me as however the fuck you want, Art, but you're looking stupid as hell. Except for your little group of buddies here, they agree with you.
Arcane, that still doesn't detract the fact that you're acting like
No.
a skinhead.
Arcane, don't you believe, don't you have any means to verify or to have, I don't know, reliable knowledge about the past, about Caesar, Napoleon, within your worldview, right?
Yeah.
There's some standards, right? So give us those standards so we know what to appease to, what to appeal to.
Yeah, my God-given senses and reasoning.
Awesome. So if we show you, I don't know, empirical evidence in line with some historic hypothesis, with some arguments, would that fulfill your standards?
Not if it contradicts scripture, it won't. So
sure. Is there then let me ask you outright: is there anything about the Holocaust that contradicts the scripture?
Not necessarily.
Right. So let's say I give you evidence, empirical evidence that more likely suggests that there was a systematic murder of Jews by the Nazis. Right.
Genocide.
Genocide. Right. Would that be in line with your standards of evidence? Would that
You'd have to prove it.
Right. So I'm just trying to even understand what do you exactly imagine we could show to you, right? So if you're okay with that, right? So for example, if we showed you, I don't know, pictures or video recordings from reputable academic sources who are independent, let's say, who are not with the government or whatever, that show evidence of something to be more indicative of a Holocaust happening, right? You would accept that?
No, I'm going to weigh the evidence on both sides. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to just listen to your little group of people. I'm going to weigh the evidence on both sides, and I'm going to make an informed, conscientious decision on what the hell I think happened. And based on the evidence that I've done, I don't see any proof of this multi-million massacre of Jews.
Can you?
Wait, brother, hold on. That's fine. That's perfectly reasonable.
Right. And you can say I'm crazy for asking you to prove it when all of your sources agree with you, but that really doesn't weigh in the part of truth at all. All you have is a consensus opinion, and that you can wipe your ass with it for all I care.
Right, sure. So you said that if the contrary evidence, you're gonna judge this on the weight of the evidence, right? And I think you mentioned, do you have any evidence contrary to this? Have you heard about it?
Yep, I've heard the arguments on both sides of the trainer, and I'm not convinced that what you're saying happened.
Okay, so since nobody's prepared here for giving evidence for the Holocaust, and you seem to know of some evidence that contradicts it, could you give us some, perhaps?
Sorry,
yeah, that's what I was about to say.
The onus is on you to prove it. If you got evidence or proof that it happened, provide it. If not, I'm not sitting around worried about the Holocaust, because you know why? Many more of my own people, African Americans, were slaughtered. Many more Native Americans were slaughtered.
Can you prove that?
No, he's right. He's probably actually
yeah.
right.
You guys don't want to talk about it. You want to talk about
How does he know that?
How do you know that?
Yeah, you guys are being dumb and ignorant and trying to be belligerent about the whole situation for no reason. What the hell does the Jews matter to you guys anyway? Huh?
Well,
so you think that Jews are subhumans, Arcane? Jews are just subhuman?
Brother, he didn't say that. Holy shit, dude, hold on, come on.
No, he says that Jews don't matter like other human beings.
So let him talk.
Hold on, Arcane, are Jews subhuman?
Brother, hold on.
Yeah, he's about to be blocked. Don't stop him. I mean, let him get blocked on his own account. I'm gonna block him.
I just asked.
Brother.
That's all I did.
Hold on a second. So, Arcane, again, you see, I don't. Hold on a second. I don't have any evidence at my hand. I'd have to do some research, but you have some evidence. Why just don't you, give us this evidence? We're gonna discuss this. We're gonna try to be, respectful, politeful, even though this is a heated topic, especially for the Jewish guy here, brother. I actually think you might be right about the. You said black people. Okay, I'm not sure about black people, dying more. That might be true. I'm sure about the Native Americans.
Yeah, you don't know about the many hundreds of millions of black people that were killed.
Already slave
How do you know? How do you know that hundreds of millions of black people were killed?
Prove it, man.
Forget that. Forget those people. Let's talk about these Jews.
How do you know that?
You got no clue.
Arcane, prove it.
Prove it.
I can't prove anything, you people. I don't claim
You
to.
can't prove.
Why can't you prove it? Why can't you prove it?
I can't prove nothing to y'all, and y'all made that
Why?
clear.
Why not?
Why can't you?
For one, you're a drooling troll, whoever you are. So I already know. Nothing comes out of my mouth is going to persuade you either way at all. Secondly, me and Art have been through this several times already. None of you people. Now, if a new person came on here and actually sounded sensible and didn't sound like a rabid dog, maybe then I would talk to them and actually converse with them, and we would swap evidences. But you guys aren't interested in that.
Arcane, why are you acting like a bitch though? You act like a straight bitch.
prove it,
I think he's
aren't they?
just too scared.
Scared like the little fucking bitch that he is.
Okay,
That's for sure.
guys, listen. We're not gonna go anywhere like that. I mean, Arcane. I'm gonna try be respectful, and I'm gonna employ the other people to be as well, because I mean, we have nothing really else to talk about except I don't know, maybe fucking games and movies. So I'm willing to entertain even such a controversial topic as the fucking Holocaust, right? So,
Why?
like I said, I don't know. Actually, like I said, I have nothing better to do really right now.
Why does the Holocaust matter to you?
Personally, not much, except that it's a major historical event. A lot of people were killed due to a really harmful ideology that I think we should know about and be mindful of it not repeating again. Like I said, listen, I honestly don't have any evidence at hand. I'm sort of going through the wiki, and I would have to check if it's well, anyway. So if you could just give us your evidence, just let's discuss this.
Like I said, I'm not here for that.
Well, no, you don't have to convince us. You don't have to even argue. Look, this is the case. I mean, just give us what you have. Like, what sort of appeal to you?
Like that's not how this works. Like the claims being made that this event happened. So if you want to persuade somebody that this happened, like to me, it don't matter. I already know that. You know what I'm saying? Around the world, they've been faking these events for a long time. Look at the Gulf of Tonkin incident. They admitted that. So you mean to tell me that they wouldn't admit faking a freaking Holocaust? Come on.
Gulf of Tonkin? What's that? I haven't heard about that. Gulf of Tonkin, you said?
Gulf of
Gulf
Tonkin.
of Tonkin. I think it's the Bay of Pigs. I think it's to do with the Bay of Pigs and the Cuban Missile Crisis, if you're familiar with that.
Right. Well, I heard the Missile Crisis.
I think war standoff.
So how many times
I'm
has
not
the government lied to go to war throughout history, and you people are like,
these are.
You are aware that the African and Native genocides are both historic claims that are claimed by our governments, right? Right, Arcane? Are they lying? Then you're with the government, Arcane. You're just a faker.
Yeah, there seems to be some cherry picking.
A fake player. A fake player. Oh, you have AIDS, Arcane. You have AIDS. You have AIDS.
brother,
Has AIDS.
Brother, you're not helping. God damn it.
You're a fag.
We're talking to brother. God damn it. Listen. Okay. Well, since you're not at all just willing, I don't know, just to give us anything. You know, we made a claim. I think we did that Holocaust did happen, but you also made a claim that there's evidence against it, right? Right. So I don't want to be combative. Wait. God damn it. I don't want to be combative at this point, really. I'm just willing to explore the topic. I've heard, some claims about there's being no evidence of the gas chambers and stuff, and some other things. I'm just curious, what do you have?
I don't have a reason to believe the claim. That's what I don't have.
Well, you said you don't have. You have evidence against it, but okay, sure, if you don't want to talk about this. But you mentioned that. Hold on a second. So, you mentioned that more of your brothers, right? African brothers died than the Jews. Okay, let's talk about that. Do you have any evidence for that or reasons?
Are you doubting it?
I have no reason to believe it.
Okay.
In this very specific moment in this hangout, he doesn't have any good reason to believe it.
I mean, don't you want to convince people, that there's this horrible misjustice that's been done on your people?
No. People would rather be interested in their ponies or their animes or they, whatever the hell.
Ironically, you have a picture
people aren't interested in that. I'm more interested in what's going on right now that people are acting like isn't real. That's what I'm more concerned about. You guys want to talk about things that you can't prove either way, but you want to talk about them as if they're facts.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, the assertion that you made, because I haven't heard that more black people died than the Jews in the Holocaust.
Yeah, we don't know that.
Yeah, you're not going to know that if you listen to your government, are you?
But that's why I'm asking you. Tell us.
Your fucking government to get that.
Hold on. Maybe you have some other sources. We don't know. So, Arcane, please tell us. Where is this evidence? Where are the arguments that more black people died?
Go talk to Ivan Van Sertima, or you can't talk to him now, but go read his books. Go learn the history, the true history of your
Ivan Van what?
history. It's not just black history, it's your history. These are your ancestors. These are your people as well. So Ivan Van Sertima, I would say Ivan Van Sertima is a good place to start if you want to do some research on the true African history and your own history.
How do you know he's reliable?
Well, I don't have any reason to think he's not.
Well, that doesn't mean he is, does it? How does that mean he is?
Well, like I said, I use my own God-given senses and reasoning and evaluate evidence on both sides and come to an informed, rational conclusion. So,
how do you know it's your God-given?
Hang on. Wait,
more conducive to what I feel is reality, and I'm going to believe that over this. It's not as easy, not as cut and dry as just saying, okay, here's a black. Hold on. This is much more deeper than just saying, here's a black plate, here's a white plate, here's what it is. Okay, it's not that easy. So you can believe whoever you want to. None of us were there. You're gonna have to rely on the word of some people, but I'm not saying this is not proof. Either way, what people say, all you can do is look at the evidence and ask God to guide you in the truth. You're not going to figure this out on your own, especially not sitting on your ass on a computer in 2016 thinking you know it all. You're going to have some faith in the matter. It's good to debate this, but why you guys trying to label people who don't agree with you as being unusual or abnormal or fucking conspiracy theorists, to me that is killing the conversation more than anything.
Because your behavior is abnormal, Arcane.
Can I say something? So I asked
Since
him,
I
how do you
came in
know
here,
that?
you've been drooling on my nutsack, dude. Get out of here with that.
Well, you said, how do you know? I asked you, how do you know that person who wrote that book was reliable? And you explained what caused you to know, what caused you to use stuff to know that it's reliable, but you didn't explain how you know it was reliable. I still haven't got an answer.
Well, I did tell you how I know it's reliable. I said I use my God-given senses and reasoning and come to an informed, rational conclusion.
But that's not telling me what that specific evidence is and what the specific conclusions were and what the reasoning was. You're just telling me what the faculties you have that you use to come to it. That's a different.
Well, it's a different historical view, is what it is. It's of course, I mean, you're coming from a perspective of like there's people today who still think that Christopher Columbus discovered the New World. Okay, so
I'm not talking about
like, but I'm saying though, this is the platform that most people are standing on when they come to an alternative view.
Well, I never mentioned Christopher Columbus
or something like that, but this is what most people have been taught is true.
Yeah, but I'm
not
talking
sitting
about
here and
what I
telling you
think.
that how I come to something is that, of course, I mean, he presents evidence and artifacts and gives reasoning behind, his conclusions. That's why I said, start there.
But how do you know it's
view of
reliable?
history.
It's just a book, right?
Well, like I said, I know the same way you would know that Richard Dawkins is reliable or anybody else. You have faith in them based on your own senses and reasoning.
So, in other words, you just use faith to know that it's reliable. Is that what you're saying?
My God-given senses and reasoning. Listen at you. Are you deaf?
No, yeah, but that's telling me how. That's not telling me what the specific reasoning is. That's just telling me what you're using within the reasoning. That's not the same.
Well, like you asked me, how did I know it's reliable? And I told you how I know it's reliable.
Yeah, but any context would tell you that when I'm asking how do you know, I'm not asking you by what faculties do you know.
Arcane, are you an insane solipsist?
Brother, can you just let me finish? I'm not asking you by what faculties you know. I'm asking you what the actual evidence is. Just as, if I said, well, there's a car can be used to go from A to B, that's not saying what the route is. I'm asking you what the route is. I'm not asking about the car.
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, it depends then. It depends on what you would accept as evidence. Like I don't, first of all, I start with the premise that we've been lied to about everything. So I start with a clean slate. So when I listen to Ivan Van Sertima and other people talk about African history, there are things there that are said that aren't mentioned in textbooks. So you really have to weigh it. Like, how much can you really verify?
How does it make it true, Arcane?
Basically, their word against our word. But when I see things like the Olmecs, the statues in South America, that throws a pretty big freaking monkey wrench in your Christopher Columbus story or any other freaking historical
How
account.
does it, Arcane?
But,
How
but,
does
but
it
remember,
demonstrate that?
we're not
Forces
talking.
me
No,
to
you're letting
lean
get
toward
on a different
alternative
topic.
explanations of history rather than the bullcrap we've been spoon-fed since day one.
But you realize that we're not asking about, whether we would accept it as evidence. What I'm asking you is, how is it evidence in your worldview according to your standards? And what that specific account is. That's what we're actually asking. So whether I have, a different, set of criteria for what evidence is, or a different epistemology, is neither here nor there.
Yeah, well, like I said, the most primary piece of evidence is that what we've been told is a bunch of lies. So once you start to unravel,
How is that any reliable mechanism other than just a claim?
so when you look at
without
the
any
viewpoint
backing?
that ancient Kush and ancient Kemet, and that these places were actual kingdoms, and how black people turn on their own people, and Western influence, it paints a picture for you that's drastically different than what
Okay. How do you know these places exist? I mean, have you been there?
well, the archaeological evidence for them is there.
Well, how do you know there's archaeological evidence?
Seen them myself, for one. For two, I
Well,
mean,
all of these
things
places?
that have been written
All
about,
of the archaeological
the
evidence?
things that have been written about and covered up and hidden from people, because there's a certain
How do you
narrative
know that?
pushed by the governments that push
Yeah,
us.
how do you know that?
How do you know that?
You gonna shut up and let me finish, or do you just want to bulldog me into whatever you want me to say? Seriously.
Hey, go on.
Yeah, this brother dude's about to get blocked. So if I'm telling y'all now, don't get pissed at me for blocking this asshole, because he keeps jumping in and trolling. I'm letting y'all know now. Don't say Arcane's ruining the conversation because I blocked him. Y'all could either unbroadcast him, or I'm telling y'all.
I'm asking legitimate questions.
No,
If
you're
that
not,
if
bro.
that's what you consider trolling,
No, you're
then
not, but,
I just feel very bad for your
Even your atheist buddies are telling you to shut
critical
up.
faculties and senses.
Bro, hold on. New topic is on a rail here.
Yeah, I mean, really, what people are suspecting here is that the way that you have historical evidence would end up being no different to the way that historical evidence would be for the Holocaust or any other historical fact that you might deny. That's the bottom
Not a
line. So
historical fact. See,
no,
listen,
I
that's
said historical evidence. I said
I'm not denying
historical methods.
facts or historical evidence. Like I said, you weigh the evidence and you make an informed, educated, to your best of your ability, decision rationally on what happened.
Right, of course,
There are people who still honestly believe the official 9/11 story. It's not
Right,
about
right,
evidence.
of course.
It's
Nobody's
about
denying
what you appeal to ideologically. That's the argument that should be had. Why you
Right.
choose to believe this sort of people over this people, especially when they lied to you from day one.
Yeah, that's
right,
how
but
do you
we
know
still
that?
don't know how this text is reliable. You said that, well, it's because because of the archaeology. And I said, how do you know that the archaeologist case? You said, I've been there, but you couldn't have been to all these places.
I've seen some of the evidence myself, personally. And when did I say I've been to all these places? There are archaeologists who've never been to all these places. Listen at your language, though. Listen. Pay attention to your language.
If you gave me some charity, it would mean, give me a little bit of charity.
Some charity.
Yeah, principle of charity.
Yeah,
Right,
give me
know
some
that.
charity. I wouldn't be calling out your use of language that's trying to paint me as something
Why
that
are you inferring what I'm trying to paint you as? I'm just
Why
trying
are
to
you using the
understand
words that
what
you
my...
use?
Well, it was a bit of a mistake. Does it matter? The point is that, you couldn't have verified all the evidence that you claim for yourself. There's just no way.
How do you know?
Because it's a human
because it's
impossibility.
impossible.
It's impossible.
It's humanly impossible.
So why even bring that up? No one has. So who cares?
Well,
No
I've
one
brought it up, so why does that mean nobody should care?
Well,
Why
you're
did you
saying
go
it's
off
impossible.
the
Why
rail
even
to
bring that
this
up?
discussion
Why even,
then?
dude? Why even appeal to something like that? Like someone that somebody out there who's looked at all the evidence and they disagree with me or something?
No, I never mentioned anyone else. I'm saying how I don't think it's very likely. It's extremely unlikely. That's what I meant by couldn't have verified all this evidence firsthand for yourself.
Well, I don't
You
think that's
didn't
a
do all
necessary
the
criteria to come to a rational conclusion.
Right. Okay. So it's not a necessary criteria. Okay. So now we're learning more about your epistemology of history.
Well, I would say it's a limited. You're limited by how much you have access to. Like for the last, I don't know, decade or so, it's been an explosion of knowledge and people having access to things they didn't have access to 40, 50, 60 years ago. So as the internet is growing and more information is being passed around, people are changing their viewpoints more rapidly now than ever. You got so many different viewpoints out there. So
but yeah,
to say that we should just, I mean, and everything that I get from this community is being so like anti-science, to the fact that you feel like science is this box that no one can advance, no one can move forward unless it's within a certain viewpoint. So everything else gets excluded, and we can't go outside of this naturalistic, materialistic, uniformitarian box. It's stupid. Like, it's stunting the growth
Can
of
you
science.
demonstrate that you can, Arcane? Can you demonstrate that?
I can demonstrate that people have been trying very, very, very hard to stifle and cover up information and prevent another side of the story from being told.
What does that prove? What does that prove, Arcane?
That proves they have something to hide from you.
And what does that prove, Arcane?
That proves that you don't know the truth.
And that doesn't. That's an actual nonsense. That's a huge non sequitur and a leap.
It logically
Without
follows
any
everything
evidence.
else I said.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you see, what people are really asking, well, what I'm trying to get at is, I'm interested in your epistemology for knowing historical evidence. And, you know, I don't see how anyone can just, I'm not saying you are, but I don't see how anyone can really... All right, I'm giving up. You guys can take over. It's just...
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
You don't know
from my...
What's your
from my-
epistemology for learning historical evidence? The same as you. The
No,
same as you. I have to say, I have a brain.
I'll
you have
just
a
talk
brain.
over you
I have
because you're
historical
not
text,
letting
you
me
have
finish.
historical text. You
You're
were
not
finished.
letting me finish.
Said
So
I'm done with this
basically, this guy is being evasive. He doesn't
Arcane,
want to
just let him
examine his own historical epistemology. That is how he knows historical events.
Yeah,
and he's
he
being
is.
he's not really. Can I just finish?
Okay, yeah,
He's
sorry.
he's not really wanting to examine it because he's really suspicious. I don't think he's dishonest. I think he's just being suspicious that, you know, people are out to get him. And,
Which is a
you know,
huge trait in, you know,
which
a person
may
who's
be
honest.
the case to some extent. But
Yeah.
there's another motive that involves how can Arcane actually believe in what he believes and not accept other things, right?
Same
There is
reason you do. Like, what's the big mystery?
I'm not talking to you, dipshit. I'm
Well, I'm talking to
other
you,
people.
faggot. Like,
Oh,
what's the
shut
big-
up.
So you're telling me that I have to have
Arcane,
some mystical way of
Shut
knowing?
up.
Arcane,
but
why are you
don't?
breaking
Okay,
into
so what's the
conversations
difference?
that you're not a part of?
Brother.
Well, what's the difference?
So anyway, so this is.
Yeah. So, anyways,
this is
what's the
issue.
difference, Mr.
He doesn't-
Nootropic?
He doesn't
What's
really
your what's your
want to have a
historical
conversation.
Let him finish.
What
Arcane,
he,
just
what
let
he,
him finish
what he
without
wants to
his
do.
interest.
So if you
No,
if
he
he
was
was
finished. I was talking first.
if he-
What is
if
your
he-
issue?
if he really was interested in the conversation, he would lay out his historical epistemology.
I already did, fag, and you ignored it. So it's not my problem. Not my fault. Not my problem.
Arcane, we all know you like fucking apes and you have AIDS. Come on, we all know that.
Yeah, and we all know that you're fucking blocked. I warned you, didn't I?
God damn it. Jesus
I warned
Christ.
you. I warned you, didn't I?
Who did you block?
Yeah, I blocked the fag. I told you to block the,
Oh, yeah.
you're either gonna remove this fag or I'm
Well,
gonna
this
block
is a good material for my next video, so I
Okay.
milked him good enough. So I mean, goodbye.
Take
Get
care.
others to join and, you know, try to
I
reason with
wish
him.
you said it earlier. I didn't have to kick Jack from Megaspot. But
Hey, Arcane, if you have another account, you can.
Oh
you can
damn,
contact
this is awesome.
No, bro's leaving. Bro's leaving.
I was
Alright.
anyways.
But please,
You know
please don't block people in the hangout. Otherwise, it's just
Well,
gonna get
I don't know. I kind of feel like blocking brother is sort of justified.
No, it's fucking not Ocean.
Okay,
You're
brother,
lying.
brother,
You're fucking lying. You're lying. You're lying to us.
No, I've been watching this whole
You're
time
fucking lying.
from the outside, dude, and I'm just gonna say you're the way that you handle yourself in Hangouts just sucks. Like
Well,
it's completely legitimate for him to block you.
Your
Brother,
opinion.
brother, just
Your
go.
opinion.
Brother, go. God damn it.
Yeah, just get out.
You know, a person has lots of, you know, kind of, I guess, passion.
Brother,
know.
you know, Ocean is a good friend with Thor.
I know.
And I don't mean
I
just
am.
me. I mean like the god. Actually, he's gonna kill
Right.
you.
I was trying to make one point, like after
Yeah,
you
don't fuck with Ocean.
Yeah.
and I couldn't. I just could like.
What
but,
up, Ocean?
you know, when a person, you know, continuously
Brother,
refuses to
Brother, you keep
even
talking.
introduce anything to another person about
Brother, it's not your, it's not your questions that's the problem. It's when you interrupt people.
Right.
That's all.
I don't interrupt.
All right, look, brother, here's my analysis real quick. The content of what you were saying in this hangout is, marginally better than what you usually are, which isn't very good. But the way that you approach asking questions is to interrupt other people in the middle of their point on a consistent basis. I don't think that in the past half hour to an hour you've ever actually spoken in turn. I think you've always managed to interrupt somebody in every single case in which you've opened your mouth.
I didn't interrupt.
I know you haven't, and I think that if people started treating you just as a general principle, started treating you the way that you treat other people in these hangouts, you wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise, ever. Period.
Sure.
So stop doing that and leave the hangout right now.
But I didn't interrupt them.
No, you have consistently interrupted people to the point where people aren't able to talk. And
No, I
I'll
didn't.
admit, sometimes dogging people and interrupting them is completely warranted in these hangouts. But with you, it's a general practice.
Not this time. I didn't.
No,
interrupt.
every time. This time especially, and every single time you've been in these hangouts, and I've said this several times to you and about you, that you do not contribute to conversations and hangouts. You just don't. And in this case, you've actually managed to put forth a couple of questions that might have been nice, but we're derailing the conversation from where New Topic was actually taking things.
Right. I was actually asking.
No, you're not.
Almost this
You're
exact
not doing
same question seated.
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Okay.
Like when at this point, you actually managed to speak in turn when I have made a pause. However, I don't really care. You're not interested in having a productive conversation ever in these hangouts. Go ahead, get the fuck out, so that New Topic and Arcane can continue on having a good conversation.
No, they're pretty much done. I was actually hoping you could,
That
talk
sounds
to our
like
thing about
a very hypocritical
I'm
claim.
done.
I'm sorry, are you talking? Shut the fuck up, brother.
The hypocrisy is baffling. It's baffling.
Brother, okay. We can have this discussion later on. You said you gotta leave. You have your material. Your block per Arcane. It's gonna be, hard having you or him here. Since you're about to leave, just please leave. Arcane and somebody else can have a convo. Yeah.
Alright.
I have hope for you yet, personally. I know Ocean hates me for that, but I have hope.
No, I don't hate you for that. I just think that it's a forlorn hope.
Okay. Take care. Take care, G. I mean, brother, not G. God damn it.
I was about to say, alright. Anyways, take care.
So, yeah. Right, hey,
Continue.
Ocean. Well, they're done. New Topic is done working, but I was hoping you, dude, could have maybe something to add on the Holocaust thing, evidence for the Holocaust,
Was he talking about the Holocaust?
Oh, dude, you don't know? He's skeptical of the Holocaust. He was demanding
I know he's
evidence.
skeptical of the Holocaust. I just didn't realize he was talking about it. I was listening casually while I was working. I didn't hear the word Holocaust mentioned.
Right.
How long ago was
It was
that?
before. About 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
And also, he claims to have evidence against it, but he's not willing to present it. He's more demanding evidence of us.
I've heard I've heard some of the evidence against it. Some people produce kind of census records and so on, but they don't realize that a lot of those same census records are actually pointing to a severe reduction of the Jewish population of Europe. So, as well as a reduction in general.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, sorry. I was going to say that I think that, to me, the important thing is not the denial or the affirmation of, particular historical events. It was actually how he knows stuff, his epistemology in practice, to know or to confirm or deny historical events.
I agree. I think that's where I thought that your conversation with Arcane was really interesting.
Right.
That you were kind of attacking that aspect, and I thought it was really good.
Well, I want to know what
I was
you're
just
different
asking.
about mine than anybody else's. I already told you I use my God-given sense of senses and reasoning.
Or so does everybody else, and they come to different
Right.
conclusions.
So what's so different? Like, what do you
So,
mean? Like, what's my
like, if we're going to be
epistemology?
assuming, but the problem is, Arcane, is that you're
You need to
assuming
be
they're
more. Hold on, man. I'm mid-sentence.
I know.
Don't go on on me, man. I want to know, like, if he's asking me, he's just basically asking me, well, how do you know that? How do you know that? That's okay. Well, the same way you do in that respect. Like, I don't know what you want me to say.
Well,
You're
not
really going to
necessarily.
criticize somebody for asking somebody how do you know that? How do you know that all the time?
Not,
Are you really
not,
going to
not,
criticize?
not necessarily, because you could have
Not in the
different
same context. Right?
epistemologies. That's the point.
Well, if I already gave you an answer and I said, well, I use my God-given senses and reasoning to weigh the evidence on both sides and come to an informed, rational conclusion, I don't see how you would be doing anything different than what I would be doing.
Well, that's a general description of the cognitive faculties you claim to have, and a general description of how you claim to use them. But that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for, specific arguments that that are the result of that you just said, and I already explained that, and I gave even an analogy with the car for that.
And I
So
did.
anyway,
I told you I'm not convinced because basically the lack of sufficient evidence to convince me of that event.
Arcane, if you
That's-
don't like being
anyway.
interrupted, perhaps you shouldn't interrupt other people so much.
Yeah, there's that. But maybe I can put this
He
into
does.
an
He does that.
analogy. Yeah, if I could put this in an analogy, I think what Nuchapik is saying is, Nuchapik is asking, okay, which route did you take to get from A to B? And you say, well, I have a car.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that doesn't answer his question of which route specifically you took.
Well, what more should I say in that regard? Like, if you're asking me, okay, what evidence specifically?
Yes.
That's different than saying, well, how do you know that?
Well, it's asking for the argument, premises, inferences, conclusions, etc.
Yeah, I gave you an
know, what?
Well, I gave you an overview of why I felt this way. It's like that wasn't enough. I don't know.
Well, the first thing you said, that you have God-given cognitive faculties, whatever, and you use your to weigh is something that, apart from the alleged God-given ones, that everybody would accept. Of course, it's like saying, how do you know this? Well, I use the cognitive faculties that I have to come to know this through reasoning. That's so broad that could be answered for everything. Imagine you were asking me that and I gave you that answer. That wouldn't answer your question if you were asking for the specifics of the argument in terms of the premises, the inferences, and so on, would it?
Well, that wasn't really the way you phrased the question either. The question was more so phrased, like you said, more of an epistemological type of way, more so than an evidential type of way. So if you would have asked me, like, what specific evidence leans you from this to that, I would have had to have dug deeper and given a more specific answer, but that wasn't the way you really phrased the question.
Well, I thought it from the context that was what I was after. I wasn't after any cognitive faculties, and that just a general description of what you know. That's what we're asking. We're asking about a specific historical event, and I was saying historical epistemology. So it's not clear that I was, definitely asking for some broad epistemological description that you gave. And then when I re-asked and I gave you the car thing, it should have been clear that I was, with the analogy after I explained I was asking for specifics, it should have been clear that I was asking for something specific.
Well, it was like 10 minutes later. But regardless, if that is like where we were going to go in the conversation, I already made it clear before that as far as evidence goes, the onus is on you. Like for that event, you saying that event happened, onus is on you to provide evidence or proof that it did happen. I'm saying I'm skeptical. I said I have no reason to believe it. Did I come out and say I deny that this event happened? No.
I wasn't talking about the Holocaust. When I was asking the questions, I was talking about your claim that millions of black people in the past have been killed. So it wasn't about my epistemology, my evidence, and my specific argument within that. It was about yours.
Yeah, and this I've seen from secular sources that millions of people died on the boat ride across the Atlantic alone, let alone the millions that were killed once they got here. So to me, it's like I said, it's a systematic prevention of information to the public. So the public is pretty much ignorant of anything concerning that. You ask most people how many died in the African American slave trade, they have no idea. But they can tell you how many Jews supposedly died, though.
Right, but that's, we're not discussing. Well, I wasn't intending to discuss any comparisons, and I wasn't even intending to discuss what people believe or claim to know about how many millions or how many died. I was just asking you, to explain how you know stuff, so we can actually get at the structure of your, the arguments, inferences, then the general structure of how you do historical arguments in general, and then thereby get to, what epistemology is involved in that. That's where I was going. Now, there's no way that could have been done in a short time period, right? And I'll be straight with you. I don't think you have a consistent epistemology. Not that I do, but I think you do, but I don't think you do. But that's just my guess, right? You don't have to, obviously.
In a short time period? What are you talking about?
So that's right.
Yeah, you do something.
Yeah, we're not. This isn't going to be, if you did answer all the questions and we understood each other, it's not going to finish within 20 minutes. It's going to be a trek.
When you say short time period, it couldn't have been done in a short time period. What are you referring to?
Like
This
20 minutes,
conversation
an
that you're
hour.
having right now.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
Okay.
20 minutes.
I thought you were
an hour.
talking
I don't
about
think it's going to happen.
I thought you were talking about the millions that were killed. Yeah.
Yeah, I am talking about that. I'm talking about understanding, the structure of your argument, the inferences and the justification for those in terms of historical epistemology, and the justification for that linked to your overall epistemology. I don't think that elucidating all that is going to happen within 20 minutes.
No, I mean, like that's why I said I gave you an author. You can check out some of his written work on the subject. These are some of the things that brought me to my conclusion. But as far as I mean, are you skeptical of the African American Holocaust as I'm skeptical of the Jewish Holocaust?
No, I'm not skeptical of either. But that's not what I was discussing anyway.
All right. And honestly, like I said, I don't see why people are so quick to label people as whatever anti-Semite. If I say I don't see enough evidence that all these Jews were killed, I'm automatically an anti-Semite. Like, that's crazy.
Well, I wasn't calling an anti-Semite, and if you're simply denying...
Not you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not calling you one. I suspect the reason why you deny it is because you have this historical epistemology that allows you to select for, this is just my guess, right, it might be wrong, for certain things and eliminate others, and it just so happened that not for any prejudice reasons, as far as I can tell, that you just don't accept the 6 million because you think it's from the government and you don't think government sources are reliable, or you think it's from unreliable sources.
Well, I don't see any evidence. And the arguments that I've seen for the other side are more convincing as to how they couldn't have pulled that off with that amount of people that they said, and there's no physical evidence of it, so to speak. So that's where I stand on that. You can't say I'm just relying on my trust of sources or my distrust of sources. It's basically the lack of. That's kind of like what atheists say all the time. Well, I just see a lack of evidence for God, kind of thing. Well, it's obviously a different scenario, but you get the point. That's what
well then you are a Holocaust denier. Not that has.
I'm not a Holocaust denier. I'm just.
Can we clarify? Are you denying it happened at all, or are you questioning the numbers?
I'm definitely questioning the numbers, but I don't trust a lot of what's said about that event.
To what extent are you questioning?
A lot of what was said about the war. I don't trust a lot of what was said about Hitler. So, just through my research, I've come to discover that everything is what it seems.
To what extent are you questioning the numbers? And sideways, what do you question about Hitler?
Well, I'll question the numbers because 6 million is a lot of people. That's a lot of bodies. That's a lot of bodies. And
Right.
I just don't see the evidence to support that amount of bodies being killed. They would have to have those gas chambers running like all the time, and just like there's just so much that
They
just seems
did.
fishy about the whole situation. Just
And
fishy.
it wasn't just gas chamber
Mhm.
execution. There was a number of different ways that people were executed.
Mhm.
There's also photographs of bodies
But the
being put into mass
claims
graves
were-
with bulldozers.
But the claims was that the gas chambers were used for the vast majority of them. So
Not even the vast majority.
Mm.
A lot of them
That's
were
what
just
they
shot.
claim.
No.
That's what they claim, though. But either
I
here or
haven't
there,
seen
Who
it.
want to
claims
believe,
that?
but how much can you
Probably-
really prove? That's the question.
Possibly the general public may claim that because that's sort of the most known story. Story's a bad choice of words. I do apologise. That's But do the historians, do the people who are experts, for want of a better term, in the Holocaust?
I'll
I-
tell you that they don't. A lot of a
That's yeah,
major cause
precisely.
was starvation, execution,
Yeah.
and the gas chambers were seen as a humane way of getting rid. The gas chambers actually, I don't think they actually started using gas chambers until later in the war.
I recommend a documentary called Adolf Hitler and the Jew World Order.
Okay.
Great.
So what do you question about
that out. That's
specific?
that's
Is it just the
eye-opener
numbers you're
I've
questioning
ever
about Hitler, or is
seen.
there other things you're questioning about Hitler as well?
Hold on a second.
I just like to say that documentary sounds unbiased.
Yeah, I mean,
as
that's
well,
right.
As well, if you were to listen to the general public, for want of a better term, you would think the only people killed were the Jews, whereas there were Russians, there were anyone who was a dissident, homosexuals.
The actual number of deaths
the
is
whole-
14 million, 6 million of which were Jews,
Mm.
a lot of which were Russians. There's also gypsies, homosexuals. There's a huge number of people.
Yeah.
There's anybody who was viewed as inferior according to the kind of eugenics doctrine that Germany was holding at the time. But
Disabled people and yeah.
yes. But Arcane, you said that you questioned some things about Hitler generally, and I'd like to know more about what is it that you question about Hitler by himself as a person?
Everything I've been told about him. I question.
Even the fact that he had a moustache.
Wait, hold on, let him make his
Sorry,
point. Let him make his
I'm
point.
sorry, that was facetious. I admit it.
Yeah.
Do you question his war policy or just
Yeah, I question it all. I question what the Western propaganda put out as his motives and what he was wanting to do, and the whole nine. I question the whole shebang. So I'm not sure either way now.
Well, he did publish his thoughts.
That's what they want you to believe.
Well, I mean, Arcane, do you think that Mein Kampf was written by Hitler, or do you think it was written by somebody else?
I don't know. I haven't
You
read
don't know. Okay.
Mein Kampf, so I don't know.
Interesting.
I just don't believe what I've been told no more.
Psychologically interesting.
Yeah.
Indeed.
With good reason. I mean, you're telling me stuff that is mainstream, and the mainstream's been known to lie to us over and over. So you're acting like I'm some kind of weird specimen because I don't believe a bunch of liars. It's hilarious.
It's conceivable that the mainstream could lie to you and the Holocaust is real.
Well, it's
You don't need
possible
to
that happened, but like I said, I just don't see the evidence supporting the claims. And everything surrounding the war in general is suspect, very suspect.
What do you think about the trials surrounding the aftermath of the war, the Nuremberg trials, in which evidence was brought forward about what happened, who was directly responsible, who was indirectly responsible, and they just went through people systematically. It was like, okay, so here's what you did, here's why you did it, here's testimony, here's evidence.
Yeah, but no one is, all of that is cool and everything, but none of the attention was focused on the Jews at all. I mean, how many countries or nations have the Jews been kicked out of prior to that whole
Several.
thing with Hitler? There was a lot more than several. Try over 100.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah, try over 100, and they were kicked out of these countries for doing some very vile and inhumane things.
They were blamed for violent, inhumane things. I'm not sure. It's whether or not.
Well, I mean,
and also blaming an entire race for the action of a few doesn't really make much sense because you had
I'm not saying
Jewish
that's right
people,
either. I'm
and
not
then-
saying that's right either.
Well,
but what I'm saying with
fine,
smoke and fire,
But what you're saying, Jews were kicked out of nations. Yes, they were kicked
100.
out of nations
over
for the
100.
for the actions of, or the supposed actions of a few, and at which point the entire
No,
race
they're
was
customs.
blamed.
It's not just the actions of a few; it's their customs. It's the way that they live, the way that their ideology
insular.
is set up. No, come on. Let's be.
No,
let's
they were
be-
insular in other communities. That was really, when it came right down to it, that was one of the issues, is that they were generally insular and would only help out each other, and had their own
Why is that?
had their own insular communities in Europe.
Why is
and
that?
that was a thing. It was what they did.
Why is
and
that,
people didn't
though?
like that, and they kicked them out, especially
No,
because they were
come
doing
on,
it economically
no.
well.
I mean, you sound like, come on, dude. Anyone who, like I said, check out that documentary.
It's just general racial fear.
Adolf Hitler and the New World Order. Check out that documentary, man, and maybe I don't know. Maybe you just haven't been exposed to maybe anything other than what you've been told. I don't know.
So hang on, Arcane. So why would you not believe what you've been told about Hitler, but you are believing what it's claimed Jewish people did, and that's why they were thrown out of countries? What is it that's making you choose one and not the other?
I'm saying it's a
Well, how
fact.
do you?
I'm saying it's. Are you gonna let me talk or respond or no? I'm saying it's a
I
fact
wasn't
they've been
talking.
kicked out of these countries. It's a fact. It's a fact that they've been kicked out of these countries for the accusations of these violent, inhumane things. These are facts. So Hitler, from some of the stuff I've seen, he was opposed to their reign and their influence at the time, and they were, again, doing some pretty messed up stuff back then, and they are in control of a
Such
lot.
as what?
So
What were they doing that was messed up?
Hitler, what he saw in that is similar to what a lot of people are seeing today, and it's just who knows what was really said and went on. But
Well, if you don't, how do you
I just
know
have a
this
lot of
stuff?
reason to distrust the information that comes from the media.
But you just said you distrust everything about Hitler or something, and now you're
Yeah,
telling yourself. I don't get it.
Like I said, there's alternative views, and you guys can act like there isn't, and act like, well, there's only one source that we should get our information from, and
Nobody
distrust
said
everything else. But I'm
Nobody
saying weigh evidence on both sides, and you're trying to make it seem
Nobody
like,
said
well,
that.
you shouldn't trust anybody. I'm not
Nobody
saying,
said that.
I'm
Why are
not
you being
saying
immature?
that you should not. You're trying to paint me out as being contradictory or some shit.
No,
which
no.
is
Why
not
are you
gonna
so
work for you.
sensitive? Why are you being immature?
I was
Nobody said
asking
any of
you.
this.
I think it's immature to misrepresent people's positions because you have
Nobody
some
was
emotional
misrepresenting you deliberately.
attachment to the Holocaust for some reason. It's called
No.
programming. You'll get over it.
No. Who said anything about that?
I did.
Is
Yeah,
asking
but,
for
but that doesn't mean it's true. You
Is
can just
asking for
assert it.
Chloe, can I just, Arcane, it seems that asking for clarification of what your position is, you then turn around and accuse people of misrepresenting.
No.
I was asking for some clarification. I wasn't accusing you or claiming anything was your position.
Like Arcane just believes some people, but doesn't believe other people. I don't understand. Like,
Why are you
well,
putting on
duh.
a funny voice, which is really immature
I know
when you're
English.
being asked
English
questions
people have funny
straightforwardly?
voices. I can't emulate it correctly.
Well, you know you're
Well, that's
equivocating
rather
on funny
obviously
voice, right? What you
immaterial.
mean is you're putting on a voice that would be taken as making fun of what the other person is saying, and that is immature and not actually engaging in an academic. Yeah, so you're not actually engaging in a sensible conversation because you've resorted to mocking. Now, why are you doing that?
So instead of asking you questions, I'll just jump to conclusions in future.
You've been doing that already.
No, I have. What conclusion
have
have I jumped to, Arcane? I asked you a
Well, it
specific
seems like
question.
Arcane
Why do you
is
believe this
believing
source
some
instead of
people
that source?
and
It was
not
a simple
believing other
question.
people. Like, you're talking about me as if I'm not here. Like, that's just whatever. Go ahead, then. Go ahead. Carry on.
Well, D, I'm a bit bored of this. Why are you such a baby, Arcane, and too sensitive? What's your issue?
Why are you such a troll, Nootropic?
How am I being a troll?
How am I sensitive?
Because you're mocking. This is all evidence for your sensitivity. Whenever you're asked a
Take it how you
question,
want
quite
to.
more often than not, yeah,
Take
I
it how
do, and this is how most people would take it. Why? Why are you
Take
like
it how
this?
you want to. Excuse me for calling out bullshit when I say it.
You
Call
weren't
that
calling
sensitive
out
all you want
bullshit.
to.
You were
You weren't
mocking and
calling out.
whining.
Call
Right?
that
There's a
sensitive
difference
all you
between
want.
having a sensible conversation where you call stuff out as not true, inaccurate, and so on, and making whiny,
Sensitive
mocking
about me being
voices,
sensitive?
isn't it?
Are you sensitive about me being sensitive?
No, I'm not sensitive about you
Okay,
being
then why are you
sensitive.
talking about this? Move on.
The issue is not why I'm doing it. The issue is why you're doing it.
Why do you guys keep talking about me as if I'm not here?
You're changing the subject. I'm asking you why you do it.
Okay, well, I just told you the reason, so.
No, you
can we be
didn't. Now
talking
you're
about you
repeating.
as if you're not here? If we're talking to you directly.
You did not tell us the reason.
Listen at you people. You're just like so desperate. Like, what's your problem?
How do you know we're desperate? What's the problem?
Because you're not talking about shit of substance right now at all.
I think this is substantive. Who says this isn't substantive?
You're talking about me being sensitive. Like you
Yeah,
obviously have a
it's
problem
very
with
interesting.
me.
Absolutely,
You have
it's
you
interesting.
can't refute what I say. You don't want to have a discussion about some topic. You just want to
Says a
talk
guy
about
who
how I'm.
decided to
This
mock my
wasn't about-
accent instead of dealing with the issue.
This
The
wasn't
guy who's
about
claimed we're
refuting it.
talking about him instead of to
Believing
him.
some people and not believing other people. This is so weird, guys.
doing
I
it
don't
again.
understand. Yeah, this is what you're doing. How fucking intellectual is that?
What? What drugs are you on, Arcane? Seriously?
You people.
Why are you such a dipshit? You're a real dipshit. Anyway, I'm done with you.
Peace out.
Wow.
You know that he's a flat earther as well.
Oh no, no, it's a plane.
Listen at you.
No,
You
no,
couldn't
no.
help
I asked
yourself.
him.
Oh,
I
wow.
asked
You know you believe you came from monkeys as well.
I'm not talking
we
to
don't
you,
believe
dipshit.
that.
No,
Shut
you
up.
believe you came from monkeys. That's what you think.
I'm not talking to you.
Correction, nootropic. He thinks it's a plane because
Oh,
I
now
asked
you
him
want to mute me. Oh, okay.
because
okay,
I asked
okay.
him the other day
Yeah.
if he believed in a flat Earth, and he said no. I said, do you think it's round? He said no, it's a
You
plane.
think you're a monkey
Yeah, it's
on
just
a
slippery
ball.
semantics.
And you think you're a monkey on a ball. Yeah. Do I sound smart as
No,
you guys by
I'm not a
telling you what you
monkey.
believe?
I'm not a monkey.
Do I sound small? Do I sound
I'm not a
smart?
monkey. I'm not
Do
a
I sound
monkey.
smart? Oh, you're an ape?
No, you sound stupid.
You're an
I'm
ape.
not a
then.
monkey.
Okay, you believe you came from monkeys, though.
No, I didn't believe
Yeah.
I came from
Oh, you
monkeys.
don't? So you don't know what the
No.
evolution theory teaches. Congratulations.
How do
You're
you know
ignorant
that that's
of your own
evolution?
beliefs. You're
Who
ignorant
said
of
it
your own
was my
beliefs.
beliefs? Why are you
Do you
being
not
presumptuous?
do you not believe in evolution?
Who said that I believe in
That's
evolution?
what I thought. Yeah, you do, don't you? That's what I thought.
What reason have I got to trust that what you think is
Are you
evolution
being
is what I
sensitive?
believe in?
Why are you so sensitive about
No.
me calling you a
No,
monkey?
I'm just
Why-
responding quickly.
No,
Who
that's
said
what
I was being sensitive?
You are. You obviously don't like being called a monkey.
How do you know I'm being sensitive?
Why are you defending your monkeyism?
I didn't defend my monkeyism. What are you talking about?
You are. You're certainly defensive. We're not monkeys. We
No,
came
I'm just
from
responding
monkeys.
quickly. I'm having fun with a moron.
Yeah, you're having fun with yourself.
No, I'm having fun with you.
Yeah, you're the moron. You think you came from monkeys.
I just told you. I don't.
You
I've no
think
reason to
monkeys,
think right
you
now
think you're
that
smart
what
enough
you
to
mean
tell
by
me that I'm
monkey
a
is
moron?
is always the same meaning as what anybody else thinks. And in fact, I didn't think I come from monkeys.
I know, because you don't know what your own evolution theory teaches. Congratulations.
Well, I don't know what you think evolution means.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
ignorant
know-
of your own theory.
think
Exactly.
You are communicating what you think I'm supposed to believe.
Yeah, you're
And that's
ignorant
why I
of your
don't-
own evolution theory. You don't even know that the theory says that you came from monkeys. You just call yourself an
Repeating what
evolutionist.
you're saying does not make it true, Arcane.
Oh, I know. It's what you guys say. I didn't say you came from monkeys. You guys are saying it.
No, you're repeating yourself. Why are you repeating yourself?
You're repeating yourself. I mean, what do you want to do here?
No, I'm not. Actually, if you go back, you'll see that you've repeated yourself and I haven't. I'm just responding to
You're
what
just
you're saying.
denying what your own theory says over and over. It's
There's your repetition once again. Why are you keeping repeating yourself?
Because I think it's funny.
Okay, well, I think you're funny, so
That-
that's
that
why I'm
evolved
talking to you.
mutated
So that
monkeys
should
to
that
tell me
that
about-
should tell you
well,
that I'm not being defensive.
Hey,
This is some
mutated
fun.
mutated monkeys are in no position to tell me about epistemology, about truth, about history. None of the above, bro.
I wasn't
So,
telling
yeah,
you
so-
about it. I was asking you.
No, you're trying to tell me how you
And
feel
clearly,
about
since,
me, weren't
since
you?
you've had a conversation with me earlier, you do think I'm capable of having one. So why are you suggesting I'm not now?
No, you
Just
call
because I'm a
yourself
quote
a monkey.
mutated monkey.
So I'm gonna treat you how you call yourself from now
Dude,
on.
you can't win. This is hopeless, right? You're just being shown more and more stupid. Keep
Says
digging
the
yourself.
monkey, right? Says
Oh,
the
well.
monkey. We evolved
See,
from
oh,
worms.
monkey.
Exactly.
Oh, monkey, is that the best you've got? You're not even responding to what I'm saying. It's repeating the insult.
You're ignorant of your own theory. I can't help you.
And you repeat the same claim.
Yeah, I cannot help you, guy. It's impossible. You.
I
are a
wasn't
lost cause.
asking for your help.
You're a lost cause.
Was
bro.
I asking you for your help?
You need some, though.
Was I?
You need some.
No,
I'm
that's
saying
not
I can
relevant.
help
Was
you,
I
but I'm
asking
saying you
for your
need some
help?
help. Maybe you should
What do I
ask
need
Aaron
help
Roll
with?
for help. Ask
What do I need
Aaron
help
Roll.
with?
Maybe
What do I
Dillon
need help
can.
with?
Are you repeating yourself?
No, I'm asking you, what do I need help with?
This guy. How old are you, man? Like 60, 50?
I don't have to answer that.
Okay.
Why should I answer that?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Man.
Why is
You ain't
that
got-
relevant? Why do you want to know?
Not relevant. I'm just
Why
curious.
are you curious? Why are you curious?
Because I am, dude. Like, so what?
Well, what do you want
have
to
to
know
answer.
it for?
You don't have to answer. Just curious.
I know I don't have to answer. Now answer why you are
I thought
curious.
you were
What do you
done
want
with
to know
me,
it for?
man. Are you gonna stick to your word? I mean, what's your problem?
Yeah, I was done with taking you seriously or trying to, portraying
yeah.
it. Now I'm
Yeah.
just having some fun with you.
Well, I never took you serious, so whatever that's worth.
Well, yeah, I know that. You're a dishonest piece of shit. We all know that.
No, I don't take you seriously.
Well, this
You.
has been fun.
I respect Ocean to a degree. You know, I could probably talk to Ocean, but I have no respect for you.
Absolutely, and the feeling is
Yeah.
mutual. But I was being polite earlier.
Then why are you still talking to me?
Because it's fun.
No. Whatever. What's up, Ocean?
Why are you still talking to me?
Hey, I bet
Answer
my
that.
uncle can beat. I bet my uncle can beat up your uncle.
I
Oh,
got
yeah?
20 on that.
Oh, yeah?
Well, my great uncle is a gorilla, so I'm pretty sure he could beat you all up.
Oh.
If you go back far enough, I think I'm related to a dinosaur through a cousin relationship.
My uncle has an exoskeleton, and he's a gorilla.
Shit. That's some weird evolution stuff
That's-
the evolutionists come up with.
That there is some genetic diversity. We should talk to
There you
Dionysus.
go.
I'm actually 50% bananas.
Oh, that could be taken two ways. 50%
Hey, Art,
bananas
you're-
and 50% bananas.
Hey, Art, you're a Russian. Did you see the footage of the dude in the space station and his whole arm like disappeared? Did you see that one? That was pretty funny.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Could you show it?
Holy
I'm curious.
cow, that was pretty hilarious.
Is this like a known thing? If I Google for Russian,
his
is
arm
this the new
disappeared?
Russian? Yeah, I'd like
Yeah,
to
his
see
whole
that.
arm is like see-through. It like disappears. It's like, yeah.
Or if you find anything about this, let me know.
Sure.
Definitely send me a link.
Yeah, that's cool. That sounds
Yeah, I
like a
think
failure
it
of the
might
cloaking
be
device.
best, but I'll find it here for you. I got it in my saved videos, I think.
Arcane, did you see there was somebody that put a bunch of explosive in a lawnmower recently? He started shooting the explosives, and then the piece of the lawnmower cut his leg off.
Oh, why?
As what happened was, like, he used, I think it's called thermite.
Thermite. Oh.
And he put a bunch of it. He put 3 pounds of it inside of a riding lawnmower, and then he shot it from 47 feet away.
Idiot.
And that's not I think the suggested distance is 100 yards per pound of thermite. 47
Yeah.
feet from 3 pounds, and there's a video in which you see the explosion, and then you hear, "Damn! It cut my leg off."
Oh.
Yeah.
Like if this guy holding the camera just falls down, like his leg is just gone.
Like, what an idiot. See, that's
bet
why
he
you should
regretted
not see YouTube videos and then try it at home, folks. Leave it to NASA, the real experts.
On the upside, he probably has millions of views.
Yeah, well, that'll do it.
Oh, look at this. I just found some interesting information. I'm looking at there's the religious liberty bill in Georgia, which is not necessarily aptly named. And I've been spreading around like basically how to contact Governor Deal. And my brother just sent me information on who my state senator and representative are as well. I'm going to add them to the list of calls I'm going to make soon. This is
Busted.
interesting.
ISS busted. Yeah, they were pretty busted.
It's a very specific moment, the launch window.
Wait, somebody's streaming a video. Hold on, guys. Somebody's streaming. Wait, somebody's streaming a goddamn video.
That was me.
That's-
Arcane, I
man.
think that's you.
Yeah, Arcane, yeah.
Hold
Just
on.
mute yourself when you're doing that, please.
And
I
if you
didn't
find
know
that
that.
Russian astronaut thing, yeah, you can. If you find the Russian astronaut thing, hand. Oh, is
I
that
don't
it?
know if he was Russian, but I think they said he was Russian.
Oh,
But
was there a vodka bottle next to him?
he was probably, I don't know. I don't know if he's Russian.
Okay.
But I think he's Russian. His arm
What's the
disappeared.
timestamp?
Russian, huh?
What's the timestamp?
Hold on. Well, they show a couple of different glitches or whatever. The first timestamp is at 1 minute or 48 seconds. And then the second timestamp is at 3 minutes, 3 seconds. The first
Okay.
one.
So first one is 48.
First one is at 48 seconds. That's hilarious.
All right. So what did you say, Art?
Which is the
No, I'm looking at the video. Or can you streaming the thing? Be careful.
So his arm seems to go intangible, like in a like X-Men or something. You know, it sort of goes. It looks like it's sort of going see-through. I don't know how that is.
It might be a codec. It might be a corrupt file.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know if you guys heard about some sort of people like David Icke point to footages of some newswoman, and she has something happens to her on a video, right? And it kind of looks like she's like decloaking for a moment, right? But that's actually because of the way some video formats are encoded, which is that they only keep, or sort of the only, how to say it, the only information that is stored in the file of the video is the pixels that change, right? And so if that becomes corrupted, right, then what you will see is exactly what those videos show. I'm not talking about exactly your videos exactly. I haven't seen that, but it would look exactly like that. And they found the originals, and yeah, it doesn't look like that, right?
Or they're in front of a green screen or a blue screen, like the first lady was when that object just popped out of thin air. Or like the other one when the microphone just completely switched into a different kind of microphone as it's in their hand. There's numerous different issues like that with the ISS. I mean, it's just hilarious.
At the 48 seconds, I just see it cut. I don't see anything weird.
It's about 3.5 minutes, I think, 3.5 minutes in. But surely you must accept that this is a video clip, and therefore it's subject to the vagaries of video technology and picture quality.
That's official NASA or the official space station footage.
Right. So
you're saying
doesn't mean their cameras are infallible.
You're saying
Okay,
that
so what
the
happened
camera
was,
like that?
I'm looking at it right now, and I'm seeing a couple of things. That is the result of when someone fades into a plate. So what probably happened is that this is a NASA video that was then edited after the video was brought down, and they faded into the empty console as this guy was going around the edge. Why they were fading into the empty console, I don't know. But the way that his arm disappears as he's moving, and in the way that he's moving, suggests that it's a fade into an empty plate. So the empty plate would be...
Or it's fake.
Okay, and that would be fake. Fading into an empty plate is when you take image with somebody moving around, and then you fade into the same image without the person. So you wind up having this sense of the person is disappearing. It's been used in special effects since the 60s.
Well, how'd the
and I think
microphone
it's been used even longer than that.
How'd the microphone change when they were filming so-called... there was no breaks in between. They were just talking, and the microphone changed from one mic to the next mic. They're clearly faking this stuff. Just like in the beginning of this video at 48 seconds, how the little stuffed animal pops out of nowhere.
Again, that's another plate thing. You can move it in, and as long as you have, if you do a garbage mat, that's what they call these things. It's basically you take a portion of the image, and then you just put it over as the stuffed animal is being moved in, and then you remove that plate, or the mat rather, and then there it is. Whatever was behind it is there, and then there's this like really shitty little effect that they did. Just
So if they can do that, if they can make an object appear out of thin air, they can fake the backdrop with a blue screen, especially since they caught a so-called astronaut in front of a blue screen when Mr. George Bush visited the whatever little space station they had.
Yeah, you could put the background as a blue screen. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Why would they
With the
put
footage
a
that
blue
I have
screen
sitting in front of me, it's entirely possible that was filmed on Earth, with the exception of how the stuffed animal moves after it is interacted with. That's stuff that's either incredibly good wire work, or she's actually in a zero-G environment.
Or it's fake. But on top of that, I mean, just look at the movie Gravity that's featured in this video. It shows you how they can fake that stuff and make it look real. This is Hollywood, and the guy, the astronaut, was in front of a blue screen when he was supposedly in space. What is he doing?
A lot
with
of
a
the
blue
stuff that
screen
they
in
do
space?
is they create a zero-G environment. Like, okay, in I think it was Apollo 13. Apollo 13. A lot of that set was on a set that was in freefall, where they would put this. They built the set inside of a plane, and then they would take the plane up, and then the plane would just drop, and then they would kick the engines up, so they would have a few shots that they could take.
Right.
Through zero-G.
But if you're genuinely in space, why do you need to fake it?
You assume that it is.
For movie magic, there's a number of reasons why, and that's why you would pull out wire work. With this little stuffed animal, either it's wire work or it's an actual zero-G environment.
You're already in space, though. You don't. Why would you need to fake zero-G if you're already in zero-G?
Wait,
that's what I said. Is that it's quite possible that it's already a zero-G environment, and there's no reason to fake it. With Apollo, what I was talking about with Apollo 13 was the movie Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks in it. They put the set onto an airplane, and they did this free fall effect.
Right. That was then. We have better computer graphic technology now.
That was not a graphical effect. Like I can tell the difference between a CGI effect and a practical effect, and that stuffed animal is a practical effect.
But you saw the guy in the command center on the TV in front of a blue screen when he's supposedly in space, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you can look it up. It's all over the place now. I mean, the guy is clearly in front of a blue screen when he's supposedly in the space station. When you can clearly see that he's in like some kind of warehouse and he's got a blue screen behind him, faking a shot of a tennis ball, like he's doing some trick with the tennis ball in space, and he's faking. You could see him faking that shot.
But I've got a question. Are you aware of the experiments being done with, or there was done over the past year with Scott Kelly, astronaut, and his twin brother?
Yeah. What about him?
Okay. Well, the idea of that experiment was to put somebody in space for a year and test what happens when somebody's in space for that long, as opposed to being on Earth. So he's come back now, and they're doing tests between him and his twin brother on what is different between him and his twin brother right now, because he's been in space for a year. So there's a lot of things that have gone wrong with Scott Kelly's body because of him being exposed consistently to a zero-G environment. And I've was sending messages back and forth with the ISS Twitter feed about kind of what the particulars of these experiments are, and some of them have to do with pressure on the eyes when you're in space. You wind up having random blurry segments of your vision suddenly appear because your blood pressure winds up putting enormous pressure on your eyes because you don't have that gravitational flow bringing your blood down to your feet. You end up having very low pressure in the bottom half of your body, very high pressure in the top half of your body, putting pressure on weird spots in the eye, causing you to have vision problems. And this is one of the things they're trying to fix using experiments on the space station. Now, why this seems like something that there's a steady flow of publications about experiments going on up there that you wouldn't really be able to do anything with if you weren't in a zero-G environment consistently, especially having to do with Scott Kelly's body specifically. So I think that they're actually up there. I think it's reasonable to believe that.
Well, I mean, if they're actually up there in space, they still goes back to my question: why are they faking it? Why are they in front of blue screens? Why is all of these anomalies happening? We've got people that are experts in this stuff telling us that they are faking it. So why are they faking it if they're genuinely up there? You can come back and say, whoa, here's the reports on his body all you want to, but what makes you think that's not just as fake as their spacewalks? Just like the spacewalk where the guy's helmet, the astronaut's helmet, turns and looks at the camera before he waves. When their helmets don't turn, their heads turn inside the helmet. The helmets don't turn. But yet here this guy is on a spacewalk with his whole helmet turning like the Exorcist, waving at the camera. I mean, there's so I can go on and on with these anomalies and stuff. Don't get me started on the moon landing, but why fake it? Why haven't we been back to the moon?
That's why.
It's fake.
I'd be super happy with us going back to the moon.
Me too. I want to go. Shoot.
Let's see. I'm looking at astronaut helmets, and looks like they turn now.
Oh, what do you know?
No, this was back when they did not turn at all. Your head moved inside the helmet.
Okay, what model of the suit it was, Arcane?
And
when was this? That's a better question.
On top of that, you could tell that they're using stop motion animation. They're not genuinely doing it. I'll look it up for you guys.
If you're talking about the old video of one of the first EVAs, you know that was done with an old camera. It has low frame rate because that's the best camera they could have had in space back then. And low frame rates will give an effect of stop
It's
motion.
obviously stop motion animation. And
Again,
in
how would
fact,
you distinguish it?
most of the footage that you saw from all of the missions and stuff back then didn't get released to the public until like the
no, they don't
mid-90s.
turn.
Yeah, they're not supposed to turn, but it turned.
Yeah, they don't. I was
Okay,
looking
can
at
you
a
show
couple
us a
of
video? Can you show us a video where it does turn, Arcane?
Mm-hmm. But you have to keep in mind also the footage that we saw from those missions. Most of what we see wasn't released until like the mid-90s anyway, so they had plenty of time to like screw with it.
Changing
you
the
know?
camera in the video?
They had plenty of time to edit and take out as much as they needed to fool the public.
So now you want him to edit the videos. As evidence. Now you want him to
found
edit
the video.
Of the turning?
Yeah, of the turning. His helmet malfunctioned, and it was actually a huge emergency.
What?
Ah.
No, it was not. He
They had to get him
turns and
back
looks
in
at the,
immediately.
he
Is this
turns,
the
looks at
recent
the
guy?
camera. He turns, looks at the camera, and waves. He was just fine.
He's probably saying, "Get me
Yeah,
in."
okay, his spacesuit was leaking. They got him back in immediately, and his spacewalk had to be cut short because he started losing air at a
This
at a
is
horrendous
this the
pace.
recent one? The recent.
This is recently, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know the one
This
you
is
mean.
on the space station.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, if you're talking about a really old one, what I'm talking about is on the ISS.
astronaut almost drowning in space. Did you hear about that one?
Drowning in space.
Drowning in space.
Yeah, he drowned. He almost drowned in space. So what they, it's hilarious. And they say, well, because they obviously film a lot of the spacewalks in pools. But
They train in pools.
They train in pools, yeah.
yeah, they tell you, yeah, they train in pools, but they actually
Filming
do it
the
in space.
spacewalk in pools?
They do train in pools.
Do you
Yeah,
know
they
what?
do, exactly. Yeah, they train in pools, and then they
Train
shoot
in
the footage
pools.
in the pool, which is why
They're
you
not
can
shooting the
tell.
footage in pools. Water
Why do you-
makes
so
too much
why is
refraction.
the astronaut drowning in space? Come on, guys.
You can't do
Well, I
that.
don't know.
There's a
It's a
reason why
weird
they
thing.
don't do that when they're shooting space effects in a stage. Because wire work is much easier to do that kind of stuff with than actually shooting in a pool. And the problem with shooting in a pool is that water refracts way too much light, so you wind up getting this kind of fade that happens, and it's not good for the camera, or it's not good for the image.
Well, this guy's that has nothing to do with why this guy almost drowned in space.
No, I'm saying there's no reason why they would do what you're suggesting they would do. I need to see what the claim is about this guy drowning in space or almost drowning in space. I don't know what
A
you're talking about.
potentially deadly spacesuit water leak that nearly drowned an Italian astronaut during a spacewalk last July was one of the scariest close calls in NASA spacewalk history.
So his water
Well,
Okay, that makes sense. So you have in astronaut suits you have a water supply so that they can actually drink. Now, if that breaks and you have uncontrolled water leakage into the helmet, you can drown easily.
No, you can't. There's not enough water there to drown
How do you know?
in your helmet.
Do you know how much it takes to drown?
For one, it would have to fill up the astronaut's helmet at least above his nostrils.
No.
Well, no,
All it
yeah,
has to
but it's
do
shut
is,
from
in a zero-G environment, in the right environment, the only thing you'd have to do is increase the humidity of the helmet to a certain extent and make it so that the water is actually going into his mouth. Because in a zero-G environment, you're not filling it up to a certain point because that's where gravity is. In a zero-G environment, you have a blob of water that suddenly appears.
Have you even read the
If you can't get your
report? You
mouth
didn't
out
even
of
know
that
about
blob,
this. Hold
you'll
on.
die.
You didn't even know about this incident, but all of a sudden you have this reverse engineered explanation of how it happened and the whole nine.
That's what would happen.
Yeah. Read the report first and what actually happened. Then you could actually
post the
give some
report.
facts. But you're
Post the
like, what?
report.
Did this actually happen? Oh, this is what happened. Right.
This is what would happen. Post the report.
No, this is your reverse engineered explanation of why
Yeah,
freaking
I
astronaut
admit. That's
drowned
totally
in
my
space.
reverse engineered explanation. It may or may not be accurate to the fact. If you post the report, I could probably figure out what the explanation is.
There's always going to be some sort of reverse engineered
I'm
BS
sure.
explanation that people will buy.
This
Just like
doesn't
when we
change the
see
fact-
bubbles, just like when we see bubbles
Arcane.
rising in these freaking spacewalks, they're like, oh, that's just
There's no
space
bubbles
debris.
rising in the spacewalks.
Yeah, there is. There's
Send
plenty
me
of
the
them.
report, or send me images of bubbles rising in the spacewalks. I'll be interested in
So
looking
when
at
I
either one.
send you bubbles and walking on the spacewalk, when there's like dozens of footage, dozens.
Send it.
Why are we getting echo like that?
I don't know.
When there's all these pictures of bubbles in space, what are you gonna say?
Send it to me.
Zach, like,
I don't know. Send me the images.
yeah, emotional fag.
Dude.
Wow. Are you talking about me?
No, not you, Roshan.
He's projecting.
I'm saying, look, if you just send me the images, then I'll know. I'll figure out what I'm going to be able to say. I don't know until I
but
look
you
at it.
already
God damn
figured
it,
out what
Sinos.
you already figured out what you wanted to say about this before you even read the report. Like, so
Send me the
it doesn't
report.
matter what I send you.
You have yet to send me the report.
The report?
Oh,
Okay, well,
fuck me. Okay, never mind.
I thought you were following along. Excuse me. I have to copy and paste every link for you. But
Arcane
okay, here
can't
we go.
read. Ocean.
Here's one article, if you want to read that one.
Bubbles in space.
I'm gonna read that one if you're up to it. You know what I'm saying? Space is fake, guys. I don't know what else to say.
Space is
Space
fake.
is fake. Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
outer space is fake.
So what do people see when they see the International Space Station from Earth? What are they actually seeing then?
Oh, look at
They
that,
really
dude.
think they see it from Earth? Really?
Yeah, you can see the International Space Station from
Yeah,
Earth.
we actually have people, giving footage like amateurs. Just
Look at
using
that.
the
The
powerful
article is
telescope.
describing exactly what I said.
Ooh.
Where is that?
Fake article.
It's probably written by Jew.
What's it saying? It's saying that condensation built up in the.
It's saying that it was from a leaky drink bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they said. A
That's
leaky
what I
drink
said.
Bag. Right. Yeah, exactly. Leaky drink bag.
Yeah, these
You gotta
spacewalks are
believe-
pretty long, dude.
Better than
They're
what
out
I
there
thought.
for a long time.
Really? They're out there for that long?
Yeah.
How long are they out there?
I think the recent spacewalk with the British guy Tim Peake was about 6 hours, I think.
Oh yeah. Okay. 6 hours. Woo.
Yeah, why not?
It's a fair old time. It's not. They can't take that. They can't go quickly.
Nothing
That's why
ever
they
goes
train.
wrong.
Well, things do go wrong. That's why there was a guy recalled. But they train underwater because they
This
have no
spacewalk was
No.
expected to last 6.5 hours. Mission controllers aborted the space excursion about 1 hour into it. Once back inside the airlock, the crew members found that 1.5 liters of water had filled the helmet.
1.5 liters.
Yeah, that's enough to drown somebody.
That's a lot of water. What's he doing with all that water out in space?
Because it's a 6-hour spacewalk.
You don't need 1.5 liters for 6 hours.
Yes, you do.
No, you
Depends on what you're doing, dude.
sure. Yeah.
They want them to be hydrated and on the case.
Right. You can
I mean,
believe
it
that, guys.
I'm just asking, what kind of water was it? Was it carbonated?
That's a lot
Where
of
the
water,
bubbles
guys.
came from. Sorry.
Yeah, is that where the bubbles came from? All the water that.
All right, so he said that water. He said I got back into the airlock and the water kept trickling. It completely covered my eyes and my nose. It was really hard for me to see. I couldn't hear anything. It was very difficult to communicate, and I went back using just my memory. Eventually, going back to the airlock until I found it. So the top half of his face was just covered in water.
They said that he almost drowned.
Yeah, his nose was
Yeah,
covered.
and they're taking preventative measures from him. 1.5 liters? Are you serious?
Yes, that was what was in the
Okay,
helmet.
so that means, was that all of the water that was on him, or just the amount that spilled?
I don't know exactly how much water they put in this thing.
Come on, 1.5 liters?
How much
Why
water
would you not need?
Yeah, they not only outfit it with water, they outfit it with high C as well. At least they
Wow.
used to.
You guys could believe that.
Well,
okay.
A small bottle of
I'm a
Jack
space nerd,
Daniels.
dude. This makes sense to me. I'm looking at it and I'm just like, all right, well, that's
Yeah, it would make sense to you, but it also makes sense that if they're shooting it in a pool, that they could drown too. But hey,
Dude, Ocean told you about refraction of the water. This could not be shot in a pool.
yeah. It's the stuff that you're talking about.
oh really? Oh,
You can't
it
make
cannot
the
be
image
shot
that
in a
clear.
pool.
Really?
Really? Okay.
Astronaut training is not 100% safe.
You guys believe that though? I mean, hey,
Well,
I used to believe it.
You can watch people train in pools. They train in pools because the movement that they have in the spacesuits is incredibly limited. They have about 20% movement. That's why it takes them 6 hours to do stuff. They've got to tie things down about 3 different times. So they'll reach for the tool bag they can't see because they can't move their heads clear enough. They've got to peg themselves down using ropes and guides and stuff about 3 different times, in 3 different positions. Take the bloody tool bag, tie that down, get the tools out with a massive pair of gloves. It's not, it's not quick work.
Yeah, not to mention the suit itself is huge and heavy, and it's hard to move with it, right? It has to be protected from radiation, from micrometeorites.
Yeah, wait
There's
till
ballistic
Saturday,
protection
please.
on it.
Wait
Yeah,
till
all
Saturday,
that
please.
stuff out there.
Oh, okay, sure.
You don't see them. Come on,
Don't
guys.
see what? Don't see them what?
I mean, you guys act like they really couldn't fake this stuff.
Well, they probably
No, they
do,
could, of
but
course.
that
No,
doesn't
listen,
mean that they are.
yeah, like you could be a fake right now. You could be some computer voice for all we know.
You guys acting like they really couldn't fake space.
Dude, we just told you they could.
Hilarious.
Today they could.
Yeah, so I mean, hey, you choosing
Possible
to
today,
believe that
not
they
possible in the
didn't.
60s, but possible today.
Definitely possible in the 60s. You bought it.
See, this is something
I
that's-
recommend another documentary. It's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I recommend that one.
Funny
Yeah,
thing.
but the last link you gave actually didn't support your claim.
The Jew Holocaust.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You posted that link about the guy drowning in space, and you told Ocean he was talking rubbish, and Ocean looked at the link and
I didn't.
he said exactly
When
what
did
he
I
just
say
said.
he was talking rubbish? You keep lying on me. It's pretty pathetic.
Keep
lady. Like,
lying
get a
on you.
life.
Get a grip on yourself, darling.
Get a life.
I have
You're
a
like the
life.
female
strangely enough.
version of Brother. Like, get the hell out of here with that nonsense. Quit lying.
Dude,
on me.
that's not cool.
Oh, he's just trying to rile me up. It's a pathetic attempt to
Get a
distract from his
bubble. Get a bubble.
You said that what Ocean said was rubbish. I never said that at all. I said that's your conclusion. You came up with that quick, and you haven't even seen the freaking article yet.
No, because I know my way
You mean
around
apart
this.
from the fact that I clicked on the link and saw the article? Yeah, you're right, I haven't seen the article. Calling me a liar, are you?
Posting the article in the first place, huh? Dingbat. It was to show that an astronaut almost drowned in space.
Yeah. And Ocean gave
Yeah.
his explanation of what probably happened, and you said, no,
I
I
just
doubt
said it
that's
was
it. But you
rubbish.
didn't. Okay, you might not have used the actual term rubbish. Excuse me for
Yes, but quit
paraphrasing.
lying on me.
That's not a lie.
He wouldn't.
It is a lie. I said that.
Look, just
Never
because
implied
you
that.
Here's what happened. He said that I just came up with that immediately because I reverse engineered what he said. And it's just
Yeah.
like, yes, because I know my way around a spacesuit. Then he sends me the article, and the article says exactly what I said was the problem.
Yeah.
And when did I say it was wrong or rubbish or anything? I just said you can believe that.
That's
Well,
what's
the implication. Okay, I stand corrected. The implication was there.
It
Maybe
should
it was
be-
wrong of us to have taken that implication, but I don't think so.
It should stand that I know my shit.
What I said was, hear me say that since they do train in pools, and an astronaut's almost drowning in space, and I've seen several bubbles on spacewalks, leads me to conclude that these spacewalks are shot in a pool. And you're just saying, well, they don't have the technology to do that yet. I'm saying, well,
it's
you're quite gullible with that.
impossible. It's impossible. You cannot change physics. You don't. you cannot change the refraction level of water, can you, Arcane?
Really? They're
Can
shooting
you?
space
Yes, really.
shots. Alright? They're shooting space shots. Have you seen these spacewalks? Look at them.
You
Look
said
at
you
them.
said they're doing it in a pool. They could
Well,
not.
why are there bubbles?
Ocean
And why are
explained
there
this to you.
astronauts drowning?
How do you
No,
know they're
that's what I'm
bubbles?
saying is that the footage would look radically different from what it does.
Really?
Now, yes, if you're going to be filming in a pool. This is the reason why in films about space they use wire work.
Prove that.
Look at any behind-the-scenes film about when they're shooting about something in space. They use wires.
Or look at any footage on YouTube of people filming underwater, for fuck's sake.
What's your point? That's
Yeah, I mean,
that
Battlestar
doesn't in any way say that it's impossible to film that in a pool.
Battlestar Galactica, you can actually see
Look
the
at any
wires in-
footage underwater. You have this problem where you can tell that you're underwater because of the light refraction. If you're going to be shooting and you're trying to fake something in space, but you're moving around in a vacuum with this expansive background, especially if you have structures that you're trying to move across, if you're going to be faking that, you want to be using wires.
All you have
And
to
then you're
shoot
gonna be
is
removing the wires in post.
that's completely gullible, man. You don't have to shoot like the entire. First of all, they have to Photoshop in certain things like the Earth, all this other stuff that's going on. So there's nothing at all that you're telling me that says it's impossible. for them
Right,
to
let's
shoot.
assume that they're shooting against a green screen. It's going to be much easier to use wires than to shoot in a pool.
Well, you can believe that, man, but you have to explain
this
away
is
all
my
this
job,
bullshit.
Arcane.
It's not really helping you, bro.
This
Like,
is my
you
job.
can believe that, sure.
This is the industry I work in. This is what I do for a living. And there's certain
you do?
special effects decisions that
You're
have
an
to be made
astronaut?
about these kind of things, and you elect no. Let's not shoot underwater. Let's use wires for specifically this
What's
reason
your-
that it would
what's
be
your
much harder to manipulate the footage after the fact.
What's your expertise?
Production.
Film production?
Yes.
Okay, so you're an expert at film production. Okay, so you're telling
It's
me
my
as an expert
job.
in
It's
film
not necessarily that I'm an expert at
production.
it. It's my job. It's what
so
I
you
work
make
in.
movies?
Yes.
You make movies? Okay, so you're telling me as a person who makes movies that they couldn't. It's impossible to shoot it underwater.
No, I'm telling you, it can be shot underwater. It's just
Okay.
that you're going to create for yourself a lot of problems in post. You're going to make it vastly more expensive to make whatever images that you want to make if you're shooting underwater.
You claim that, but I don't see any problem. I don't see any
It's the
problem.
light
with them,
refraction. Because when
Dude,
you're
they're shooting
underwater,
space. It's black. It's black. They're shooting
yes,
space.
yes.
They're not shooting,
Okay,
like,
so
colors.
let's talk about it. Okay, you have a black background. All right, what you would do inside of a movie stage is you would have a green background, and you would outfit the actors with wires so that you can have them float around, and when they move, there's a response team that helps them actually move in accordance to what their action is, so that you can have them bounce around wherever they want to. Now, if you're doing this underwater, you have zero control over that. You have to bring down tanks. You have to edit out bubbles. You have to worry about the light refraction, and you can't chroma key out anything because you have a background that's covered in this blue mist.
Then how do you explain the footage of a reflection of a? How do you explain the footage of a reflection of a guy in a scuba suit holding a camera? How do you explain that?
What about the bubbles?
The scuba suit is in space now.
Show us the video.
I'm talking about the special effects. You can film underwater. That's possible.
Shall
You
we-
can film underwater. It is physically possible to get a camera underwater. You can do it with GoPros. But the problem is that when you film underwater, there is a light refraction issue that is created by the mass number of water molecules that exist underwater and the way that light passes through them. You can tell that you're underwater. And you'd have to get
Okay,
rid of that,
well,
and it's
you're still not
incredibly
explaining
expensive to
how.
do
You're
that.
still not explaining why. I see a guy in a scuba suit holding a camera reflecting off an astronaut's helmet. Explain
I
that
don't know
one.
that you do. You'd have to show us this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'll get right on that.
Yeah, show it to me and we'll talk.
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
It shows the official source.
Show me the bubbles.
Oh, it all comes off of their website, so you can go there and see the same thing I'm seeing.
Then show us from the website.
Go ahead. I mean, go look.
I doubt we'll ever see the same thing you see.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you won't, because you're blind, obviously, to whatever the government tells you is true. Has to be.
Don't lie about me, Arcane.
Yeah, I mean, you,
Oh,
you
that's
seem
my
to be
speculation.
sensitive.
I admit, I'm speculating that you believe anything your government
No,
says.
you lied about it. You didn't speculate. You lied. You outright just lied about me.
I said you can go ahead and keep believing whatever your government tells. That's
No,
what
you
do.
said I did believe everything my government tells me. You just outright lied about me.
Yeah, that's my speculation. Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's your speciality, outright lying.
Lie technique.
Well, let's
Yeah,
wait
you-
for him to get his evidence.
See how that works? Ain't nice, is it?
Yeah, you're lame as hell. Get a point to make.
Insults. Nice.
Your mama's
Good
lame.
response. Good response.
So they recall that guy with his astronaut suit that was full of water, and they found Nemo inside it.
I wondered where he got to.
He was up in space.
Spaceman.
Yeah, they found another astronaut with water inside him on the Earth.
Jimmy Hoffa found on the moon.
Turned out.
I wonder if that's where Lord Lucan
Turned out
is.
it was Jimmy Hoffa. Fucking lag.
So maybe that's where Lord Lucan is, up in space.
Yeah, space stuff doesn't exist.
Oh, silly me.
Oh, it must exist because NASA says so with their CGIs.
I don't get why you're so down on NASA. I don't understand where this comes from.
It was created by Nazis, dude.
Because NASA was created to tell you the blue ball lie. And they're all
Why?
laughing. Why are you laughing at all the dumb flat earthers? They're laughing at your dumbass.
But
Oh
I just
no,
don't.
I'm
I don't,
devastated about that.
I don't get
Oh
it.
wait, no I'm not.
Yeah, they're laughing at you.
And I care
All of their
because...
flags, all of their symbols are all flat earth flags and symbols, but you guys still hugging this blue ball for dear life.
But I still don't get why they would pretend any of this. I don't get it.
I know you don't. I know.
It'd be nice if it could be explained.
Well, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were somebody else. Well, there's plenty of reasons why. I mean, for one, if you look at what was happening at the time, there was a lot that they would lose if they were to come out and say, you know, we finally got the technology to go high enough and get a real perspective on where we live. And, oops, by the way, we were wrong about everything we've been teaching you the past 500 years about heliocentrism.
Why would they be lying about this?
Domino effect from that, the butterfly effect from that disclosure, they would have had a lot of cleaning house to do, put it that way.
Why would they be lying about this in the beginning?
Come out to admit it right now. If they would have come out and admit it, there would be a lot of cleaning house to do.
Wait, why would they be lying again? Why would they lying? You know, I mean, you believe that the Bible is more likely interpreted to be talking about a flat Earth, and we know vast majority of Western society was Christian or Christian-ish, right? So why would they be posing something that requires an unnecessary reinterpretation of the scripture that people hold dear? Like, this seems such a pointless effort. Like, why?
Same reason people will accept the evolution story. Same reason people accept the Big Bang story. Same reason they accept all of that crap.
Which none contradicts the existence of God. So
contradicts the scripture.
Not according to most Christians,
Yeah,
right?
it does.
No, this is what is relevant, right? So you might have a opinion, or sure, you think it's more
It's not an
reasonable.
opinion, it's
It's
fact.
fine, fine. You think it's a fact, sure. You
It
can
is a
argue
fact.
that it's a fact, sure. You
I'm
argue
not
that it's a
gonna
fact.
prove it's a fact.
But what matters to people who want to control the populace is what majority thinks. And a majority doesn't have a problem with evolution or the Big Bang when it comes to the existence of God, right?
What
Catholic
the
Church
hell
had a
makes you
position.
think that they want to cater to Christians? What the hell makes you think
Because
that?
they wanna-
What the hell
because
makes you
it's
think
easier.
that? We better get the Christians' approval before we tell a lie.
It's easier to control
The hell outta
people if
here.
they agree with what you're saying, right? They should do.
Okay,
This
Art.
is common sense, isn't it?
Okay,
Wait, you
Art.
think it's easier to control people when you give commands and orders that are contrary to their beliefs?
Whatever you think, Art.
You
Whatever
think that?
No, you have a
think
very
it's-
ignorant view that says that the people who are trying to take over the world will get everybody's approval on what they do.
Wait,
It's very
wait. No, I'm
dumb. That's
talking
a very
about.
weak argument. Like, do you have something more powerful than that? Like,
No, I'm
not
talking
that-
about a history. I'm talking about why this, ball Earth belief, ball Earth belief was introduced in the first place as a lie, as you say.
Same reason evolution theory was introduced in the
Why?
first place. Because it goes
Why?
against God's word. That's why.
But why would people who are these controlling freaks, who want money and power, would be promoting ideas that go contrary, what you think is contrary to the populace?
Because people are dumb. That's why. People are dumb and they'll believe it because a guy
Then
with
why
the
not
PhD says it. People are going to compromise. Hold on. People are going to compromise their Bible to fit in with the social norm. That's what's going to happen. And they know that. They know that people are stupid and that if you put enough peer pressure on people, they will fold. That's how Charles Lyell, Darwin, and all of them became more popular. The paradigm shifted.
Right, if you can convince these dumb, stupid people of anything through peer pressure, why convince them of a lie that you have to maintain and keep lying about? It makes no sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense to you because you believe it anyway. But
It reminds
makes perfect sense to me.
It reminds me kind of the black nationalists, like they believe
he's an Afrocentrist.
because they were so suppressed.
No, I'm not, faggot. Stop lying on me. You and your little lying crew have really on the roll today. Little lying queer. Stop lying about me.
Oh my gosh.
You know what an
Stop lying, you
Afrocentrist
little queer. Like,
Yeah, Pop, you're
Am I
coming
coming through here, by the way? Like I
Yes.
was in the
You're
middle
not
of the
very-
sentence. It reminds me of that, like the black nationalists. That, I mean, they have been legitimately lied to by people throughout their history, and it's sort of like the paranoia, I guess, whether legitimate or not, has perhaps sustained throughout and been passed down. I think this sort of reminds me of that. It's more reminiscent, I guess, of that.
you're right, Palm. I've been lied to about all this stuff my whole life, and I'm not
Right.
going to buy it anymore. So, if that's irrational to some people, I don't care.
Right, but you're saying that you said that if they went up into space, they would see that the Earth is flat, and they wanted to carry on this notion that the round Earth was the truth.
Yeah.
But if the science, that means that if the Earth really was flat, why would people suddenly discover, well, not suddenly, but why would people back in the 1500s or whatever, who first discovered that the Earth was flat and the Earth went around the sun and all that, they wouldn't have discovered that because that's not true. So
Well, it's
why
not
would that?
Well, first of all, from the beginning of recorded history, all of those religions and cultures described a stationary, flat, geocentric universe. It wasn't until later, Copernicus and all those guys, that the paradigm shifted to a heliocentric model with the sun or the Earth being a sphere and so on. So when at that time the technology was limited. I mean, the average person, like the sun and the moon, like on the face of it, they appear to be the same size. But the heliocentric model comes and says, well, the sun's actually 400 times away and 400 times larger. That's why they appear to be the same size. So the average person will accept that and just say, oh, okay, well, science has an explanation. But the average Joe isn't going to be able to go and verify it. No one's been to space on their own to verify it. We have to take the words of these establishments that tell us what it is. And NASA even admits that they don't have a legitimate photo image of the Earth. They just have CGI and Photoshop. So no reason to trust that they've been up there for very good reasons. I have to believe that they haven't been up there.
Yeah, that's not. I think you've missed what I'm saying is that if the Earth is, if the world is generally as you say it is, and that NASA is going up in space and creating this illusion of a round Earth so that people's worldviews are protected, then that would mean that the worldview that is being protected would have been created.
No.
Why would that be? Why would it be created in the first place? Why would it need to be created? Yeah, but that's what you're. That's what logically follows, because if NASA, if NASA is going into space or is proposing around Earth because they want to protect people from the truth.
When did I say that?
Or hide from, but that's logically what you're saying.
You just said that I said
saying
that
it
NASA
words,
went up
that's
into
what you're
space
saying.
to protect people's worldviews. No, I said the only reason why NASA was created was to fake the ball Earth. They were deceiving you from the very beginning. They've been deceiving you. So it wasn't like they're going up there to protect people's worldviews. It was to deceive people, to further enforce the heliocentric ball Earth model that was there at the time. They said, okay, there's this model that's here. We're going to finally be able to go up and see how high it is. And, if it really did go up that high and they found out that it wasn't what they've been saying it is, I don't think that they would tell you.
But why would they need to create this model that isn't true? This is what I'm trying to establish.
To perpetuate the lie, to perpetuate. If the Earth was really a ball and they really went to space, they wouldn't fake it. They wouldn't have to fake it. But first of all, they admit that they fake it. And then the Apollo missions, you can see that they faked it. They're on video caught faking it, faking the whole thing. So, you can believe it, but that's the truth, and they have very, very good reason to not let you know the truth, that you are under
what
a
is this
firmament.
reason then? Well, you're not telling me. This is the problem.
Well, first of all, if you were under a firmament and the Earth was not a sphere flying through space, orbiting a sun, your whole Big Bang paradigm goes out the window, and everything that's derived from it. So the evolution theory, the whole nine has to go into question at that point. Not only that, all of the astrophysicists, all of these cosmonauts, if you will, these people would not be held in such high esteem anymore. They would have to question all of that stuff. On top of that, people would realize that this place was created. This is a building. This isn't just a random blue dot flying through infinite space that's insignificant, that all the stars, all the celestial so-called bodies or what have you are created for you. The Earth is the center of it all. That would severely impact a lot of people's paradigms. Not only that, the religious groups would, people would turn to them more so for answers than science, because they realize that science has been lying to them about everything. So they have more than enough reason to keep the lie going.
This is what I don't understand. This paradigm that you don't believe in, why does it exist in the first place?
What, the heliocentric model?
Yeah, you're saying that all these people would be, put out of joint, their noses would be put out of joint, they'd be, disenfranchised. And that's what keeps this conspiracy going. But
partly.
Why does it exist in the first place?
It's a model that was a challenge to the flat Earth geocentric model at the time. So when you read people like Newton and his Principia, he's giving theories. He's saying if, more so than anything, if this is, if the Earth is a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, and if the Moon is X miles in radius and X in circumference, and if it's X distance, then the model will work. Like, you can make the math fit a hypothetical model, but it doesn't mean that the model is in fact true. It just means that that's the prevailing view of cosmology, and no one can really prove otherwise unless you get a perspective. Like, there's nothing on the ground that you can give me to prove to me that we're on a ball. You can't
but
go outside right now and prove it to me.
I think you're hearing a different question than I'm asking, because I don't understand why, if your worldview is correct and true, then there wouldn't be any need for a heliocentric round Earth worldview. Why does it? Where does this come from? Why?
Sure, there would. Well, for
Well,
the
tell me.
reasons I explained. For one, it goes against God's word. It's opposite of what God's word is. So if they admitted that we were under a firmament on a flat stationary plane, that we're not moving, we're not orbiting a sun, that everything evolves around the Earth, that's a big pill to swallow for people that have been teaching the opposite for the past 500 years.
No, but they wouldn't have been. That's what I'm saying. At the point where this came in, the prevailing worldview prior to that was that the world was flat, as you're suggesting. That's the worldview of the time. So somewhere along the line, this worldview that you don't agree with, that the rest of us share, was introduced, and I'm asking you why.
Because it was an alternative model that people accepted based on the people that were proposing it at the time. There were still people up until the early 1900s that were writing books and contesting the heliocentric model. So you're making it seem as though, well, why would they accept it if it wasn't true, kind of thing. Well, that's the same reason people accept the Big Bang or anything else. It's just a model that fits the current prevailing paradigms of the day. People were getting away from those kind of teachings and trying to, or biblical or scriptural teachings, and trying to come up with new and different theories, which I don't see any problem with that. That's what science does. But science should be honest when those theories are overturned by the evidence.
But those theories, I think there's a fundamental disconnect here with what I'm saying and what you're hearing.
Well, you're asking me why was it accepted at the time, basically?
Well, yes, because at the time that these people believed that there was a flat Earth. They didn't know any different. Everyone agrees that that was the case, that prior to our current understanding, people thought the world was flat and the sun went around the Earth and all the rest of it. Now,
people came out with an alternative view.
Right, and that alternative view was taken hold because it fits the evidence as it was and is perceived.
Well,
So
that's what's being argued. There's nothing you can do on the ground. There's nothing you can show me on the ground that can prove to me that the Earth is a ball. What you can do is postulate a hypothetical model that would explain what we do see opposite of the other model, the flat Earth model. So, like I said, they're looking at face value, the sun and moon look like they're the same size and they go around above the Earth. But it would also work, hypothetically, if the sun were further, if the moon were further, if we were evolving or revolving around the sun, etc. So it's not a matter of what fits the evidence, it's a matter of competing hypotheses which both in their own way explain the evidence and one becoming more popular. But keep in mind 1500 or 500 years ago, they didn't really have the technological prowess to go and explore up into the atmosphere or these kinds of things to really get a different perspective. I mean, balloons and stuff like that came out, early 20th century, 19th century.
No, much earlier.
Combustion engine and flight, we didn't get that until,
That doesn't matter. But hang on, that doesn't matter because according to you, we haven't got into space now. So you're saying that they couldn't. Right, but you're saying that they can't verify. They couldn't verify for certain that the world was flat because they haven't gone into space to see that. But according to you, we haven't gone into space now, so that we can't verify it now. So we can't verify your position.
Right. So the question becomes, based on the evidence that we can see at present time, which model fits the evidence better? So at this point, we're coming out and saying, look, all of these observations that we're seeing don't fit the heliocentric 25,000 K in circumference sphere Earth model at all. So when NASA was created in '58, in 1961 they started shooting nukes up into the atmosphere, high altitude nukes. They did this for like 4 years, and they called it Operation Fishbowl. So when you see stuff like that, it's kind of hard to take them seriously at their word that they've actually been past this firmament, past the Van Allen radiation belts, taken a picture of Earth and legitified the whole claim. Like, I don't see any.
But what I'm saying is that hasn't happened for your claim either, because if no one's been into space, no one can verify that the Earth is flat by the same.
Oh, what we're left with a bunch of fakery on one side. People have been faking images of where we live, and they admit it now. They say, well, it has to be Photoshopped. Versus every single independent observer that's gone high enough into the atmosphere, into the sky, to look down. Every time they see the Earth from that vantage point, the horizon is eye level, always. And the horizon's flat, always. There's no proof of a curve.
This has been explained to you so many times. You should not see a horizon. The difference in horizon on the sides, right, would not even fill a pixel. Understand?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Huh?
No, okay. You know what you're talking about? Give me a anything that says that on a ball, the horizon should meet your eye level as you ascend up to 130,000 feet.
130,000 feet? Hold on a second.
74 miles up is the highest amateur rocket ever launched. And at that height, the horizon was still flat and eye level.
Right. Can you show footage
And
of that?
on the ISS footage and all this other footage, there's all these dramatic curves. Even the Felix Baumgartner jump, they showed that stupid fisheye lens curve on the camera that made the Earth look completely disproportionate to its actual dimensions. But people bought it anyway. But all the amateur footage that goes up, you don't see any curve. You don't have to look down at the horizon. It meets your eye level, which that's only possible if we're on a plane, not on a ball.
Okay, can you show why we should see a curvature at that height?
No one's saying we should see curvature at that height. The point is, all of the other footage that shows curvature at lower heights are rubbish. All these people that say, Arcane, you're an idiot. I've actually had people tell me this. Arcane, you're an idiot. You've never been on an airplane. You can see the curvature from an airplane. And these people actually believe that. Jackie Kite, one of these atheists, was like, well, I went to the top of a high mountain and I saw the curvature. I'm like, really? But we're not seeing any curvature at 100 or 74 miles up.
You can see pictures of curvature. I mean, NASA isn't the only source of such images. There's plenty of amateurs who do this sort of stuff.
Show me one without a fisheye lens that shows curvature. I've never seen it.
Right, and when we show curvature, you're going to say it's a fisheye lens. How would you know if it's not a fisheye lens?
It would distort the dimensions, the actual proportions of the landmass, disproportionately. Just like when Felix Baumgartner jumped out of the Red Bull can. Freaking New Mexico was like 1/3 the size of the Earth based on that footage. It's like, come on. That's not real. And then when you put lens correction on like the ISS footage, the horizon's flat and eye level.
Lens correction. Okay,
lens
for you to
correction.
put a correction on it, you would have to know what the lens is.
Yeah.
So how do you know what the lens is there?
Yeah, because the ISS will only tell you what kind of camera they use on the ISS. Smart guy.
But you say they use the fisheye lens, right? So what
Yeah.
type of fisheye lens?
Smart guy.
No, what type of fisheye lens? You know that's different, right?
Fisheye lens is not an accurate. It's not going to give you an accurate image. So
Yeah, but the different types, right?
doesn't matter.
Kind of does if you want to do reverse engineering.
doesn't.
Okay, how are you gonna know? So basically, you had guys who were fooling with the image until they make it straight, right? And then say, "Oh, look, it's straight," because that's the only way we can do
Say
this
what you
without
want.
knowing
Say
what
what
the
you want,
original
Art.
lens is.
Say
No,
what
okay.
you
How
want.
else can they do it without knowing the
Why don't
original
you go
lens?
talk to Rob Skiba? He's a Photoshop expert. Go talk to Rob Skiba. He's a Christian guy. He'll tell you all you need to know.
Rob Skiba. Okay, sure. Do you think there is, I don't know, 1 billion times fucking more Photoshop experts who say that nope, actually NASA footage is not
Well, you can
doctored
say
in a
that, but
way
then when I
that
pull up,
would make the shape of the Earth to be round.
you can go ahead find them. But when I myself, I'm not an expert, but I've seen myself people take the footage from NASA, put it under Photoshop, and then a huge square box is around the Earth. Like they clearly cropped that in there, Photoshop the Earth into the photo. You can see a big square box around it. When you turn the levels up or whatever they do on the Photoshop or the program that they have, you can clearly see a lot of these are horribly photoshopped.
They see a square box? What does that prove?
Proves that the Earth was cut and pasted there, somehow photoshopped there. We have a
Basically,
square box around Earth.
Basically, there's no point in producing evidence for him because he'll just tell you it's photoshopped.
That
Well, if it is photoshopped, you old hag, it's photoshopped. How about that?
How do you know it's photoshopped?
When
How do you know I'm an old
square
hag?
boxes around the spherical Earth, it's photoshopped, guy. It's not a genuine photo.
How do you know somebody didn't use the, I don't say, rectangular tool and just increase the brightness for, for people to see better? Why that cannot be a better hypothesis?
Well, you can say that, but then you can't say it's a genuine image no more, can you?
No. Everybody fucking edits their fucking images. I edit all the photos that I make, and my parents make. Yes, I do. Yes, I increase the brightness, just the color here and there. Ask Palm Jam. Palm Jam is an amateur photographer, right?
You know what? You people have 1,000,001 excuses of why you can't get a genuine photo. 1,000,001 excuses.
The projection is great with this one.
It's pretty sad. It's 2016, and you've got 2016 excuses of why we can't get a real photo.
Arcane, is this possible? Could NASA people just be editing to make it look better? Of course. Now, the discussion is about that it is more likely that it's fake. Right? That's your assertion, right? Your assertion is that it's more likely that it's fake.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Shouldn't be square boxes around sphere Earth. Sorry, shouldn't be. And then on top of that, the same footage has the Earth so far away. Like, in fact, if you look at this freaking image, the Earth is so far away from the Moon, it looks like it's the same size as the Moon. Like, all of these photos are ridiculous, guys. Like, at what point do you say it's bullshit?
Have you checked that these photos are in fact from NASA?
They're on their
and they're
website.
portrayed. Have you checked that?
Not from NASA. It shouldn't be on their website. So you should probably bitch about that to them.
You checked that.
From their website. Don't put it on your website if it's not your shit. If you're gonna say it's not legit, it's not your shit, then don't put it on your website.
I'm asking you, did you check that, or did you watch the YouTube video of some conspiracy theorist who's like, "Oh, look, NASA's photo looks fake. When I draw this thing and this thing, looks there's a triangle. Illuminati."
Anyway, do you have actually anything to add to the conversation, Art, other than saying, "Well, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know?"
You're really gonna criticize somebody for asking how do you know? Really?
Yeah, I'm criticizing you.
You're the guy who's known for years to ask, how do you know that? How do you know that? I.e. the site
Really?
and
That's all I asked? Is how you know that? Really? How do
asked it
okay,
for
let's go there then.
years.
Let's
You
go
haven't
there
asked
then,
it
Mr. Smart Guy.
recently.
Since you guys are so hell-bent on lying about me and my position and all that, let's go there then. Let's
You
go there.
haven't asked how do you know that a lot in the
How does that
past?
go, Art? So when I ask someone, how do you know that? What am I pertaining to?
Wait. I didn't say that's the only thing you're doing, did I?
Yeah, this is all you're doing. Well, how do you know? Well, how do you know? Well, how do you know?
Okay, do
How
you
do you know?
deny that
How do you know?
for a lot of time, I didn't say, what is it, a year ago,
How do
you
you
were
know?
asking a lot of these questions? This question?
If we're
that is,
arguing
how do you
about
know that?
epistemology, that's a pretty fair fucking question, dumbass. No,
Uh,
this right here, that's all you're doing is saying, well, how do you know it's real? It's not real.
How do you know that? Is
How do you
also
know that? Well,
another
how do you know
way
it's
of me
not?
asking for
Well, then
evidence.
just take a rectangular tool and make it brighter. How do you know? Like, you have
if you're
nothing. Like, you're desperately holding on to your blue ball, and it's just
You're,
like so
sure,
hilarious.
if you're allergic to the expression, how do you know that? I'm just going to ask, what's your evidence for that? Is that better
No,
for
I'm
you?
asking you to provide something of substance.
We did. We provide you a photo evidence of a reputable source.
Okay, sure.
Yes. Now, do you dispute that it's a reputable source?
Why are you defending a bunch of liars?
Now, can you prove that they're liars? In a sense that they're lying more likely
It's been
than not.
proven over and over that they're lying to you. Because I proved it in this hangout that they're giving you fake images and fake ISS footage, but you're going to keep denying it and keep defending
Actually,
liars.
every evidence that you brought up has been explained to you by quite a few people here, and you still haven't provided the supposed
Yeah,
footage
keep
of a
lying.
guy with a scuba suit.
They keep lying. Your reverse engineered explanations are getting really dumb and old, and people are
Well,
seeing
apart
through
from
them.
reverse engineering explanation was exactly the same explanation as the link you posted earlier. Is that what you're referring to?
And
Yeah,
it
people
doesn't
are
matter
seeing through all your bullshit, and it's getting old.
No.
People are tired of it.
Arkin, you see, it doesn't matter if we just, didn't actually know the actual story, right? As long as what we say is within the realm of physical possibility and it's within our theory, you cannot maintain that it contradicts our theory because we just provided you an explanation of how it possibly doesn't. Now,
Yeah, okay,
what you
show
could say is
me an explanation of why a scuba guy is in a spacewalk video. Show me that.
You haven't
Give me
shown me
that
evidence
explanation.
Yeah.
Give me that explanation. Explain
you
that
haven't
one
shown
away.
me
I'd
an
like
evidence
to
of
see
that.
one.
I want to see that.
Oh,
Show
you
me the
haven't.
evidence.
Okay. Well, maybe you'll see it one day, and then you'll come up with a bullshit reverse engineer explanation why scuba guys in space. Maybe.
So that's your adult response to.
Oh dear.
My
Gotta
look
hand
at
it to
the-
him. He is entertaining at the very least.
Yeah. This is a good.
Have a look
he's a
at
good
the
little
link I
scout.
posted in the side. It's a Christian link, and it's got a fucking shit ton of stuff about or against the flat Earth, including a lot of videos, all sorts of stuff.
So what?
Well, you asked for evidence. I've just provided you with something you can look at.
Do you have anything to explain? Do you have anything to expound upon this link, or are you just posting a link?
Yes, you click on it and then look at it. It's quite a lot.
Do you
I'm
have
not
any
going to read it
points
all
to
out.
make?
It'll take bloody hours.
Do you have any points to make?
Yeah, the point is that
Yes,
it contradicts your
look at
view,
the
which was
video.
evidence
Look at
against
the
you.
look at the link.
You clicked on the link, so do you have any points to make pertaining to the link, or are you just saying here's the link?
We just said the points.
Deflection.
It shows evidence against you.
Deflection.
No, it doesn't.
Deflection.
How do you know you haven't clicked on it?
Well, how do you know when you haven't clicked on it? Fag, you just
I know
said
G clicked on it, and I trust G.
18 points that it discusses regarding the flat Earth.
Okay, pick one, and then let's discuss it. How about that? Pick one. Pick your best one.
Well, I haven't read it all. I was hoping you might look at it, seeing as you want to be intellectually honest. Come on. You're being a bit unfair here, aren't you?
No. For one, you're not a Christian
Really?
trying to throw Christian sources at me saying these people disagree with you, but you don't have a freaking point to make.
I
So
just made a point. It's not my list. Does it matter if I'm not a Christian?
it's not a point. Here, you are okay.
Okay, sure.
I have a
I'm
point
going to give you specific
your
evidence.
point. Are you ready? I'm going to go get a link, and I'm going to counter your point with a link.
I'm going to give you specific evidence if you want. Focus pendulum proves the rotation of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
How so?
I'll play the game.
How does it?
So are you familiar with the focus pendulum? How it's constructed? It's basically maybe I just show you a picture. I'm gonna be fucking butchering with my English. Just a second. Bum, bum, bum. Can somebody cue
Stephen
the-
Arcane's English.
Yeah, can somebody
God
cue
was
the elevator
told
music?
that the Earth is not moving.
I don't know what the elementary music is, otherwise I would.
Elevator.
Oh, elevator. Beg pardon.
I think the reason Arcane is being so stubborn is I think it's like sort of being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian, because I think he perceives that atheists are acting that way when it pertains to his views. But then he doesn't feel the need to be charitable, I guess.
Could be.
Good observation, Palm Jam.
Right.
Why the hell should I be charitable and they're not extending the same courtesy to me?
Actually, I was trying to extend your courtesies from the fucking beginning. But you kept asserting that, we just want to believe what we want to believe, and we're just going to believe the government, and, you that and this. And in the face of that, I was trying to be charitable. I was trying to calm down the whole room, right?
And also, Arcane, you shouldn't let other people's behaviour dictate the way you behave.
Ditto back to you, lady.
Well, I'm not the one saying I'm behaving this way because someone else behaved that way, so what's the ditto back
Indeed.
for?
Ditto.
He's not a lady, dude.
No, that's true. I'm far from a lady.
Oh, that's a dude?
She's far too awesome to be a lady.
Wouldn't surprise me if it was a dude.
Oh, grow up, child.
Oh, wow. Dude,
Goodness
how long can you
me.
stoop?
You go get a life, lady. Like, why are you even here talking to me if I'm not To you.
So I've already said several times you're entertaining. I happen to be doing something else at the same time. My
Oh.
God, I can multitask.
Yeah,
Oh!
you stroll. Exactly.
So again, here's a short 3.2 minutes long video from Dartmouth professor who is explaining the focus pendulum.
Good for him. Now, why don't you explain?
Say what?
Can you not explain it?
I would be kind of butchering it.
Okay.
But
So
basically,
you really don't know how it proves.
oh, I know how. I just okay. I'm gonna
so-
try. So I'm gonna try. Right. So basically, you. Okay. I'm just gonna first show you the picture. I guess. Just.
I know what they look like.
You do.
Yes, I.
Okay. So how do they not demonstrate the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, that onus is on you, bruh.
But it. Have you? Okay. Sure. No. Here is a beautiful animation from website that she showed. Actually, hold on, I better just open the animation itself so that the whole, because the page can be copyrighted and shit. Just a second.
That is a nice pendulum, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Right, beautiful. Here we go. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Again?
What about it?
Right. You don't see, what pattern it makes when it rotates, right? When the
It has
plane.
nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. It has to do with the momentum of the first swing. And that's it.
Yeah, but you will get this kind of pattern that it draws only when the plane underneath the pendulum turns in some way.
That's not true at all.
Okay, how else would it make this pattern? Why would it be making this sort of zigzag, or whatever it is, this pattern? If nothing was moving, shouldn't it just make a line, straight line?
Well, if you're shallow-brained and you think that that's the only way it can happen, then sure.
Don't tell me, enlighten me.
Like I said, it has to do with the velocity of the first swing.
Wait. How does the velocity of the first swing makes it go like this from side to side?
If you swung it the other way, it'd go the other way.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I know. Okay, sure.
Yes, it does. It matters a great deal if the Earth is spinning.
It would still make. Oh wait. Oh, so right. So you're saying this. What is? No, to make the same pattern eventually.
That thing is not.
But why is it making a pattern at all?
Bogus. You're just illustrating how you think it works on.
No. That video that showed you shows you that work.
No. If you take that spinning carousel off of there and you just have the thing swinging back and forth like it is at all the displays, it depends on the way you swing it. It has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
How would it depend on the way you swing it?
Just
Please
like
explain.
the Coriolis effect, south of the equator and all that, those myths has nothing to do with that.
How could you swing it in a way that would make this pattern of straight line that cross at consistent angles?
Because that's the way it works. If you swung it the other way, where the lines would be going the opposite, you could swing it to where the lines would go the opposite way that the thing is swinging, giving you that pattern. Just depends on how you swing the thing. But people have been using this forever as evidence of the spin of the Earth, just like the Coriolis effect. You guys have a lot bigger problems than that. I mean, if that's the best evidence you got.
Well, all right. I'll here's something from that link I provided, which you're not going to read, which is I think a bit shit. This is a very simple thing, and it's basically saying, and I'm not an expert in optics, so I reserve the right to do wrong. The higher you are, the farther you can see. That is only possible on a curved Earth.
That doesn't logically follow at all.
Well, look at the link.
Actually,
there's a simple graphic representation of it.
That's actually, yeah, I see your little cartoon here. That's great. But that's fine. On a flat plane, the higher you go, the more of the horizon you can take in. So just like how boats appear to disappear over the so-called curve, when you zoom in with higher powered zoom, it comes all the way back into focus again. It's about
Here's a video
perspective.
of it.
On a ball Earth, if the higher you go, you would have to look down to get the horizon. Just like in that picture you're showing me, right? If you look at the ball that they're standing on, you would have to angle your line of sight downward to look at that tree because it's on the other side of the horizon.
That's not. I think that's not quite about the horizon. It's simply saying you can see further because the Earth is curved.
That doesn't make any sense at all. You shouldn't be able to see anything on the other side of the curve, depending on how high up you are. But the fact is, we keep seeing stuff that's supposedly on the other side of the curve from sea level. Navy missile instructors have come forth and said, we are painting targets at 60 miles away with radar beams. That 60 miles away, it should be almost a half mile or so behind the curvature of the Earth. It's not possible.
Whose radar beams? The drones, the helicopters that escort them, the helicopters that a lot of these ships have on board, or is it the onboard ship radar? Big difference, you see?
Oh, there's a video of the
Yeah,
Coriolis effect as
radar
well.
because they have to bounce the radar back to them, Art. Okay.
There's a video of the Coriolis effect, which you can watch and see. It's very simple.
It's a myth.
Well, watch it and see. don't just say it's a myth, but you're not even looking at it.
What are you referring to? Toilets, sinks, what?
There's the YouTube clip I posted. It's in my last bit in the side chat.
What's it about?
The Coriolis effect, as I said.
What's it pertaining to?
Oh, for the Coriolis effect.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's what it said. I just said this.
What? Okay, you don't have a point to make. So here's a video about the Coriolis effect.
Well, that is the point I was making. You seem to be disputing it. So I'm showing you a clip that proves that it's real.
What about the Coriolis effect proves that we're spinning?
Oh my god.
Because it explains the wind patterns better than the flat Earth
Watch
model.
it. It's like 3 minutes long.
Really? The wind pattern? Oh, okay. Yeah, the wind pattern.
Have you watched? Are you? You know, just click on it. Just watch it. It's not going to blow you. It's not going to bite your head off.
Well, you don't have a point to make. I'm not going to waste time if you can't
Well,
even
that is the point.
have a point to make.
You're
What, the
not about to
Coriolis
die, are you? You're not short-lived, are you? You're not got 5 minutes to live.
Oh, I got a link for you.
You have a whole afterlife, dude. Come
You
on.
wanna play links? Okay, let's talk about links. Here's something that refutes the Coriolis.
Wait. You haven't addressed our fucking links.
Well, why would I look
Didn't
at
give
your
you
clip when
anything.
you haven't looked at mine?
How kind of argumentation is that? The fuck? Yeah, here's a link.
This
I
is
gave you
bizarre.
actually two of
I
mine,
don't
haven't
understand this at all.
Sort of like godless, you know. She says she's afraid of what is it, Darwin's, because if she's put on the defensive, she's afraid that she'll lose. That's why she keeps Darwin's on the defensive.
Ah, yeah, it makes sense.
It's a very simple clip. It's not like, you know, full of maths equations. It's just a physical demonstration of the effect. That's all it is.
Then explain it.
Well, I can't physically explain what you're seeing. You'd have to see it. There's no point in me telling you what the clip is.
Well, here's a
Just
short
watch
video
it.
explaining how the Coriolis effect is not proof of the spin of the Earth. Haha.
Well, why would
Read
I? What's the point of this? What are you trying to achieve here?
Exactly. What's the point? If you don't have an argument to make,
I don't
I can
understand
just
what's
post
happening.
a link for your link. We can go link for link.
Yes, so it's
And
nice
when I did
to
that,
post evidence.
you demanded me to explain it. So are you going to explain your video link there?
And the difference is, his video is 3 minutes long, yours is 25. You're expected to sit in the middle of a discussion to watch a 25-minute long video.
Why should I sit and watch any video if you can't explain it?
Because it's
can you
3
explain
minutes
yours?
long. Can you explain yours? You explain your video.
Yep, sure can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the Coriolis effect is not proof of spin of the Earth. Just like when they said the
How?
Coriolis effect is responsible for the toilets and the sinks and the water going
That was
off
a myth made by a layman.
Yeah, exactly. So your Coriolis effect is bullshit.
That's not a
You don't know
Coriolis
what it
effect. That was association made by some fucking
Ball Earth.
Layman.
This
Ball
clip is
Earth.
showing you it.
Dude, these are laymen saying this. You cannot use this against the scientific
The
theory.
whole point of me posting this clip is so that you can see the Coriolis effect. You don't have to have me explain it to you. You can see it. You can see it in action.
What am I seeing?
Oh man.
Well,
You'll
nothing,
see
because you
the
refuse to look at the
Coriolis
clip.
effect.
You can't explain it. You're lame as hell. You have nothing.
I can't
Here's a
explain
clip.
it because it's physically showing it to you. That's why That's why I linked to it. It's a visual demonstration of the effect in action.
All you're showing me is a clip of two guys on a merry-go-round throwing a ball.
The Coriolis effect makes storms swirl clockwise in the southern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Why would they go in a different direction?
It's a myth that's been debunked a long time ago. So
Can you have evidence against this?
Keep believing it, guys.
Do you have
Yeah,
evidence?
the same thing was accredited to the water going around in opposite directions in sinks and toilets and that kind of thing too.
God damn it! I'm telling you, this was layman who said this. This is a myth. You understand this?
Same effect is said to be responsible for your wind patterns and shit.
Give
so
me
what are
a
you talking about?
scientist who said this, please. Otherwise, you're gonna use this against the theory. No more than I can use some stupid layman Christian's opinion about Christianity.
This is what you're
use that
doing.
against Christianity.
Why should I care about a faggot atheist opinion? Get some real facts behind
You
it.
should not. That's we don't give.
That's a great argument. No, he's right. That's a great argument. Why should you listen to a faggot atheist? That's it. He's won the argument. He's made his point. That's a valid point. How can we argue against that?
Well, for
Seriously.
starters, a gay atheist can give you a bitchin' haircut.
I need a haircut, actually.
So from that video, you're seeing as you haven't actually read the description where it explains what you're seeing. The curved trajectory in the rotating frames known as the Coriolis effect, sometimes called the Coriolis force. Though it disappears in the rest frame, the Coriolis effect can be seen in many situations where rotating frames are encountered, especially meteorology and astronomy. Atmospheric systems, for example, often follow circular patterns due to the Coriolis effect. Airplanes and missiles appear to follow curved trajectories when seen by observers on Earth as the planet rotates underneath. Okay, that's what it is.
You can believe that.
Well, you can see
thanks
it.
for your permission.
No, believe it. I'm
believe
showing
it. I was
it.
about to say that.
You can believe it,
Sorry.
guys. Hey, you can believe all you want to that the
We know that. We don't need your permission to tell us.
Shut up, lady. You're not.
I'm not a lady. You've been told that already.
You can okay, monkey lady, whatever you want to be called. So you have no. Listen, dude. I don't get how you don't see this yourself. Maybe you're just so blind to the theory, you're not really thinking it through.
I guess I'm not speculating.
You showed me a video of two guys on a merry-go-round type of device throwing a ball at each other. So if they're spinning one direction, the ball will fly off in one direction. If they're spinning the other direction, the ball will fly off in that direction. And you're saying that this is evidence that the Earth is spinning because of what? Storm patterns? What? Water going down the drain in opposite ways? What are you talking about?
No. That's a demonstration of the Coriolis effect.
Okay, how is this evidence that the Earth is spinning?
It's not evidence that the Earth is spinning. It's evidence that it's a demonstration of how the Coriolis effect works.
Yeah, now you have to prove that that pertains to the Earth and that the Earth is actually spinning, don't you?
Because this is what we see when the Earth spins.
What do you see? Do you see
The
the Earth
same
spinning?
effect. That's what the Coriolis effect is.
What effect? What effect do you
Being in one direction on one side and
specific? What effect are you talking about in
You've been
nature?
told what effect.
What effect in nature are you talking about that corresponds to that experiment?
the direction of the rotation of the storms on one side of the planet as opposed to the other.
I told you that it's false. You can see storms
Can you
going
prove
opposite
that?
But
directions.
where's your evidence that
Prove
it
that.
does?
Look it up yourself.
Okay, look up yourself. Or globe Earth is true. Look it up yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have a look. Okay.
You can believe what you
I've
want, bro.
looked. I can't find anything.
I mean, yeah,
So
you don't
what
have evidence that the Earth is spinning. All you're saying is, look, this is what would happen if you guys are on a merry-go-round throwing a ball to one another. See, it's a
You can
Coriolis
believe
effect.
that if you want, bro.
Yeah,
you can believe that if
exactly.
you
Yeah, I'm
want.
going to keep believing in what I can observe directly and not take the word of your fakes anymore. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can believe that if you want, bro.
Well,
Yeah, I will. Exactly. I'll believe my own senses and reasoning. And you
Well,
guys
I can't observe the God, so
yeah, keep believing liars, guys.
I can't observe God, so
Hey, you know what I
Yeah.
can observe though? I can observe things that are supposedly on the other side of the curve of the ball. That's what I can observe.
I can observe your mom.
And then you know what else I observe? I observe faggot.
Bit creepy, I know.
Crying about it. That's what I observe.
It would be creepy if you could observe my mum.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
I know she's probably at 8, wouldn't she?
So
No, she
that that link I originally posted, there's a whole bunch of stuff there you can look at, or you can choose not to.
You know,
it's up to you. It's
I
an
just
awful
like to
lot of
say-
stuff to look
Well,
at.
if you choose to
Intellectually
believe,
honest, then you can
Sorry, I don't need any more of your lame experiments. Show me some proof.
I'd rather be, related to fucking chimps and fucking monkeys than be a product of incest, according to your Bible.
Oh, right. So the
that's true,
first
yeah.
creatures on Earth didn't mate with their siblings at all. Yeah.
It's not a brothers.
Yeah,
with
sure.
brother, with
Yeah,
sisters.
there's no incest going on in that family tree of life. No.
Can you prove that we're in our tree of life we had incest from which we specifically come through, like human
Yeah, that's
lineage, and that evolution necessitates that. You see,
That's the dumbest
we at
thing
very
I've
least,
ever heard.
at most, what you can say is there is a possibility, but it's a
Indeed.
fact according to your theology that you are a product of incest.
The first
Deal with
creature
that.
supposedly mated with itself. How much more
No,
incestuous
what?
can you get, Art?
What first creature?
Oh
What are
my
you talking
goodness,
about?
you people!
You know
I
that
swear.
populations evolve, not individuals, right?
You people, I swear, it's just a
we
phenomenon.
know, we've heard you swear several times.
I swear, you guys are a special group.
Yeah,
We
keep
are.
talking.
Thank you for
Yeah,
recognizing
you
that.
are. Yeah.
Keep
So what
talking,
did that
incest
first
boy.
creature mate with, Art? What did that first creature mate with?
Your mama.
Exactly. Is that funny? No, it's not. It was lame a year ago.
What first, dude? You understand? Populations evolve. How
What
many
the first
times do I have to
person
tell you
mate with,
this?
Art?
Populations evolve.
What the first
I don't
person
think you
mate with?
understand.
Population?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's evil tards.
You're it's just amazing how he's perfectly fine with being a product of incest, but he thinks it's an insult to call us monkeys.
Hey, I'm cool with the first two people producing the world. You people think that the first two people came from a bacteria or some shit. So that first bacteria had to mate with something. What was it?
Bacteria?
So that
First
first
people came from
bacteria
apes.
wasn't incestuous? Did it have sex with itself? Well, how did it? I mean, how did the rest of us
They
come
didn't have
about?
sex.
Bacteria
Sex
is
wasn't
usually-
invented, you idiot.
Hold on.
Yeah, so tell me,
Bacteria is
what did it mate
self-replicating,
with?
so it would not have
dear.
had sex.
Oh,
It would have
right.
had sex
Oh,
with
yeah,
itself,
that-
essentially, because they just split in two.
So they just split into
They'd be
two.
masturbating.
The answer to your question is yes. They would have had sex with itself.
Thank you.
That's not incest. That's masturbation.
It's masturbation that results in reproduction.
Sure.
Incest.
Really, really, how do you call it?
It gives it a
Responsible
splitting
masturbation.
headache afterwards, though. You know what I mean?
If I got myself pregnant, I would. Okay. Yeah, so you get a real argument.
Says the flat earther.
Yeah, it says the fucking monkey man here. Yeah, ooh, I can call you a flat earther. That means that I'm smart.
Keep talking, it says, boy. Keep
Yeah,
talking.
you're fat. You're fucking like how much more stupid can you possibly be today? All right, like, come on.
Well,
When in doubt, flat
I-
earth. Call him a
I-
flat earther. When he kicks your
When in
ass
doubt,
in every argument, call him a flat
Right,
earther.
right.
well,
So
I,
what was-
Right,
what
as
was I
opposed
gonna
to when in
say?
doubt, call the
Nadia?
other position
Yeah,
the monkey.
just brainwash
Nadia,
him.
what were you trying to say?
a question. The spherical excess of a triangle of about what is it, 20 kilometers or so is approximately 1 arc second, which is inconsistent with a flat Earth.
Do the experiment and get back to me.
Well, this is actually not a difficult one to do. Just
Do it. Then.
triangle. It's
Go do
20 kilometers to each side, and
Go do it.
measure the sum of the angles, and you'll find that it's in 1 arc second or so in excess of the 180 degrees or pi.
Yeah, go do the experiment. Meanwhile, Navy ship missile operators are painting targets 60 miles away, which is impossible on a ball. So
Well, actually,
No, it's not.
yeah, it is.
No, it's
You know
not.
what
You can have a
straight line
helicopter or a drone. I
You know what
told
a
you
straight
this.
line means? No, it's ship to ship. All right.
How can you know it was ship to ship?
It is ship to ship. You're gonna
How the
argue?
fuck you know
Okay,
it's ship to ship?
Where's your evidence?
Keep lying. It's okay, guys.
So you're free
How
to
do you
believe
know?
that.
Keep lying.
Arkeen, you do fucking understand that okay, they're portable laser painters. They're laser painters on helicopters and drones now. There is radars on drones and helicopters now for a long fucking time.
Of
course it does matter.
Yeah, you can try to say, well, there's the other kind of radar. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, you can believe that if you want to.
I'm sorry, they specify to your radar type?
It's in their manuals, for crying out loud. I posted one the other day.
You can believe that if you want to,
60 miles away, and you guys are sitting here in denial because you love your blue balls.
You can believe that if you want to, Arcane.
Oh, I will, bag lady. I will continue believing the truth, and you can believe in known liars.
Well, you can look at all this shit I just posted in the side chat for no reason. I don't know why I bothered.
Well, the fact
No,
that
it's not worth it. He won't look.
Yeah.
is,
NASA even admits that all of their stuff is done on a flat plane. All of their calculations and all of that, they never factor in the curvature. So you guys are just, desperately defending propaganda.
You can believe that if you want to, Arcane.
I understand though, the brainwashing was
calculations of what are done on a flat plane?
The brainwashing was very heavy, guys. I understand.
You can believe that if you want to, Arcane.
Hold on a second. Calculations of
ever.
Arkeen, calculations of what have been done on a flat plane?
You don't have to give me your excuses. I get it, guys. I understand.
I'm asking you.
Hard pill to swallow.
I'm asking you. Calculations of what were done, supposing a flat plane. You said NASA is making calculations, presupposing a flat plane. Calculations of what?
Nobody factors in the curve in any of their surveying, any of that, ever.
Wait, you said NASA.
Yeah, NASA included.
Wait. It doesn't. Okay, where? Calculations for what? Again. What? Wow.
Anything
Calculations for what? The launch of the rockets? The launch of the satellites?
Wow.
Wow is not an answer.
Well, it's the best answer he's given so far.
True, yeah. I don't know why I bothered. You know, sometimes I'm.
Right, Whistler, take care.
Is that an English sense of humor thing? Like.
No, it's a
not
French
funny.
sense of humour. I
Yeah,
spent years.
it's not funny over here. It might be funny over there.
Incest boy don't, get.
Monkey boy, yeah, I don't understand your pseudoscience.
Can we kick him out of here?
Feel free.
Now let's
boy, kick me out.
Let's play when I'm 11. Ocean is playing something. Was this Age of Empires 2?
Yeah, it's Age of Empires 2. With the new
okay.
attacks as well.
Okay.
Trying to figure out what you want.
yeah.
Ooh, what's Pom playing?
It is granted that spherical trigonometry is true and correct. Go ahead.
Huh, I love how Nadia just heard some talk about games. Like, I have to jump in here. Get back on topic.
What again?
Oh, nothing. No. Just saying how awesome you are.
What's Pom playing? What are you playing, Pom?
It's
playing the forest.
As I was going to say, the works of Nita Sarkeesian are true and correct, and in the meantime, spherical trigonometry demonstrates the spheroidality of the Earth, and therefore proves Christianity and I guess all religion false. Go ahead.
Lying idiot.
Oh yeah. For the changeovers in the sidebar. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Neither Moses nor Jesus Christ ever existed. Go ahead.
Oh no.
Covered.
Nadia, I think you came back with an argument. A lying idiot, basically, is how can you argue against that?
Yeah, lying idiot.
It's a very well thought out, composed response.
No. I heard scholars agree a lot with this.
That's all you deserve. What do you expect? Seriously.
From you, not a lot, actually.
Yeah, you don't deserve my respect.
I don't want your
over to the next
respect.
room, guys.
Exactly.
Next room time.
Okay.
One on one. How about over, Arcane? I think you guys an invite on that. Or intro invite.
I'd be up for doing that now.
Okay.
And I'm playing a game right now. You know, with someone. No, actually, I was
And
just,
of course the spherical trigonometry proves the Earth is spherical.
Boring compared to playing a Total War game with me. Well,
Cruise that. I mean, I guess we can start a campaign. How do you want to play this? Oh no, wait, dude, no, listen.
Well, fingers crossed.
Okay, we have Skype actually, so we can just put up on Skype. I don't want to like talk and hang out and just
Yeah, I could talk things through with you on Skype.
Oh, and welcome Hogtie. I'll give you the link.
Actually, I have fucking Skype.
Immediate follow up and all that. So, here it is. And of course, fingers crossed our team can make it too, so we can demonstrate the
I have found gold.
spheroidology of the Earth. Go ahead.
Hell yeah. I was thinking about doing a Let's Play channel.